You try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, but not what you need. When you can't sleep, stuck in rivers, and the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something you can't replace, but it goes to waste. Could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite. High up above or down below, when you're too in love to let it go. Try to fix you. Christmas night, another fight. Tears we cried, a flood. Got all kinds of poison in my blood. I took my feet to Oxford Street, trying to right a wrong. Just walk away, those windows say, I can't believe she's gone. When you're still waiting for the snow to fall, it doesn't really feel like Christmas at all. Up above candles on Africa, oh they flicker and they float, and I'm up here holding on to all those chandeliers of hope. And like some drunken Elvis singing, I go singing out of tune, saying how I always loved you, darling, and I always will. But when you're still waiting for the snow to fall, it doesn't really feel like Christmas at all. Still waiting for the snow to fall, it doesn't really feel like Christmas at all. Those Christmas lights light up the street, down where the sea and say may all your troubles soon be gone. Oh, Christmas lights keep shining on. Those Christmas lights light up the street. Maybe they'll bring her back
Yeah, I think it's working.
Cool. I will get. Sì. The bar, dietro il bar. Ed anche poi chiesto per il round. Cool. Ready? Fantastic. Once people actually get it. So I'll start screen present.
Yeah, sure.
Is there your exactly on the line?
If I stay here, it's okay, right?
And I'll get people to get here.
Is everything good?
The only thing that's not is
We are just waiting.
people need to come here.
Yeah, I said like 3 times, like. Hello, hello. Come, come.
So that no one takes them.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Please sit. Select the best seat for you. The best, I think, it's in the front, of course. Okay, so let me check. I'm not sure if I can already start because I'm not seeing the slides in the screen, but I'm guessing that I can already start. Hello, good morning, everyone. Buongiorno, because we are in Italy. I don't speak Italian, of course, but I am Portuguese, so I understand some words. Be careful with what you say. For those that don't know me yet, I think yet, hopefully yet, my name is Tânia Moreira. I'm from Innova in Portugal. I am sociologist and project manager there, and today I'm representing the coordination team. I'm coordinator of this amazing project, the AfriConEU. I hope you read more about this project. If you didn't get the chance to do it, please go to our website and read something about the project. I'm super happy to be here today, finally, after some months preparing this event with Joseph and all the DPSL team. I'm super happy to finally meet you, the speakers, you attendees. Welcome to this event. We think you will enjoy it. Take advantage of this event to meet other partners, to meet potential good people and establish partnerships with them. Special welcome and warm greetings to those that are watching us and attending the event in the parallel sessions in Ghana, Tanzania, Uganda and Nigeria. Welcome to you and thank you for watching us. And well, as I have said, this event is organized within the AfriConEU project, and this project started in 2021. Our key mission is to, let me put a screen now. Our key mission is to support, strengthen and reinforce the digital innovation ecosystems in Africa and Europe through capacity building and networking activities. So this is our key mission, and for this we are doing a lot of activities split in two main programs: capacity building and trans-continental partnership development. We have these two programs, and actually this event that we are organizing today fits the trans-continental partnership development. So this event, the key goals for this event is exactly this: to support you, establish new partnerships, and to support you to know other people. So with these two programs, we want to create space and moment for everyone interested in digital transformation, innovation from the different sectors to learn on different topics, from business models to types of financing, from entrepreneurial skills to technology transfer. Second, to connect with different and relevant stakeholders, and thus, with these two things, to grow and be successful. So at least we wish to support you doing this, to learn, to connect, and to grow. And thus our mission is thus to support you and your organization, to support you to empower and to be successful. Today and tomorrow, in this brokerage event, we aim to contributing to that, of course. And well, just to push you to think about what you can do during the event, I would ask my great partners to join me in the stage. So Katarina, Gideon, Saza, I know you are here. If you can join me in the stage, because I would like to launch here a quick challenge.
It's a physical challenge.
Not a physical challenge. It's not a physical one, not this time. So my challenge here for my great partners is for them to identify what are their key goals for this brokerage event. Because of course we are organizing this also because we want to learn, to connect, or to grow with you. But we are different, we have different goals, and I would like to challenge them to tell what they are looking for during this event. So I will pass the microphone first.
I think we don't need the microphone.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
No, you need the microphone because they won't hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so just to sum, let's say your name, your organization, in a few words, what you are looking for this event.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tanya. So my name is Catarina Reis. I'm from Porto Business School. We are the business school from University of Porto in Portugal. I think that our goal to this event is to know people, both from the consortium, because we haven't met each other in person, this is the first time, and also people from outside the consortium to make some connections, to see how we can collaborate and grow together. So I think that the main goal is to know people, to do some partnerships or potential partnerships, to understand how we can collaborate and learn from each other. I think that's the most important thing. But of course, the consortium is very important for us because this is the first time that we are seeing each other outside the screen. So it's like, oh my God, you have a body. So thank you very much for being here. I hope that you can enjoy also tomorrow, because tomorrow we'll have a very good opportunity to collaborate, because we'll have a word cafe. It's a very good activity to connect and to learn from each other. So thank you very much. I will pass the word to Gideon.
Hello, my name is Gideon Brefo from Ghana. I run a co-working space called Hyperspace Innovation Hub. I think what was seeking to gain from here, I stood too close to her that she said what I wanted to say. But also because we support startups, our idea is to also connect with people who are enabling the space internationally for startups and see what kind of opportunities that I can also take back home and say, hey, you know what? These are opportunities out there and people you can connect with to also scale. Thank you. Now I'll pass it on to Patience.
Good morning. Good morning. I am super excited to be here today, and I can't wait to meet new people, to make conversation on how to strengthening the innovation ecosystem in Africa as well as in Europe. And I am working for Buni Innovation Hub in Tanzania, which is under Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology, where we support innovation and research in the country. So I'm looking forward to meet new people.
Good morning, I'm Marilena. I am from Greece. I'm the co-founder of Youth Makers Hub. I'm the dissemination manager of AfriConEU. Make sure you tag AfriConEU in your stories. And thanks for giving me this opportunity to remind. We are the communication partner in AfriConEU. We are here, we're ready for more collaboration. We can be your next communication partner. We can find ways to collaborate. And the most important, as Katarina said, is to meet each other after 20 months. That's a great milestone for the project. So feel free to contact me and arrange a meeting.
Good morning. I'm Konstantinos. I'm also from Greece. I work from Stimuli for social change, and we're designing. I've designed the implementation phase for AfriConEU, and we're also doing the impact assessment for the project. And since we're here to evaluate how the project is going, what we're expecting from this is to learn more about your experience and help us design better projects for you in the future.
You may have to push over that way because the camera may not see you yet.
Oh, it's a pity if the camera won't see me. So hi. Hi, my name is Sasha Strauss. My background is agri-food, and for today's, I'm very happy to see all the project partners and all the attendees, and hear the success story and see how we can collaborate. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joe Gaylord. I've probably spoken to all of you via email or call or something. I am the project manager for this on the DPixel side. DPixel is an innovation agency based out of Milan and Biella, and it's connected to the largest private bank in Italy. And what I'm looking forward to from this event is really connections. Knowing the profiles in the room, knowing who's here, I really see the possibility that we're going to see real options open up for people and real possibilities open up for people in terms of finding partners, finding collaborations, and really, building those connections and those networks. So I want to thank you all for being here, and I'm really, really happy to have you all here. I'm also happy to have all of you here in the parallel events, and I hope you guys have fun also. Don't forget that part. So I'll pass the mic back to Tanya.
Thank you very much, and nice to meet you finally, because this is my first time to meeting some of you. Thank you for sharing this. Please sit again, because we will continue. And well, I didn't say my priorities for the event, right? But I think Joseph has already mentioned. Besides to learn, to connect, to grow, of course, I also want to have fun during this event. Finally, events physically, which something that we were missing during the pandemic. And now I would like also to challenge you. So my challenge for you is, please list your priorities and let us all know what you are looking for during the event. You can do it, of course, Joseph will explain better than me after this how you can do it, but you can do it simply by chatting with us, meeting us, or by including your goals in the platform that we have settled, the online platform. Please do that. We would like very much to know what you are looking for. If you are looking for a specific partner, what kind of area are you working on? Please let us know about this. I am very curious to know what kind of areas we can find in this digital innovation ecosystem. This is something somehow abstract, and I would like to know more about this digital innovation ecosystem. But for this, for me to be able to learn more about this, I need you to share with us what are your goals, your priorities. So please accept this challenge and let us know what you are looking for. And now, I think I can pass the microphone for the guy of this event, Joseph. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Tanya. Hi. So can we pass to the next deck? All right, cool. So just making sure we're keeping the time. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here on the parallel events. I'm not sure that's connecting with the clicker. Is the clicker already giving us problems? Okay, cool. So a quick recap of what AfriConEU is. So AfriConEU is, as Tanya said, creating this trans-continental networking academy. Today, we have 282 participants, including all different pillars of the innovation ecosystem, here in Italy, and also in our 4 members of the consortium in Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Uganda. So it's really, really exciting to me to have this community that's all over the space. What are we trying to do here? We're trying to present good practices, we're trying to build strategic partnerships, and we're trying to identify challenges and opportunities. And we're talking about these 4 main verticals that have strategic importance for the African continent. And all of this is meant to build up African ecosystems and build up the collaboration between African and European ecosystems. So all of you are here. You're an extremely diverse group. So try to have as many conversations as you can, meet as many participants as you can. I know more people should be coming in later on in the day. And yeah, so it should be a really interesting mix of different actors, different backgrounds, different nationalities, and so on. A quick overview of the schedule. You should have this on your maps, but just to make sure. We're in the intro session now. That should wrap up in about 10 minutes. Then we're going to have 4 panel sessions on those verticals that I talked about. So we're going to have an Agritech panel, a technology for development panel, an Edtech panel, and Fintech panel. Each of them will run in the same way. We're going to have a half an hour on the main stage with a round table of 5 or 6 participants. I think one may be down to 4, but anyway, 5 or 6 participants. And that will be a half hour. And then all of those participants will move and give individual presentations either here on the main stage or in our breakout room over there, the Sala Corsi, we call it. That's today. Then tomorrow, we'll start again at the same time, and we'll present as AfriConEU our understanding of our mission, our work, and where the African ecosystem is from our perspective, including major themes that we've identified through the research and the background we've been doing. And then I'm going to talk about the second day as being camera turned around. So on the second day, I'm going to ask all of you to take part in some World Cafe sessions where we'll put you in mixed groups, different communities, different little pods. And as you explore these four major themes that we've identified as AfriConEU. Obviously, there are lunches on both days. And then at the end of tomorrow, we'll present the World Cafe outcomes, and then we'll move into the closing presentations. Right, so day one, as I said, so each of them are a 30-minute panel discussion and then the 20-minute breakout sessions, and we have these four main high-level topics. So these are our speakers for the Agritech panel. You may see some of them already around the room. These are our speakers for the ICT4D panel, the Tech for Development panel, and for the Education Technology panel, and for the Fintech panel. Then, as I said, on day two, we're turning the camera around, and we're exploring these transversal themes in a collaborative way and asking all of you to have these conversations about these topics. What's a World Cafe? World Cafe is going to be pods of 6 to 10 people who sit together, talk about major themes that we've identified, and try to come out with either projects or connections that happen there at the table, issues or questions they can explore, or challenges and opportunities that we can work on later on in the AfriConEU project. And that's going to be a lot of the work that you're going to do tomorrow after the panel sessions or today. And of course, a key part of this is networking. We have the Beta Match platform open, so if you have not registered, both in the parallel events and here on Beta Match, if you haven't activated your profile, do so. That's how you can set up one-to-one meetings throughout the event. Those can be either physically here in Bologna, we have tables set up, or for those of you in the remote events, in the parallel events, those will also be done through a video call that's directly integrated into the platform. So a few quick notes about BIG. Those of you who are here at the space will have a map of the space on your program. So quick geography lesson. This is the Aula Venti where we are now. The Sala Corsi is over on that side. That's where the breakout sessions are going to be. On the far side of this space, we have the meeting rooms for one-to-one meetings over on that side. Then we have the World Cafe sessions that will be taking place tomorrow along the row of tables. And then finally, we have the dining area there where we have coffee break currently set up, and that's where the lunches are going to come. And you should have 3 main items from the reception. So you should have the badges. If everything went well and you are registered on the Beta Match platform, your badge should have your name, your organization, and a QR code that people can scan to directly make a connection with you. If you don't have a badge yet, you can check back at reception. Some of them were printed at the last minute, so there may be badges that came up available at that point. You should also have a small card. If you don't have one, please go to the reception and get one. It is very important. That small card has 4 letters on it, 5 letters if you're in one of the remote events. And those are your codes for the feedback forms. So at the beginning of each panel, we'll ask you to speak to give us your feedback on the previous panel's activities. obviously not the first one, but after that. That 4-letter code is your ID number, and that's how we'll understand you are the same person responding to those surveys throughout the event. Those will also be your 4 tables for the World Cafe work tomorrow, and that's how you'll know where you're going and how you're being set up. And then lastly, the map that you have, that is a map of the space. It is also the schedule for the event. There are some small changes that will come up at the panel sessions, but that schedule should be more or less accurate to the days running. Oh, it also includes the Wi-Fi code. So very important for everyone, I am sure. All right, and as I mentioned, one of the things about this event that we really want to highlight is the work of our partners at the African DIHs that are part of our consortium. So we have our partners in Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Uganda following along the event in their own spaces. They are also able to join the networking activities, and they will have local speakers on site for those as well. So I want to welcome all of you. We'll be seeing them a couple of times during the event, and yeah, we'll have them as involved as we can throughout the activities. That is the base of the information. And if you need anything, you can find me or one of the consortium members, and we should be able to sort it out for you. Thank you very, very much for being here. Thank you for your time and participation at this activity. And at this point, I believe we are ready to call up the panelists from the Agritech panel. So we'll take a few minutes to move things around, and then we'll be ready to go. Thank you very much.
So I was right what I was wrong with at first. It's Haifa. Haifa, nice to meet you. Likewise. Talash. Nice to meet you.
Still know the most interesting panel, but firstly, let me introduce my speakers. I will start with George Megas from AfriConEU Greece, connecting EU services and African projects. He is an innovation and research consultant at the National Documentation Center in Greece. He is the EC National Contact Point for Horizon Europe, coordinating NCPs for Cluster 4, and the Edtech Hub coordinator for Greece. He is also the deputy chair of the digital sector group of the enterprise. Oh, thank you. Oh, no, you can hear me better. And I can even hear myself. Of the digital sector group, I already said that. The largest network supporting the internationalization of SMEs. He is also a member of the Greek Edtech Smart Africa and has a long-standing experience on innovation projects, startup acceleration and European funding. Sectors of interest include digital transformation, health and life science, and Agritech, as his first degree is in agricultural engineering. So this is our first speaker, and then we can proceed with Lawrence Offer, the second one, from Springborg. He is the founder of Springborg, a social enterprise that empowers small-scale farmers and rural women through a cooperative movement. It promotes the transition to sustainable and organic farming amongst over 3,000 farmers. Springboard also supports rural women in entrepreneurship with relevant business skills and microfunds to start village enterprises. He is also a founding member of the innovative cooperative for Optimal Nutrition, a core team member trustee of Next Leader Initiative for Sustainability Japan, a founding member of 1 Million Leaders Africa, founder of Farm to School Africa. I need to excuse myself that I'm reading that, but all my speakers have so many references that I cannot remember also. I must read them. And the third one is Haifa Ben Salem. She is Associate Program Officer in Digital Sector Development in Sub-Saharan Africa. She develops the tech sector, startups and SMEs in Sub-Saharan Africa. She contributes to the development of digital methodologies for startups, evaluation and categorization, such as the ITC development 360 diagnostic tool and the investment due diligence tool, and contribute to the development of toolkits under the team's portfolio through innovative activities and capacity building digital skills and facilitating events. And the last but not the least, or how should we say it, Talas Huibers from InsectiPro. She is the CEO of InsectiPro, and InsectiPro is an important part of creating circular system as they collect organic waste and upcycle it using insects. This creates high-value products such as protein, oil, and fertilizer. More sustainable inputs means more sustainable and efficient outputs which can be used in food, feed, pharma, and agriculture. And in one breakout room, she will more in-depth present her InsectiPro. So, I was just shortly introduce all of you, and so I can shortly introduce also myself. I'm Sasha Strauss, as you already heard. I'm from Slovenia. This is the very small country with only 2 million people, and one of them are dealing with agri-food. So as our company, we're ITC, and also we have a digital innovation hub, AgriFood, and also in breakout session, I will shortly introduce more about our work on this field, and also maybe to foster some collaboration with all of you dealing also the AgriFood session. But no, let me to start our round table because I have a lecture till now. We all know that the potential for digital agriculture transformation is enabled in Africa by the continent's youthful population and increased mobile penetration. And they say that this creates an opportunity for the exchange of knowledge, expertise, and lessons. And as all our panelists are active in those fields, how important is an exchange of knowledge, expertise, and lesson in your opinion? If we start with you, George.
Thank you, Sasha. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to organizers for this. Maybe, yeah, okay, now it's working again. So I was reading the questions the previous week and yesterday as well. And it was a very big question with depths of analyzing. So I was starting to search the internet and I found the new 2022 European Union and African Union Innovation Agenda. They started doing a survey there, asking organizations and individuals about the innovation aspects and how to move forward. So the top answer in the top need on the medium-term actions was the capacity for science. And there was described that there is a big need to utilize already the experience of European Union programs like the Marie Curie actions. And I'm speaking on this because I'm also the national contact point for Horizon Europe, so that we can maybe try to find and establish connections between European and African researchers and have them freely mobilized around the two continents, and then this would lead to some exchange of knowledge. There are other ways, of course. The respondents replied and showcased the need of a platform for common exchange of knowledge and other aspects that we can talk down the road. But I believe that we both continents have expertise in research areas, so this knowledge transition can also be supported by some programs that we already have in actions or new programs that we can build, and other exchange and platforms or networking events like this. And of course, this agenda has like 60 pages of discussions about these things, which the sad thing is that even I didn't have a lot of knowledge about the African innovation ecosystem. These projects are helping me to find about it and learn about it, and in forms I will be in the future, I will be representing this case even more, I believe.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you all for hosting us today. So, as Sasa presented me, my name is Haifa. I work at ITC, United Nations Agency, and WTO as well. We are a mix of both, hence the trade focus. We are based in Geneva, but we operate in 10 African markets, both in East and West. So how I see the collaboration happening, I would say through two ways, more structured between EU and EU innovation, is first more capacity, let's say, building a knowledge exchange. And here we, our ecosystem design in the continent can get both inspiration and exchange from European partners, such as Bopink, for example, from the Netherlands, with whom we work to assess the needs of our Ethiopian cooperatives in the continent, but also through B2Bs. So organizing more B2Bs, bringing together both buyers or suppliers. I mean, it can be both between the continent and the EU. This is something we successfully did under the WACOM project, which is the West Africa Competitiveness Project, implemented by both ourselves, ITC and UNIDO, and of course the ECOWAS overseeing it, where we organized a quite B2B event with a focus on the value chains of cassava and cocoa, and through which several business synergies happened. So I would summarize it both under the knowledge sharing and also the business connections. I don't know if someone wishes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Sasha, for the question. Then I'm going to talk from the perspective of a rural farmer. She actually introduced me. I'm a farmer from Nigeria, and then I like to always talk about the plight that farmers are faced with. So when we say Agritech, so to the small-scale farmers, this is, they don't really understand what that means. Thankfully, I went to school, so I understand when we talk about that. So the area of knowledge sharing, it's very important. So are we saying that should only happen between the space, within the space of Agritech? Where do we put these small-scale farmers? So if you come to Africa, you understand the important roles that agriculture plays on the economy and the lives of people. The agri-space employs majority of the people. Then it contributes about 30% to its GDP. The women play so much role in the entire value chain. And then, of course, agriculture is very important to the elevation of poverty and then to fighting climate change. And as important as it is, we've done very poorly in terms of productivity, growth, and efficiency. And then, of course, in the last few years, thanks to COVID, the Agritech thing is becoming more popular. And then you find startups coming up with innovative ideas that will help the small-scale farmers to solve their challenge. And these challenges are so enormous. You find that they don't have market for their goods, and so they are dependent on intermediaries to take advantage of them. They lack the basic tools, the real tools that are being used to promote agric in Europe. They lack those tools. They are still using old tools and methods. And so these techs are coming up to help solve that. And so when you talk about knowledge sharing, I want to bring that to the small-scale farmers. The Agritech, are they coming to share this knowledge with these small-scale farmers? Are they coming to meet them and tell them, okay, we understand challenges that are facing, in what kind of tool do you think we can create? What kind of system, what kind of model do you think we can create that will help to mitigate the challenges? And so in the last 5 years, a lot of tools, a lot of platforms have come, but have they really helped these farmers to solve these challenges? Maybe when you ask questions around are they expensive and all of that, we can talk more about that. But to wrap it up, what I'm saying is that when we are saying knowledge sharing, let's bring that between the Agritech people and the small-scale farmers, not just between the Agritech and the Fintech and the Edtech and all of that, or AU and EU. Let's bring the small-scale farmers who are the real consumers of this technology. Let's bring them on board. You understand? Let's bring them on board and then partner with them to carry out all this innovative that we're talking about. Thank you.
So I would like to start with the question, what are we defining as technology? I think when we think about technology, everybody thinks about smartphone, what can we do on smartphone, what can we build? But if you take Kenya as an example, especially what you're talking about, you see that tech can also be very simple SMS-based system. So we have an innovation in Kenya called M-Pesa, and M-Pesa was built in 2007 before we had all these fancy mobile bank apps. And what it does is you can send money from me to you based on an SMS and SSD system. So how can we take simple innovations like that and use that to transfer knowledge to our farmers? The other thing that I'd like to talk about or say is at Insectipro, we take a full value chain approach. So we look at where we are and then who's around us and what are we doing to make the whole ecosystem better, from including smallholder farmers up to our waste producers, up to our feed millers, because we can be making a difference, but the difference doesn't count if that knowledge is not for everybody there. And then same thing with, they have all these cool innovations in Europe, but how applicable are they to the African tech system? So for example, in my industry, we could upgrade really quickly all our machines. It would cost me maybe $1 million. It sounds like a lot of money, but it isn't. And then we have the most efficient system in Kenya, but all those machines, if electricity goes out for 1 day, the whole system collapses. And I don't know who here has been to Africa, but that is the most risky thing you can play with. Even if you have solar, if you have a generator, I'll give an example of a fish farm in Tanzania. They're fully connected to the new modern way of farming. They use all these fancy tank systems. They have solar, they have a generator, but what happened last year is somebody forgot to buy fuel for the generator. So the electricity went out, the solar went out, it was at nighttime, there was no fuel for the generator. They lost 50,000 fish in 10 minutes. So how are we taking systems from Europe and then modifying them to the African tech situation?
Thank you. Yes, this is really important what you said, how to transfer the innovation from one environment to the other, because we don't have the same problem. In some extent, we do have same problem. We all lack of digitalization, the awareness of small-scale farming, as Lawrence said. It's the same in Europe. We also want to transfer this and boost the digitalization, but if we don't have awareness, we don't have the practice, our farmers need to see some new tools in practice, and then they can foster it in their form. And also, as Taler said, the importance of creating and add value to the whole food system or the whole value chain is important. And these are just some challenges, I would say. But what are the benefits of adopting the new technology or make the system more circular, I would say? Lawrence, in your opinion, what are benefits?
Well, I think the benefits are so much. You know, Sasha, thank you for the great work you're doing. And so, for me, you know, I run a cooperative of farmers, and one main challenge that we deal with was the aspect of marketplace. How do we sell our goods for much more profit, you understand? And so in the recent time, you found that tech players that offered marketplace opportunity came on board in Nigeria. And so they were able to give us opportunities to connect with good buyers, fair trade buyers, and that really worked. But of course, it came with challenges of how do we move from the goods from the rural communities to the city, or in case where there's a buyer in Europe, how do we ship to the buyer in Europe? So that's it. But of course, it was able to connect us with more opportunities in terms of marketplace. And then another opportunity is recently there's a peer-to-peer lending platform that came in Nigeria. Not just one, there are several of them, but it came with opportunities and challenges. So our farmers who didn't have access to finance were, within a few seconds in the tap of the button, were able to connect themselves with people who had money but no interest in agriculture, but they wanted to invest in the agri space. And so we were able to connect our farmers with, you did not need big grammar or documents or books like you do in banks, and these people were ready to invest with you. So the platform connects the farmers and the investors. And then when your produce is ready as a farmer, the platform collects and sells, and then they give back some of the money to the investors, and then the farmers take their own. So that's another big opportunity. Then another opportunity was the advisory thing for farmers, which is the extension service. There are platforms that are also offering that. Of course, there are also platforms that are offering weather forecasting and all of that. So these are areas where opportunities come when it comes to the Agritech, and I think we're grateful for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Lawrence. I totally corroborate to what you said. And from our end, we see the opportunities at, let's say, 4 levels. First is also unlocking opportunities for youth. So all the solutions you mentioned are tech, and organically, most of the tech is led by youth. So the new startups happening, a lot of innovation, it organically drains a youth population. So, and for us, beyond the leitmotif of tech reducing costs and improving productivity, tech for us is also a job generator. So both through creating, employment through entrepreneurship, the tech startups you were mentioning, but also the spillover effect on creating agents. I think you know very well, in mostly rural areas, many of their agri-tech startups rely on agents based on the areas that are not reachable or quite far from cities. And these agents are usually quite educated youth who are there and who manage small communities of smallholder farmers who in most of the cases have digital literacy levels that vary. So we see this way. We also think at a more macro level, the digitization of agriculture introduces a more knowledge-based economy, which have a lot of, let's say, benefits on the long run on that. But I would say, I mean, this is how we see mainly the opportunities in the agritech scene. Should I get you?
Yeah. So for me, one of the most important things that technology can bring is transparency. Like you said, there's a very big problem of middlemen in Africa. How you can remove that is transparency. There's a very cool company called AgriLedger. They are, I think, English, but they do a lot of work in Haiti. And what they do is they use blockchain to map, this farmer got these inputs, he's going to produce these avocados direct to the end consumer, and then the payment is done through the blockchain platform. So you've removed all the middle steps, and the money goes directly back to the farmer. The same thing what you said, I think what we forget a lot is risk insurance. With climate change and everything, what are we doing to protect the farmers if the crop fails? There are very cool companies like Apollo Agriculture who are using satellite mapping to see where your farm is, to see how your crops are progressing, to see what you've planted, and then based on that, they could give you some form of risk insurance. And that's very cool. They use carbon credits to front finance it. So there are a lot of very cool innovations in tech that can provide transparency, bringing more money directly back to the farmer, and then providing other elements such as risk insurance.
Well, I'm learning new things here, and I'm having the European perspective in my mind. But to be honest, the Greek perspective is not very different than sometimes the African when it comes to digital innovation, literacy of the agriculture, of the farmers in some cases. I worked in the agricultural sector as well, and in the digital sector. And the most difficult part when I was working in the agricultural sector, when we were trying to, let's say, convince the farmers to, let's say, do our surveys or to report back to us on their needs, or how to use new platforms. We had a project with German and French partners that was called for Agri-Food. We were trying to make farmers use, let's say, digital innovations on their way to collaborate. It was difficult, but there are many options that. During the first year of COVID, I started doing the Copernicus MOOC, the big training on how to use their systems. And of course, there were many examples from Africa, as the ones you said, like on the monitoring of the crops, see how you can pay the insurance back. Those were not so difficult to implement. The data are there. They're open data sets from Sentinel and photographs and of all kind of bandwidths and bands, and they can be used if you have the skills to analyze this data, use geographical information systems. And I think that this could be used specifically to provide extra add value into smaller and fragmented, let's say, fields and farms, like we have in Greece, for example. This is our biggest problem. And I think that maybe this can happen also in areas of small farming families. I'm not sure on this. But I remember in the university, the biggest problem of Greece was that we were telling to us was the small and fragmented fields and farms. So in order to supposedly to overcome this, there were many unions created in order, for example, to do group and send farming products to other countries, like you said, that there is a need to reach other markets. But regarding innovation and supporting the innovators that will support the farmers, maybe there is a need there for funding, for open access and open science, public-private partnerships in this case, and trust in the political system as well, and co-creating, keeping the farmers in the loop, as again was said by you. And finally, well, I think that the European programs should be aligned, and there should be many more collaborations with African projects and partners in this case, so that the innovations and the innovators could be supported and learn from each other. But in the end, the IP should stay in Africa, in this case, in my mind, in order to first help this region. Then, of course, they can try their luck in Silicon Valley or somewhere else. But I believe that they should do the model like Israel has, where there are penalties when you receive funding, and then you take your innovations, IP, and you leave from the country, in order to build on this and then support the farming or the health system or social systems and stuff like that. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. We have just 25 minutes to discuss it, so broad and interesting topic. So I hope that we just shed some light on the topic, and we will proceed session. And as you see in your roadmap, Haifa Ben Salem will continue here in Aula Eventi at 10:30, and Talaj will continue have her presentation in Sala Corsi. At 10:50, George Megas will hold his, and at 11 and 10 minutes, Lawrence and I will have our presentation. Lawrence here in Aula Eventi and myself in Sala Corsi. So this is the roadmap, and if you had some closure to make in one sentence, what your biggest goal or wish is for your company or the Agritech in general, you can just proceed with it and say it.
For me, it would be to utilize all the knowledge we have from the European networks, like the Enterprise Europe Network or the European Digital Innovation Hubs, and all these things that we're going to start working on from the next years, even EIT, when we're in some forums, to include these and have the aspect of the collaboration between Africa always in our mind, push this agenda as well. That will be the next step, an initiation for me on the.
Well, I will still talk from the perspective of a farmer. So for the Agritech people, I would actually encourage them to consider the small-scale farmers when they're developing their innovations. Ask us questions. What do we really need? In Nigeria, we've seen a lot of this tech that didn't fit into what we really needed. The things were too expensive. Our farmers did not have the knowledge to carry on with that has to do with literacy. And so how do you help in that aspect? When you're developing these technologies, please make it cheap, make it affordable, let us be able to understand it, come down to our level, and I think that will really work. And lastly, I think there should be a framework around the Agritech thing. Okay, let the government be involved. If EU can push, AU, if they can collaborate to develop a robust framework around it so that we know what we're doing, we know where we'll be in 10 years, in 20 years. And I think that will really be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. So I will jump on what you said and also a call for more co-creation, both co-creation between the stakeholders and their first counterpart, actually, because, well, I mean, they cannot even monetize or deploy their solutions without smallholder farmers, but also co-creation between countries and between regions. Do more knowledge sharing, do more Nigerian, for example, company getting more insights from a Ghanaian one, an Ivorian one, see how the things work. Hopefully with the AFCFTA, more synergies will come. Regional as well, east, west, north, central and southern areas of the continent, but also more African, EU, and maybe why not beyond co-creation and knowledge sharing, both at the policy at the intermediate level, which is more the corporations, and at the company level.
For me, two things. I think innovation goes both ways. And how do you make that innovation applicable for where you are? Just like you're talking about the problem of fragmented farms, we have a solution for that in Kenya. So just look at innovation as what can also Africa bring to the table of EU. And then the second most important thing is we all need to eat at the end of the day. So this should be an industry that is super important, just echoing what everybody has said here. And then how are you using tech and innovation to make sexy again? Because in Kenya, farming has a very bad view. When I tell people I'm a farmer, they don't believe it. And then we have to remind them that all the big rich families in Kenya all have farms behind them because we do need to eat at the end of the day. And how are we getting more young people into this industry using tech and innovation?
Okay, thank you. And now I will invite you to the breakout sessions. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. Yes, but are you staying with your friends?
Yes.
Okay. No, we will definitely. I'm also here for the 2 days.
Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Alberto Mota, the Pixel, and within a few minutes we're going to start with the second content. Hello everyone, it's now time to leave the microphone to Haifa Ben Salem. And so, you're welcome.
Just 1 second. Those who want to see Talash Weaver speaking about InsectiPro, she is going to be in the Sala Corsi, which is the room just there right now. Okay. So,
thank you, Joe.
fantastic.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you again. Quite a big responsibility to have this whole room for myself in the beginning. So today I'm going to talk more about what's happening in Agritech in the continent. Maybe just a small presentation of what ITC does. So as I mentioned earlier, we are a UN organization. We are based in Geneva, but we are operating in 10 countries in both East and West Africa. I'm myself originally from Tunisia and basically working now for the last 5 years in ITC. In ITC, our mandate is to support MSMEs, micro and small enterprises. We work in several sectors, but most importantly, in the recent year, on the Agritech sector. Why we work there? Because of the opportunities that this sector presents. I think we are all in this room, if you are interested, I mean, we are here, we know the importance of agriculture. Talash was saying earlier, we all need to eat. And to me, basically, this is it. So we know that on the continent overall, 1/3 of our GDP is basically thanks to agriculture. And that's why we position ourselves specifically on this, on digitizing further this industry. So, why we do it? Why we support digitization of agriculture? Basically, it's for the 3 following reasons. It's for the opportunities that it gives to youth and also to women. Earlier I talked about youth more, but also women. Let's say one very quick example, is for example, digitizing women cooperatives makes the processes, let's say, more transparent, provides women with more access to finance. It's simple. If a woman gets a feature phone to access to services, the service doesn't care about their gender. While more structural barriers and institutional barriers do. The second reason is the potential of reducing costs, of course, and improving productivity has on contributing to SDG 2, to basically a decrease in poverty. And also on, let's say, the importance of creating more this knowledge economy. So moving from, let's say, a small production and scaling it further, both in the country and beyond. So, after this very positive outlook, let's now talk about the barriers. I will first start to talk about the barriers that our farmers encounter and then move to the barriers that the technology in digitizing agriculture is facing. So first, I mean, what we hear often is not news. It's the difficulty of accessing to inputs, both quality inputs but also affordable inputs. Lawrence mentioned it very well earlier as well, is access to market. Well, farmer, growing, harvest, but how to channel it, how to access markets with it. Lack of access to market information, weather, quality of soil, etc. And of course, access to finance. This is a very, very redundant topic that comes from our farmers. Now I will move to the challenges of our tech startups, so agri-tech startups here. I will summarize them basically on the cost and the complexity. The costs comes from both sides. For an agri-tech starting, it's quite a tough sector because it needs a lot of overhead costs to penetrate the market, to reach out to also rural areas, to develop the solution, to make the solution understandable, to fail the first time, to review the business model because they did not take into account one, for example, meteorological aspect. And these are things we see with our agri-tech startups in every day. The cost issue is also from the receiver end that Lawrence also highlighted very well earlier, is how can our farmers access these technologies? Sometimes is way beyond their purchasing power and is way beyond, and they also tend to not see, for example, the value in it. I mean, they have been doing the work for the last years in a steady way. So why disrupting? Why adding this? I mean, the issue here is that the work will continue being done as a guesswork. Let's just do, let's plan some things and let's see. So in here, the digitization comes to actually improve this. Now I will move to the complexity and the capability of users. I mean, for us, they are quite linked. So the complexity of the Agritech tools. Most of our audience is engineers, software developers, app developers, who just create their own app or platform. They fall in love with it, they don't test it on the market, and it's very difficult for their audience to actually understand it. Or even to have the internet connectivity to access this. This is very, very important. That's why here closing the gap between the developer and the user is really, really important. So that's why here what happens is that when we support Agritech startups, we try to guide them on the technical aspect. We say, well, it's really interesting, your app is really good. However, try to consider using USSD, which does not, a technology that does not need internet. Try use SMS, try use voice as well. Try also to incorporate local voice, automated local voice. There are several startups who do this in the continent now. Try to make more icons as well, more images-oriented platforms, and also don't forget to work with agents. I talked about them earlier, but for us, technology also needs to go hand in hand with humans. We don't want to digitize everything from A to Z. Digitization helps improve processes, of course, but we still want to keep the human element. That's why we encourage our Agritech startups to work with agents, to train them, which also upskills many youth looking for jobs in rural areas, and a better execution of their products. Well, this, I think, echoes to what Lash was saying earlier, is adapting the technologies to your first target audience, to the consumer. So, what we do in ITC, and here basically is exposing what we do to all of you to see how we can cooperate together. We have two main projects. The first one is EU-funded, called WACOMP, West African Competitiveness Project. It is, as I mentioned, EU-funded, overseen by ECOWAS, implemented by us, ITC, and our sister UN agency, UNIDO. So here we work with Agritech startups, and what we do is basically we help them structure their business. We do this through coaching, through training, helping them basically strategize further, access more market, structuring their offer, expanding for the ones that are quite big and look for further markets. And we help them also access new markets through B2B events, as I mentioned earlier. I mean, feel free to reach out after the session. We are more than happy to collaborate, and this is what we want. We don't want to work in silos. We want to get partners. The second project is the NTF5, funded by the Netherlands. So a new member as well. And here we have a whole focus on digitizing agriculture in a more systemic manner. So we have several initiatives here. The first one I would say is what we call Agritech Community of Practice. So we invite the Agritech startups that are, when I say Agritech startups, most of them as well are created or held by farmers or cooperatives, the likes of Lawrence. From several countries, from the 10 countries that we work in, we bring them together through regular sessions. And during the sessions, the magic happens, basically. We have, I'm giving just a small example from the last one. A startup, an Agritech startup in Benin, which is quite a small market, also different barriers than the bigger ones, finding a startup doing a similar thing in Ghana. And they said, hey, let's do business together. I'm interested in the Ghanaian market. And from this community of practice, it is both knowledge sharing, where, for example, a startup in Uganda knows what a startup in Senegal is doing and say, well, this is interesting. This is something that I could explore. This is something that we could work together to explore. But also facilitating and accelerating market linkages. And I think this is echoes what I was mentioning earlier about the co-creation. Again, working in silo, I mean, it's not very sustainable on the long run. So, and it also accelerates the regional integration of the continent, which is something quite close to our heart in ITC and to myself as a Tunisian. We also work on the regional level. So we work as well with North Africa, in this case, in Tunisia, but it's not because I'm Tunisian, where we have an initiative called Agritech Tunisia, that is collaborating closely now with Senegalese stakeholders and Ivorian stakeholders, and organizing joint events to both see how can Tunisian agritechs work together with partners in Senegal and Côte d'Ivoire to enter the market, but also how Tunisian counterparts can work together with Senegalese and Ivorian agritech startups to enter the Tunisian market. Of course, here, I mean, we would love to go beyond the language barrier, and we are very aware that this is something quite persistent in the work we do. Another way we do things is, so we don't want the farmers and the techies being disconnected and not being linked at all. So we organize immersive activities that we called field trips. Basically, we bring together farmers, and this is something we've done in Accra quite recently, and agri-tech startups. We organize a trip together. For example, we did it in Kumasi, in startups from Accra to Kumasi, where they can actually get to see, most of them, what's happening. And they can assess the needs of the farmers directly, both through workshops that we've done there, but also through B2Bs. And here, I mean, we already have some businesses happening. We see that it's really good to attend conferences, to showcase our work, to meet, you know, in good fancy tables, etc. But it's also good to make this immersion in this co-creation process. So, I would now move to how we see the agritechs, let's say, in what we do, is we see them on 4 levels when it comes to, because what we do is we try to work on very integrated value chain approach. And one of the reasons as well where we work in Agritech is we believe that tech is transformative at all the steps of the value chain. So, that's why for us the first category is we work with startups dealing with what we say, what GSMA calls smart farming. So Soukalim Baimi, for example, in Senegal, leverages data that they get both from drones, but also from satellite imaging, using, of course, artificial intelligence to process the data and gives the farmers actual info on the quality of the soil, on the fertility levels of, especially when it's like big crops. This is what we call smart farming. And of course, there is a more advanced level, which is using, I mean, more IoT systems and precision farming. The second area where we work, and this typology is used in many other partners, is the operations. So here we have several startups as well in our cohorts who do ERP, enterprise management, but for farming or for cooperatives. And here it's a more, let's say, very procedure level on how the cooperatives can manage their membership, can collect fees directly, can also do their communications, their newsletters, but really adapted to this sector per se, which is very different, for example, from tourism or from real, let's say, pure tech like software development, etc. The third is very, very important, is access to market. And again, I cannot mention it enough. So marketplaces, We work, for example, with a startup called Jinokun in Benin that offers fresh produce straight from the farm, so it's really farm to fork. Also, startups. I mean, some startups also. Some cooperatives also get their marketplaces. So not only agri-tech startups per se. And here also the access to market information is really important. So startups, for example, like MobiPay in Uganda provides insights to farmers, and they do this on a subscription basis using USSD. Providing information about either the weather, either the market prices, either the market disruptions happening because one container of inputs did not arrive. I mean, these are the context. And lastly, which is something really important, is we don't want to see Agritech as also a specific sector. We are aware that categorizing is good, but also if we want this value chain approach, we need to take into account two other types, are the fintechs and the logistics startups. So why the fintechs? I mean, a startup, for example, like AgroCenta in Ghana, maybe some of you are familiar with them, provides at the same time means of payments to their farmers, but also access to more sustainable what happens after things, such as pension, for example, such as access to financial services, such as access to like credits, loans, etc. And here the role of fintechs for agri is really, really important. So this is also a sector we support, but with the link to agritechs. The second one, as I mentioned, is the logistics startups. When I say the logistics startups, it can range from warehouse management to startups doing, let's say, transportation and tracking. I mean, a bigger topic common is traceability, transparency, that was mentioned by Talaj this morning. And here, supporting startups that digitize, let's say, the route of one produce to another. Where does it stop? Did it cross the border, etc., is really important. In Senegal, we work with Logido, which is a logistics startup that is doing quite well, raising funds, etc., which also contributes to the agri-tech value chain. So, as you can see, we don't want to isolate. I mean, Talaj also mentioned it's not a very interesting topic. Well, this does not work anymore. So it's not a very attractive topic to talk only about farming, but farming is not only farming. It also encompasses other tech sectors that are used to improve it and to make more opportunities out of it. I don't know why it does not work. If you can change the slides. Thank you. So it happens that I also reached my presentations. So thank you very much for your interest, and we are more than happy to connect and to collaborate. Just for maybe for the scope where we operate, I will give the overall countries so that we position ourselves as well. So in West Africa, we work in Ghana, in Senegal, in Côte d'Ivoire, in Benin, in Mali. In East Africa, work in Uganda, in Ethiopia, Tanzania, Rwanda, Zambia, well, a bit south, east south. Thank you so much, and glad to connect.
Thank you, Haifa. And there's time for one question, or we can go, because we are 5 minutes late, but I think we can manage it.
Speaking too much, huh?
Yeah. No. It's been perfect. Thank you, Haifa. Thank you again.
Thank you. I'm here for questions. We can just have a quick chat as well, if you wish.
Okay. That's it. And so it's now time. Yeah.
No, okay, it's for George.
Hello, George. George Megas here for you, National Documentation Center, Greece. So I leave it to you. Microphone's for you.
Waiting for the presentation, just. Okay, perfect. Hi again, and we're going to go on, let's say, a real lesson on the European funding programs and collaboration supporting programs. I'm George Megas from Greece, and as every country, also Greece has national contact points for Horizon Europe programs. Horizon Europe is the biggest European program for research and innovation, and I am the national contact point for Cluster 4, Digital, Industry and Space. Continuing, my organization is based in Athens, close to Faro, close to the beach and the sea the last 2 years, because we moved, and we deal with digital transformation, with research and innovation support. We provide the research and innovation statistics to Eurostat and Elstat, the Greek organization similar to Eurostat, and we communicate science as also research and development outcomes. Okay, I'm clicking it. So what we do there, and mostly we are dealing with pan-European programs and networks, so everything we do is also expanded in all the other European countries, in some cases into outside Europe, and we're going to hope for more expansion. We're members of the Enterprise Europe Network. The Enterprise Europe Network, if you have heard about it or not, is the biggest globally network, the biggest in the world network for collaborations for innovation. We support Greek and, in our case, Greek companies to reach other companies abroad for technological, business or research and development collaborations. The French colleagues do the same for France, the Korean do the same for Korea. I remember in the past there were offices in Africa, in some countries, but now I checked the system and there were no, let's say, supportive offices there. They were not very active in the past, if I remember well, because I tried to send some companies of mine there and there were not many responses. Maybe because the funding was not the same as it was for the European offices. And the African offices or offices in some other countries are doing it in, let's say, voluntarily way. We are members of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology in the health sector. EIT is something that the European Union builds to create and support startups and students in various thematics. There is EIT Digital, EIT Health, EIT Raw Materials. Now there is a new EIT, EIT Water. It's very important, and what they do, they have programs around 20 or 30 every year for startups, with funding for early seed startups to scale-ups, and they have programs for students. Some of those are open for globally, but most of them are still open for European students and startups. But again, as we participate in EIT Health, we will try to support these connections and expansions of the programs to other startups and build collaborations outside Europe. I want to ask how much time I have in general, because, like, let's say 10 minutes. Okay. So, continuing, we're also a European Digital Innovation Hub partner. Our Digital Innovation Hub, like the ones that the AfriConEU is trying to connect, the European Union gave money to build the network of European Digital Innovation Hubs. We were accepted and selected. Our Digital Innovation Hub has many organizations from Athens, Attica region, and we're dealing with energy, environment, urban mobility, and maritime and culture, of course, enabled by AI in this case. And we're national contact points for Horizon Europe. These are some agro-food companies that I have worked with from Greece, through mostly some European Union, like Horizon Europe projects and programs that were dealing with agro-food, like for agri-food I told you in the past, in the previous discussion. Some collaboration cooperatives, and continue a little bit more about the Enterprise Europe Network. These are some of the partners of the Enterprise Europe Network, and how do we help companies and organizations with the Enterprise Europe Network? There is a database where everyone can have access, and you can just go to the Enterprise Europe Network website and check the database where there are profiles, or as we call them, partner search profiles of companies and organizations that offer things or they request things. Technological support, they offer their solutions, and you can find it and you can search for it and you can create an expression of interest alone or through an office. This is an example of, let's say, a partner search profile on the Enterprise Europe Network System database. This is an autonomous mobile solution capable to perform omnidirectional trajectories in all terrains using conventional wheels. This is important for farming, I guess, as well, and for autonomous, let's say, robots and farming vehicles. And in each part of this presentation, where you see the green letters, I have a way on how the Enterprise Europe Network can collaborate with European or other digital innovation hubs. You are a digital innovation hub, or you're working with a digital innovation hub, and you're trying to, let's say, help ideas or SMEs or startups mature, and you enable them through digital technologies, artificial intelligence, 5G or whatever. Maybe in the beginning you need to find another technology to match it up with your startup's technology, something to integrate in their solutions and create a better solution or take their solution a bit further. You can create a profile on the Enterprise Europe Network and try to seek out these, let's say, additional parts, solutions, or something that you might need. Sensors, maybe test your robot's sensitivity, something that you might not have. So this is a collaboration, the same that the European Union is thinking on how to support the connections of their two networks, the Digital Innovation Hub and the Enterprise Europe Network, which is established in more than 6 countries already and working for 20 years now. Here, a Korean company has developed an AI-based digital healthcare service for livestock disease detection under commercial agreement, and they are selling it under commercial agreement with technical assistance. So if you want to use this, or if you want to test it somehow, you can start discussing with this company, and you can contact the Korean office by yourself if you go to the platform and check with this profile code down below or with the name. You can create an expression of interest again, and you can collaborate. If you are in one of these 60 countries that the network has presence, then you can create also your own profile. If you are in a country that the network doesn't have a presence, you cannot create your own profile, but you can connect with the others already created there. Here's a Greek example. And let's say that you're in this client journey, that you're supporting your client or your startup or your company, and you're utilizing services from digital innovation hubs or from incubators and accelerators, and then the Enterprise Europe Network, and you're coming to a technology readiness level 9 or 10, ready to go to the market. You have a solution. Then you can create business offer, put on the system, and then try to find partners and investors or someone to even help you, I don't know, do a licensing agreement or something with. So this is, again, we talked about the platform, and we said that the Enterprise Europe Network has this database, but also what we do is create big brokerage events using the B2Match system like the ones you're using here today. In every conference, EU or globally wide, that there is innovation, or let's say in most of the conferences there is a presence of the Enterprise Europe Network. We have chairs and tables, you can sit with other partners and discuss and start doing business. First, you go to the platform and you try to find your partners there. For example, in Anuga, which is related to food, for the Mobile World Congress, in Marimatch in Athens, we have the presence of the Enterprise Europe Network. Recently, we created an online, continuously ongoing platform for collaboration about the increase of the supply chain and the resilience of the supply chains EU-wide. You can check this and you can propose solutions that might be adopted by European Union companies or organizations. And we support, support the transition of researchers and research, let's say, teams and spin-offs to go to the market as well. Now, I don't know if you're familiar about Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is the biggest program for research and innovation in Europe and maybe globally. It has almost 90 billion for this period. And it has these three pillars. On the first pillar, we see programs related to research, like the European Research Council and Marie Curie, to let's say, individual research, let's say. In the pillar number 2, global challenges and European industrial competitiveness, we see the main typical clusters, where in the past were called societal challenges. Cluster 1 is dealing with proposals and requests for solutions in health. Cluster 4 about digital, industry and space. And pillar 3 is dealing with proposals related to innovation, startups and innovation ecosystems. We also have the missions that the European Union proposed, and these are having their own calls for proposals that you can also submit your ideas and your solutions and your proposals with big consortia. One of the missions, as we can see here, is the soil health and food and avoidance of desertifications and other issues like that. These are the countries that are also affiliated with Horizon Europe, and you can apply for funding directly. You're automatically eligible for funding if you are in these countries of low and medium income, as we call them, and they're not member states, as you can see, of course. And it's important to know that. It's okay. I'm just having some strategies that govern these funding calls. And cluster 4, which is about digital stuff and smart industry stuff and let's say space stuff, is still governed by the Green Deal, for example, by the Circular Economy Action Plan. Every call there, even if it is about 5G or AI, is somewhere like circular chips and microprocessors, for example. This is something that the European Union is giving a lot of focus lately. And it focuses also, these programs focus on collaborations. I'm not going to go in detail on this. And for example, cluster 4, digital industry and space, is divided in 6 destinations. The first 2 are related to smart industry, resilient industry, natural resources, and the 3, 4, and 6 are focused on digital technologies, AI, data analytics, and 5G, and the rest. And 5 is related to space. I did not analyze all the calls that will be opening on 2023 on digital and space, but I have you here because also we don't have the work programs yet, because the work programs are renewed every 2 years, so we're going to have the new work programs for 2023, 2024. But I stole some stuff from the new draft of space, and I'm showing it to you. These are calls that will be open in the next, let's say, period, and there are calls that ask for innovators in the area of digital space and smart industries and smart space to use Copernicus sentinels and satellites to submit proposals with partners. Usually in Horizon, we need 3 partners from 3 different countries at least. Usually it's 7, 10 partners to, let's say, 2 minutes, to apply to these very interesting calls. What happened here? Okay, I'll look at this way. This monitor is reloading. For example, there will be calls asking for the Copernicus atmosphere monitoring service evolution, where you have to come up with ideas to evolve this atmospheric monitoring service. Here, for example, we can see from the reports of 2018 how we use the Copernicus systems, and of course, what is their goal, the sentinels and satellites. Of course, agriculture is one of their main focuses of the Copernicus systems and satellites. But other areas are very interesting as well. Health, insurance, and they're all familiar to Agritech, since we're talking about Agritech from the morning. We can see here examples from this report of how the Copernicus systems were used in Africa. We talked about insurances with Haifa before, or insurance companies. We talked about, and now here we're talking about, let's say, water management, and how a company in a farming company and a startup company collaborated to increase the water management through actually monitoring with precision agriculture and monitoring directly the needs of the plants in water, and using other things like the the root area index and the leaf area index and the water saturation of the soil, and all these things combined with satellite imagery to create the direct, exact needs of watering of the field. Here, of course, I don't know if you knew about this, but you can go to the Copernicus Open Access Hub and download all the data that you want, all the satellite images that you want and are available, and you can work with them on a GIS system and then create your own solutions, your own even applications, or just create a decision support system. Other calls that will be opening, don't use this because still it's a draft, they might change, but it's to give you an insight. And another thing that is now a hot trend is the Cassini Space Entrepreneurship Initiative. It's, let's say, a sub-program of the space program that will help startups with hackathons, prizes, and other opportunities. There's an open opportunity here for marine ecosystems, and if you have a startup that wants to deal with this and use data from satellites, then you can go and work with this. I cannot talk about this because I don't have a lot of time. And I also stole some stuff from the work program of Cluster 6, which is a cluster about the bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, environment, and I actually control left and Africa, and I saw all the topics that are actually seeking for collaboration with Africa, collaboration between European union organizations and SMEs, and African also. For example, we have the Horizon Cluster 6 Farm to Fork call, which calls about the EU and African Union cooperation and linking the activities of the food and nutrition security and sustainable agriculture, the FNSSA. There is a strategy behind this as well. You can find partnership and those of the Pan-African Network of Economic Analysis of Policies. You can see the proposals and you can see the expected outcomes, and you can see that the proposals that will be selected will receive around 4 million to work on these projects. I have to wrap it up, but I think that this was an interesting slide. And here are the policies that you can find that are governing these calls as well. And you can see the EU-Africa cooperation strategy and the platform. Okay. Of course, the EIC Accelerator, which is funding very risky SMEs and startups with grant up to 2.5 million and equity funding up to 15 million, and it funds the top of the top startups in Europe and also the affiliated countries, is there and it's available for you to apply. Because on the previous slide I saw that is what it says, low and middle income countries are eligible for the EIC Accelerator, the European Innovation Council Accelerator. Which is, we have to be the top of the top. You have to be the new, I don't know, TikTok, the new Facebook, the new IKEA idea of business model. You have to be top of the top. But this program is there for you as well. In Greece, we have, let's say, the new program, 0 participations. Till last week, we had the first winner. This is a past winner of the previous program, as an example, which was much smaller than now. And thank you.
Thank you, George. Megas, National Documentation Center, Greece. It's now time. Lawrence Afere. Hello, Lawrence. Nice to meet you. And Springboard Cooperative Farming Innovation in Nigeria. And
in the breakout room, we are going to have Sasa Strauss presenting about the ITC Agri-Food Cluster.
Thank you, Joseph. Welcome, Lawrence.
Still 10 minutes, so more time?
It's 20.
20 minutes, okay, all right. Okay. Good morning or good afternoon. Okay, so thank you for staying by. My name is Lawrence Afere, and I come from southwest Nigeria, Ondo State to be precise. I'm a rural boy, and I love to call myself a farmer. And so you can call me African Farmer Lawrence. So I'm very passionate about small-scale farmers, and I got into the sector by passion and vision. My parents are farmers. My mom, my dad, they are small-scale farmers. While growing up, I I never wanted to be a farmer, and my parents did not pray that I should be a farmer. We are 8 in our family, 8 children, and so my parents saved so much money. Poor farmers, they saved so much money to actually send me to one of the best universities in Nigeria, Covenant University, so that I could one day graduate, work in the oil and gas or banking sector. And the idea was that, Lawrence, you would make enough money and then take care of the family, take care of your younger ones. We are spending so much money on you so that you can help the family to become rich. And so that was the mindset. Every time I go to the farm with my parents, I see the way they were struggling. And I see their friends and colleagues, they were also struggling as small-scale farmers. So I would join them to work on the farm, and when it was time for them to harvest, they would harvest. And you can imagine putting a year of hard work into growing cocoa, and then you sell a kilo for a penny. And one day I will ask my dad, this one bag of cacao beans, how much did you sell it? And then they'll tell you, okay, it's just 5,000 naira, it's just 10,000 naira. And I will ask them, so if we have 10 bags, that's still small. And so they were not getting so much from the hard work that they were putting into farming. And not just my parents, all their friends, they were stranded, they were at the same level. And who was making the money from this hard work? The middlemen. They were making so much money, and the poor farmers were not able to take care of their families. They were not able to send their kids to school. When they were sick, no money for hospital bills. So it was a cycle of poverty. So I sat down one day and I asked myself, what is it I can do to help small-scale farmers in Nigeria to benefit much more from the value chain? And I said, well, I think I'm going to be a farmer. And one day I told my parents, when I was about to graduate from the university, that I would be coming back home to Akure, our small town. And my parents said, why would you come home? Because you have gone to school. They expected that I would stay in Lagos, get a good job, and then be sending money back home. And I said I would want to do something different with my life. Do you know my parents actually thought I was bewitched? In Nigeria, when you don't follow the path that your parents create for you, because they know that this is the path to success. For example, when they ask you to go abroad, and you say, I'm not going abroad, you can imagine there's an opportunity for you to go to Europe and make money, and you say no. They will say you are bewitched, that there's a witch that is haunting your destiny, that does not want you to become successful. That was what my parents told me. You don't want to stay in the city. You want to come back to Akure, a low-income community, and do what? And I said I want to be a farmer. That was the whole thing. My parents took me to the herbalist to actually pray for me. And then the herbalist said, there's a witch in our family that knew the path that I would take to success. And that witch would not allow me to go there. You understand? And they did a lot of things, and eventually I went to Lagos. I got a very good job in Lagos. I was a partner of one organization, but this idea of helping small-scale farmers, helping young people in the rural community get good job and all of that was very strong on my mind. And I think I spent around 3 months on the job, and I came back home and never to return to the city. And so I didn't know where to start because my parents were not happy, but eventually I found a way. So if you look at, these are problems that I saw while I was growing up with my parents on the farm. The agri sector employs around 30% of the workforce, 80% farmers live in, of course, all of this, you find it on the internet, they are all there, but they are real to me. And so when I was trying to analyze, okay, what is the real problem so that I could help to create solutions to these challenges that were faced, I came across this. In the 60s, I saw that the agri space in Nigeria was very vibrant. It was cool to say you want to be a farmer. In the 60s in Nigeria, when you mentioned that you are a son of a farmer, maybe in the 50s, they would say you are the son of a rich person, because farmers in the 60s, the 50s, were rich They were really rich. So we had we were the largest exporter of shelled granite. We were doing over 500,000 tons in the 60s. 47% global market share. What about in cacao? We were the second largest producer of cacao in the 60s. Nigeria was the second largest producer. We provided 18%, about 50,000 tons. Tomato, 65% of Africa's tomato. We produced it in the 60s. My country did that. Oil, we had 43% global share, and agriculture was a pride then. So if you come today, after the discovery of oil in Nigeria, the government lost it. They decided we now want to focus on what is giving us money, and that was oil. Productivity went down, accountability was low, and farming became, and that time, all parents, farmers were sending their kids to school so that they could work in the oil and gas. And so a lot of things happen. Now we have in the granite when you hear granite pyramid, then in Kano, like they would stack it. It was so huge. Today, it fell to zero from the 80s. We don't have any granite anymore. We don't export granite. Cacao, we are now the 6th. From the 2nd to the 6th, we do around 200,000 tons now. So poor. Tomato, we are now the largest importer of tomato paste. And see where we were. Palm oil, we lost it as well. Nigeria now spends, I got this data, I think about 2 years ago, $5 million a day for rice importation. And this is a country that can grow good rice. Agriculture, not seen as sexy anymore. No young person in its right state of mind wants to go to agriculture. So when you say you want to do farming, it's like you are crazy. You don't know what you are doing. So I decided I was going to start something that will help young people, that will help small-scale farmers. And I came up with Springboard, something that would, a platform that would launch, that would propel these small-scale farmers into a new mindset, new profit, new yield, profitability, and productivity. And so we have a vision. And then, of course, our target is to have 10,000 small-scale farmers by 2030. If you look at the average farmer in Nigeria, you see that they earn between $150 and $300 annually. It's so ridiculous. So our target is to help them jump to 1,500. It's small, but it's still good. You can still get to that level. And so we use a cooperative movement to help to empower these small-scale farmers. When small-scale farmers work together, they have this voice. They have this, they can pull resources together. They are strong enough to do things on their own. And so that's what we're bringing back to the farming space. And we have expanded our operations to around 6 states in Nigeria, more than 50 communities. Our farmers grow cacao, plantain, beans, rice, and recently, with the support of USAID, we're doing edible insect, edible crickets. And so we have reached 10,000 plus, but members that are registered within our cooperative are a little over 1,000. So we try to empower Nigerian small-scale farmers in this area. We categorize them into 2. We looked at small-scale farmers that are disempowered. These are farmers who are earning between $300 to $400. So we help to say, okay, we're going to help you to move a little up to $1,500. And they're excited about this. And then we look at farmers that are, they don't have access to the marketplace that can give them good price. And then we'll say, okay, the cooperative will buy your goods and then you can get fair share. They have poor yield, they lack expertise, lack support to produce more and all of that. So then we move them from here to here. So when you are joining the cooperative, we show you this. There's a graphic way of showing it to them. This is where you are currently, this is where the cooperative is moving you to. So they're excited about the journey and they really want to see how that will happen. Then we are organized and add value along 3 chain. These are we work at the national level and then the communal level and then the individual level. Okay, so we recruit them at the individual and then join the cluster level and then the community and then we don't, at the national level we only coordinate. We don't enforce things on them at the cluster level. So these are the 6 core strategic activities that the cooperative uses. So we recruit our members based on the disempower to empower model that I just showed you. And then the groups are not managed by the national cooperative. The farmers organize themselves at the community level, which we call cluster level. And we ask them to function between 25 to 35 farmers so that it's not too large for you to coordinate. So after the recruitment process is done, we come and then provide training for them on the best practices, organic farming and all of those things. And we also give them training on how they can manage their cooperative so that it's sustainable. We usually make use of farmer-to-farmer training models. Small-scale farmers, they are so, when you say you are a trainer or a facilitator from the university, they don't want to relate with you. They tell you that we've been farming before you were born. So when a lecturer comes from the university setting and say, okay, we want to help you to maximize yield, they will ask, how do you want to do it? Our forefathers taught us how to farm, and you are coming, you only read things in a book and you want to train us. It's not possible. So we train the farmers and we use them to train more farmers. They are more comfortable and then open to knowledge when it comes to that. Then after the training level is done, we go into the support phase. We provide certification. We partner with a number of platforms that do that for us. Rainforest Alliance, Barricadebot, Horizon, and Holam and all of that. Then we do pre-financing for these farmers, and then insurance, extension, blah, blah, a lot of things that we do in the support area. Then we move into the exciting part of the whole thing, which has been a main problem for the small-scale farmers, the marketplace. We buy 100% quality of all their produce. We use the upspoke collection model in clusters. So within each community, we have the cooperative settings. So the producers sell to the cooperative within the community. So at the cluster level, we clustered some communities that are near to each other. And so we collate, and then the 2 minutes? Okay. And so you understand that. So we buy 100% quality produce at good prices. Our farmers make good margin from their produce, and then they get premium. So we sell locally, and then at international markets for fair trade. We also had value where necessary. So we are always looking at how do the farmers make more money. Is it by selling or by adding value? For example, our cacao beans, we turn to chocolate. We have a chocolate factory that turns our beans, but of course, we don't have the capacity to produce so large, so we still sell some of our beans to Europe. And then the edible cricket insect, it's a diversification program for our farmers. We train all our farmers to produce cricket insects. Etymology is not new in the country, but rearing of insects is new, and that's a kind of diversification project for these farmers. So we buy all the cricket from them, turn to powder, and then to the staple food called bread in Nigeria. NAFDAC, the agency that represents food certification in Nigeria, just tested the bread and found 42% protein in that. And that's good. You can eat the bread that contains protein, so you're good to go. And so the plantain that we also buy from our farmers, we turn to plantain chips that is sold across Nigeria. Then we use low-cost technology to empower farmers. We onboard them on SME banking platform. Farmers, for the first time, are able to use, ATM card. The excitement that, okay, now I can use the bank, I can save money. I think it's a good thing for them. Then low-cost technology for our farmers to rear edible. This is the way our farmers rear their edible cricket insect. Then low-cost technology for our farmers to irrigate and weed their farms, which has also been a problem for them, rather than spend time using the cutlass and all of that, so they can do this. Then our farmers are onboarded on the global digital sustainability platforms to trace the supply chain from farm to factory. So the cocoa farmers especially, if you want to get premium, you have to be sustainable. You have to do organic and all of that, and then you must be certified. So we've been able to help our farmers get registered on those platforms. Then, of course, our farmers are happy. They can take selfies. And then, you understand, making agriculture cool, sexy for young Nigerians is something that we are pushing hard. And that's why we are helping the small-scale farmers to be successful first in terms of revenue and income. And then the young people can say, okay, these farmers are successful. Then I think it's something we can also do. Imagine when young people, fresh blood, come into the space, they have the energy, they have the drive, they can do much more than the small scale, the aged farmers are doing themselves. So some of the pictures, we have 27 full-time staff. These are my staff. My wife, Ellen, also works with me. And then we do a number of tree planting projects. And this is our cocoa store. And the season just started. So if you need organic beans from Nigeria, please, you can reach out to me. And some of our farmers who are currently doing their training. So some of our partners, the Mitsubishi Fund for Europe and Africa, US Embassy. We have USAID and some of them here in Europe as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lawrence. Very inspiring. Thank you very much. And it's now time for the Tech for Development panel, the second panel for this morning. So please, the panelists, just come up here and we start in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Microphone for questions.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I like the conversations going on. People are trying to catch up. Yeah. So you're welcome to the next session.
There's a clicker?
Yeah.
And they should have an email with the codes.
All right. So I will allow you some 2 minutes. Remember that Joseph said earlier that after each session, we are going to request a feedback from you. So if you check in your emails, you must have received a link to give a feedback, or you can also scan. That's technology, what we are talking about. You can also scan and be able to give feedback on the Agritech session and other presentations. So I will allow for 3 minutes for us to do that, and then we can dive into our session. So I think you can also give feedback while you wait. That would be good. Okay. And also for those who are also watching this in Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, Tanzania, you can also do the same. The projection is also made at your end. You can scan. You must have also received an email with a link. Also provide a feedback on your takeaways from the session on Agritech. Let me check on who is first to finish, then I give the person a prize. You finished? Your prize is a big thank you. How many of us are done? Okay. All right. Then just 1 minute more, and then we can start. Okay, so you can continue to give your feedback as you listen to us. You are again welcome to this session on technology for development. My name is Gideon Brefo from Ghana. I work with Hyperspace Innovation Hub. And for the next 30 minutes, we are going to be discussing technology for development. I think the first session has done us some good, but they've just discussed a very little portion of technology for development, focusing on agriculture. But as we see now, technology is affecting every aspect of human life, like what we are even doing right now. Meeting here in person and other people from different countries also watching us and participating. That's technology and an impact. And so you are welcome, my panelists. These are people that are very experienced in the field of technology and impact and development. And I'm sure that we are going to learn a lot from you. And also, please, I will leave some time for all of you so that if you have some questions, you can also ask and then add your contribution. I will allow you to do your own introductions because the profiles are bigger than me. So each of you is going to have about a minute to introduce yourself. I will just start with Tapiwa, who is just sitting next to me, to introduce yourself.
Thanks, Gideon. And thanks to the organizers for inviting all of us. My name is Tapiwa Nyandoro. I work for a company called Impact Hub. Impact Hub is a global network of social innovation spaces. We have about 100 spaces globally. We're in more than 60 countries now. And how I fit into the system is that I am a development lead within the organization, working on developing new partnerships for us, new ways of working, new themes for us to work on, particularly within Africa, where we have 12 of those 100+ spaces that I mentioned before. And really glad to be on the panel this morning.
Right, good to have you.
Hi all, I'm Filippo Sala. I'm one of the co-founder of Startup Africa Road Trip. All of us are volunteer, and our non-profit associations aims to make formation and coaching in the entrepreneurship, especially in East Africa. So we started in Kenya, Tanzania, and then Uganda, and we hope the next year to be present in Rwanda. So thank you.
Hello everybody, my name's Anthony, I'm from the UK. I'm the co-founder of Enterprise Academy, which is a business that builds early stage capacity building and training programs for entrepreneurs across the African continent. And alongside that, I run a not-for-profit called London Africa, and that is UK's biggest community of people working in the UK-Africa corridor to support the growth of startups, so founders, investors, government officials, and anybody else in that sector. And my kind of overarching piece I work on really is around helping investors internationally to look at the African continent and understand it and find investment opportunities. And previous to this, I was with Google for startups doing something similar. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Eleanor Kanje and I'm a professor at Business School Lausanne and also a researcher and entrepreneur as well. And my passion for technology for development honestly is embedded in my own research, working with women entrepreneurs on the African continent and also redeveloping the framework of business, especially at the business school, and looking at ways in which we can be a lot more impactful and service-oriented when it comes to our business practices.
Right, don't pass it on yet.
Oh.
Let me be a gentleman. They say lady first and start with you, being the only lady in our midst, and somebody who is researching in the field of technology and innovation. What role do you think technology is playing in innovation?
I mean, we talked about this a little bit in our conversation, Gideon, but I think technology is so critical. It's critical in innovation. I mean, as we can see in so much of our research and even in our own experiences, when we utilize technology effectively, and like the first panel talked about today, it allows us to do a lot more. It allows our people to be able to more effectively collaborate and also, honestly, jump over, fast forward certain types of systems that we're utilizing before. So I think technology is critical to innovation. And I think the most important thing is our ability to be able to teach our entrepreneurs, our youth, our women on how to effectively harness the power of technology. Not be scared of it, but actually embrace it and figure out innovative ways in which they can utilize it, especially for projects that have to do with social impact. So it's kind of a redundant answer considering where we are, but it is so important.
Yes, I agree to that because, you know, now, usually when people come out of the university, they seem to have a huge disconnect between academia and industry, and probably it's because of the teaching methodologies.
Absolutely,
and that they are not introduced to that. So it's good you have mentioned that.
Absolutely,
Right. Now, let me come to you, William. Concerning Anthony, rather, we are also looking at the startup phase, right? How is technology also affecting the whole startup ecosystem, both in Africa and in Europe, because you have been working across Europe and Africa?
Yeah, and I think technology is really important when you talk about the UK-Africa tech corridor, right, because of the geographical disconnect and distance. I think it's really actually simple. I know we've got a lot of new innovation technology coming out, but the simple piece is actually the ability to connect people, and there's a lot of digital hubs here. And of course, we can talk about training, capacity building as one of the key things hubs do, but really the unique thing a hub can do is be the super connector, the conduit between everybody in the ecosystem, and create access for entrepreneurs to, whether it be investors, whether it be mentors, whether it be professional services. So actually, what technology is allowing us is two things, is really create an efficient way for those key characters to engage with each other. So I'll talk a bit in my session around how you can effectively connect investors and startups who are very busy, but how do you efficiently connect the right ones with the right people at the right time? And also, secondly, how do you do that at scale? How do you create a larger group of people that can connect together, particularly international communities? You know, we talk about being here and convening, but we've got this online platform where we can do the networking. It's really simple technology, but it's efficiently allowing us to connect with people at scale, awareness of the people that previously we probably didn't have. And COVID was a bad thing that happened globally, but what it did was it accelerated the use of simple technology to create those connections. And us as leaders here, our goal is to make sure we get the right people together through those platforms to create that awareness. So for me, that's a really big opportunity at a very simplest level, is connecting the right people at scale.
Right. That's very good. And I love the fact that you've given an example showing how you are using technology to connect investors to startups and people from the two different continents. Now, let me come to you, Tapiwa. Are there examples? You are working with the Impact Hub network, and so working across with a number of them. Are there any examples showing technology impacting on the startup space and the collaboration between the two continents?
Yeah, definitely. I think with the Impact Hub network, we've been around since 2005, so 17 years somehow in the business. And I think it's more recently that we realized that, you know, with this expansive network that we've now built, more than 100 spaces across the globe, you know, the way that we can really leverage our presence in all of those places is to do something that we're calling trans-local programs. So these are programs that are incubation acceleration programs that are delivered in multiple countries at the same time. And I think in, you know, speaking about the trans-local programs and also technology, I think what we're finding is that when we deliver these trans-local programs and we allow the entrepreneurs to connect across the various locations, they now have this kind of shared language as well. So within you know, the the development space and the development agenda that's been there in the past that was perhaps traditional, and there was that disconnect. Now that we're all speaking about these technological solutions, there's this kind of, more collaboration that can happen because people really, they understand each other in different ways than they may have in the past.
Right, that's good. Thank you for sharing that. Now, Filippo, you have been working in some African countries and also promoting this technology for development, infrastructure-wise. Do you think we are prepared for this?
I think we have been quite impressed about some capital city, like we have been in Kampala and also in Kigali in Rwanda, and we have been impressed about the development of these cities, about some infrastructure. Of course, maybe the rest of the country could be improved, especially in the internet infrastructure or in the creating a bridge between the rest of the countries. But it is really important to do. Let me say about the examples that last week I was in Milan in a biotech conference, and a old age professor, like 80 years old, told to all of the presents that in the 80s at corporate they needed like 1,000 people to do research, but now with artificial intelligence they can do it with just 1 people, and maybe an hour instead of 6 months. So it's really important to create a connection and the correct infrastructure in each fields. Before of it, we talk about Agritech, but also, for example, biotech, and everything using the data helps to, I don't know, in Europe help to create vaccine in less than 1 year. And of course, we look at US for the innovations. I think Africa also can look to EU, European Union, and to close the gap.
Right, thank you. Now, Anthony, what do you also think? You have been working with some Africans through the platforms that you have created. Do you think infrastructure-wise, we are prepared for that?
I mean, the technology and the kind of hardware and software you're using to communicate, and I relate it back to everything we do around these kind of digital hub connections, is there. But when we talk about infrastructure, I think I'll draw the case of, say, South Africa, where a well-established country, and it's got some great ecosystems there, but they famously have load shedding, where they have planned and unplanned power outages across the country. And obviously that is an immediate effect. If you have a load shedding, a power outage, it affects your ability to do business or communicate. But also there's in that perception of, say, international investors coming into the country and saying, well, it's load shedding, how can you scale and affect business and digital business with this as an issue? So I think there are some, when we talk about some very core infrastructural things, it's not leveling up as quick as the ecosystem leveling up. And an interesting point, this is why then it's important when you talk about, well, how do you engage across the ecosystem, from investors to founders to government, and say what roles have people got to play. You may say in these countries where you have bad infrastructure issues, and the government says, how can we help to get more investors on the continent? Well, actually, you can take a step back. Don't worry about that right now. Look at those core infrastructure, because you may be a startup who get around the issue of load shedding in South Africa because you run your business in a certain way, you have generators or whatever it might be, but that doesn't stop the perception of investor broadly saying, I'm not looking at South Africa as much as an opportunity because of these core things. So if the government shows that they're doing these things, but the infrastructure in place, it'll allow us to focus our time and energy working with startups and founders. So it is a case there is more infrastructural development needed, but I think there are some very clear areas like energy that are important to that, but probably don't directly get correlated to startups, investment in digital hubs. But that's where you can focus that time onto government and other areas, say, leave the startup and investor stuff to us, but focus on the infrastructure that embeds and underlies all of that.
Right, thank you. So now let me be a bit controversial here, Eleanor. So do you think that the advancements in technology is bringing Europe and Africa together, or putting us apart?
do I think that investment in technology is bringing Europe and Africa together, or is it bringing us apart? I mean, I think the answer is a little bit more nuanced than that. I think because of conversations like this today, this meeting today, this is evidence that there is collaborations that are happening as with the advancement of technology that are allowing conversations to happen between Africa and Europe. Do I think those conversations can be a lot more effective? Absolutely. Do I think that it can be a lot more intentional? Absolutely. Going back to this issue of infrastructure and the necessity of the public and the private to work together, for regional organizations to work together and actually learn from each other. I think there are there's a need for good practice exchanges. There's a way that business, I mean, at least based on my experience and research for sure, some of the most effective methodologies that the women that I worked with utilize is this initiative where they were able to come to Europe, learn, but also having individuals, investors from Europe going into the African continent to really understand the way that business is done, the way that initiatives are being implemented in a way that address specific issues that are relevant for the African context, right? So those collaborations absolutely need to be strengthened, and they need to be more so done in a way that's reflective of the context, not just a transference of knowledge, not to say this has worked in Europe, let's go, therefore take it, and this is exactly how it's going to work on the African continent. Absolutely not. There's a need and understanding that's necessary of the individual context, but of course the exchanges are necessary, exactly what's been illustrated through this event. That exchange of knowledge, creating spaces where those conversations can happen, where knowledge exchanges can actually take place in a way that's authentic and in a way that's reflective of the knowledge gaps in Africa or in Europe, but as well as the opportunities that Africans brings and of course that our Europeans bring in those collaborations.
Right, thank you for sharing that we should contextualize it. It's
Absolutely.
not a matter of cut and paste.
Absolutely.
And then also share those knowledges. So let me come to you, Tapiwa. Are there current examples showing the successful implementation of tech in development on the African continent?
Yes.
Okay. What are some of these?
Yeah, I think, there's a lot that's happening, especially now, as Eleanor was saying, just events like this one that really highlight sort of how the development space is changing a lot in the way that we relate to each other between Africa and Europe. I think we're now reaching a place where there's a little bit more of a level playing field in the way that we understand one another. I think whereas before the relationship was more like Europe coming to develop Africa from an infrastructure and maybe aid perspective, I think nowadays it's a little bit different in that there's a little bit more of an exchange, especially around these technological aspects as well, where people have, as I mentioned before, this shared language. And I think, also with the various programs that are happening, like AfriConEU, for example, Impact Hub is involved with one that is similar called the Enriching Africa. And there's a lot of exchange happening in there in terms of, as George was mentioning, sort of this communities of researchers and also innovation spaces that have an opportunity to connect and share these various learnings. And I think as we progress into the future, we found that we're finding that there's more of these opportunities for us to grow and connect together, and I think it'll bring us closer in terms of development, and I think bring more people into the fold in terms of the youth coming in to innovate, in terms of the sharing of things like digital skills as well. So yeah, I think for sure tech and development in Africa is definitely happening.
Right, true. So now we know that tech is actually promoting development, it's bringing about impact, it's bringing the different continents together, right? Are there any questions you have for the panelists? Other than that, time is running very fast. We have just scratched the surface. Each of them is going to have opportunity to go in depth in their own presentation. Any final words? Let me again be gentle and start with the lady.
I start and I finish.
No, he's going to finish.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Gideon. Final words. I think for me, when I look at this type of technology for development, the emphasis is really on this notion of development, and that's one of the conversations that I'm going to be having in my session later on. The necessity for us to really look at how we can utilize technology in ways that are impactful in the societies in which we're embedded. So this is just not about creating effective innovation systems, but really innovation systems that are going to make a change, that are going to be transformative, that are going to create opportunities for young people, for men, for young women as well. So really looking at the utilization of technology just beyond the notion of profit, but really emphasizing that technology can be utilized for good, and it can be utilized for effective strategies that allow this new model of development that Tapio just talked about to actually grow and to actually create the kind of systemic change that we're looking for on the African continent as well as here in Europe.
Thank you so much. Now, Anthony.
That's quite a tough one to follow. That one was really, really good. I was going to say the exact same thoughts you said. No, I think going back to my kind of original point of statement, and this goes out to all those who are kind of connectors in the ecosystem, these digital hubs, the role of technology for us really has to be how we can do as much heavy lifting as possible for entrepreneurs, investors, and other ecosystem operators. So how do we create platforms that give an effective spotlight to each of those groups and allow them to connect together in a very simplified, easy way, and ultimately, beyond any of the training and any of the other things that we do as hubs, our main goal should be these super connectors that do that at scale, and how can technology allow us to do that a lot easier and do it effectively for more people, particularly when we talk about UK to Africa, forgive me saying Africa, UK to Nigeria, South Africa, or vice versa, particularly when we're looking at multiple countries and multiple sectors, multiple industries. So for me, it's about that super connector highway and how technology makes that a lot easier for us and makes more accessibility for those within the ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Now, Filippo?
I think our association was born thanks to technology. We are not based anywhere. We just work together thanks to technology, and we can do mentorship in Africa with just Google Meet, and we organize everything through cloud platform. So I think technology is cheap and fast, and it's the best way for young people to have hope, and this is the same in Africa, in Europe, and in the rest of the world to get out of the poverty, and to have also the hope to construct something for themselves. And about Africa, I have also to say that is the youngest continent of the world, and lots of people also compared to other continents in Africa wants to be entrepreneurs, and I think technology is the best friend of an entrepreneur now. So I think it's a crucial.
Thank you. Tapiwa?
Awesome. I think for me, in closing, I think it's also good to just be mindful of how much is already happening on the continent in terms of tech for development. As Impact Hub, we recently collaborated with the World Economic Forum just to look at how healthcare systems had been affected by the pandemic. So we're kind of comparing, like, what do people see as the barriers within healthcare systems, and what available entrepreneurial solutions are already out there addressing them. And I think it was really surprising to find how much is already going on. One of the key barriers that we found was the weak infrastructure, which was, I think, the one that had the biggest gap in terms of the available solutions. But when we saw one of the other gaps that was, for example, transportation of vaccines and storage systems, what we found is that, like, there's a big match between the level of that barrier and also the number of solutions that are already kind of within the various markets that are, addressing those kinds of challenges. So I think this discussion, there's more room for development and growth, but it's just really cool to see, how much is already happening on the continent as well.
There's more growth needed, but then much is also happening. Thank you so much, my panelists. Now we will go into the breakout sessions. So in here, we are going to have Tapiwa, Eleanor, and then Anthony, and then Filippo, myself, will be at the other side. So thank you, and please join any of the breakout sessions.
Thank you to all our panelists. Now it's time for Tapio, and we start within a minute. Thank you. Hello again. It's now time to leave the room to Tapio and Nyandoro. So, Tapio, up to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great. So I have something to share with you all about how Impact Hub is working around making sustainability a design principle in entrepreneurship support. And this is something that we've been doing over the past 2 years or so within our network, working specifically on thinking through how Impact Hub and how entrepreneurs can contribute to the reversal of climate change in a way. Kind of mitigation and adaptation around climate change. So we've been working with the Doen Foundation, who are based in the Netherlands, and also the Mava Foundation, who were based in Denmark. They're now closing this year. But yeah, together we've been coming up with this program of thinking of how we can make climate kind of a central way of how we work with entrepreneurs and a big part of the discussion going forward. So our ambition in doing this over the past 2 years has been really to try to see how we could make environmental sustainability a design principle within entrepreneurship support. So thinking through how we can put climate on such a pedestal that it is similar also to how we think of financial sustainability in terms of entrepreneurship support. And in doing a little bit of the scoping work before we got into the project, we found that there are actually not a lot of tools and methodology available for ecosystems to think about climate and entrepreneurship together. So we wanted to build, of course, the capacity of our impact hubs, but also other entrepreneurship support actors within various ecosystems around the world through these tools that we could see that there was a need in the market for. And then we also wanted to validate the approach with entrepreneurs themselves in a variety of different contexts. As I mentioned before, the Impact Hub has over 100 spaces across the globe, so it also created, this platform for us to kind of test some of our assumptions around this. And of course, we wanted to contribute to the sustainability discourse as well of the entrepreneurship support organization sector, and create some new data to look at, some new stories, all of these great things. So, surprise! We have a toolkit. We developed this toolkit over the past 2 years, which, as you can see, the title there is Embedding Circularity, a toolkit for incubators and accelerators. So this is now an available resource for any entrepreneurship support organization to do the same process that we did to basically make circularity and sustainability a module within any of the support that you might deliver. In our process of piloting this, we were working with 82 businesses and entrepreneurs in 11 countries across Africa and Europe. And now that we have tested it and piloted it and seen that it works across these 11 countries. We're actually thinking of translating this toolkit into a number of different languages as well. So by the end of this month, it will be available in Spanish, Portuguese, and also French. And hopefully soon, I think we'll be translating it into Arabic as well. And my hope is that we also push into Swahili so that it's also available for many of the Swahili speakers within Africa. So where did we do this work? You can see on the map there, within the pilot project, mostly between Africa and Europe, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. And then in Europe, it was tested in Croatia, Greece, Spain, and Turkey. And in the process, what did we learn? So what we've learned is that these programs are really kind of effective, and businesses also see growth when they can integrate some of these practices within their business models. We found that circularity adds value not only for nascent markets in terms of creating some awareness and raising awareness around climate and circularity and increasing that interest, but also in advanced markets where we're focusing more on building ecosystems and also improving the value chains that were already existing. And I think I wanted to bring it to this particular discussion because I think when we think of climate and circularity, we think of really like hands-on businesses, I would say, but this is really applicable to all kinds of businesses. And what we found in the process was that there were these circularity natives, so businesses that were already doing work that was circular in nature, but then there were also others that were then circularity adopters, and the toolkit and the methods that we use were actually applicable for both of those groups. And here's the kicker for those who are entrepreneurship support organizations in the room who might want to use this toolkit, is that it's very useful for you to do the process of embedding this into your entrepreneurship support activities. But yeah, there is also a need for some coaching through the process, at least in the initial stages, so a bit of a training of trainers type process. But then after that, it's really easy to sort of integrate into the way that you work. And what we found in terms of the needs going forward is that, enterprises need better access to the technical expertise, finance, and also just other ecosystem actors as well. So I think one of the areas that was most interesting to look at was just how varied the different types of support were in terms of the needs of the entrepreneurs themselves. So for us as Impact Hubs, we define the entrepreneurial journey in 4 stages, being the idea stage, the startup stage, the growth stage, and then the scaling stage. So you can see there on this matrix that we were working basically with the startup stage ventures and growth stage ventures. And then as I just mentioned, there were those that were kind of the circularity natives, and then the circularity adopters. And all of these sort of 4 quadrants would describe kind of what the relevance was for each of these various groups. So for example, for the natives that were at growth stage, the focus was on a thorough diagnostic and partnership canvassing, whereas growth stage ventures that were adopters, the focus was on kind of the business model strategies and also adapting sort of their value chains. So there are different ways that we can address these different groups depending on where they fall on this matrix. And this is a kind of information and advice that's available within the toolkit for entrepreneurship support organizations to be able to use as effectively as possible. So what happened in the program, at least with the businesses that we were working with? As you can see there, so across those 4 stages that I mentioned, the idea stage to the scaling stage, what we found was that 85% of the ventures showed growth between 2020 and 2021 in terms of their revenues. And at the growth stage, 52% showed growth by an average of 170% in terms of revenue growth just in 1 year. In terms of the number of customers that they were addressing, on average, the median was 69 before we started the program, and then by the end it was 180, so huge growth there as well. In terms of the reach, I think there was one company that, as you can see there, went from their initial customer base and now reached almost 2 million customers by the end of the program. And in terms of employment numbers, the average that we started with before the program was 11, and by the end of the program, 155 people on average were employed within the various ventures. Here are some of the examples. So, for example, in Zimbabwe, we were working with one of the ventures in the cohort was called Mtetwa Investments, and they have a plucking machine. And essentially from the advice that they received in the program about circularity and how to be more sustainable in the production of this particular machine, they were able to decrease the cost of the machine from $150 to $100 in terms of their production cost, and that also, followed on to the customers as well in a $50 reduction in the end price. Secondly, there was the ELPP, who are based in Tanzania, and they have a process of producing cassava, and through the advice in the program, they basically increased their yields by 7 times. And the last example there is Cosmotive in Rwanda, and they produce pads, and basically they were able to now produce pads that are just a little bit more sustainable in terms of their production. So as I said before, these are more so hands-on businesses, as you can see, but I think in terms of technology as well, a lot of these learnings are also applicable to tech-enabled businesses as well. So for us, what is next in terms of this toolkit and thinking about circularity? Of course, I've brought it here to share with all of you, the toolkit, so that you can take it back, maybe look through it and see whether it's relevant for your entrepreneurship support organizations. But there are a number of other events that we're also looking into in terms of sharing this. We also want to train and support more business support organizations. So if you're interested in engaging us in other regions within Africa, but also around the world, we're open to that. We're also looking to build now a network of experts and also advisors around circularity, just to kind of grow the pool that we already have, think about access to finance. We're building circular ecosystems in new places. So for example, together with the European Commission, we just signed an agreement to work together in Armenia around circularity. And we also want to expand, the methodology that we have to focus on late-stage businesses and SMEs. And here it is. If you want access, you can scan this QR code and download the toolkit for yourself, or access this website where you'll be able to find kind of our experience, stories of the ventures that were involved in the program, as well as the toolkit itself. I think that's it, and I'll leave the QR code up.
Thank you, Tapio. You're perfectly on time.
Excellent.
It's time for one question, if needed.
Yeah, any questions?
Otherwise, we are here doing networking.
Hi, thank you very much, and it's really interesting to see how that circularity has such a big impact on businesses. Could you just maybe provide an example about how that would look like in tech-enabled businesses, which is sort of more of the businesses some of the hubs we're working with are supporting, just give the context, because it's kind of very clear to see it on the hands-on businesses, but just trying to imagine in a Fintech or an e-commerce, what that would look like and what the impact of that could be for their business.
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think, with the process that we were going through in terms of the circularity pilots, we had a very diverse set of businesses that we were working with. The hands-on businesses that were shown on the previous slide, but also other, I guess, more tech-enabled businesses. And the process that we went through to identify how those businesses could be potentially more circular was to think about every component of the business itself and how it runs. So as you saw with, for example, the Tetwa example from Zimbabwe with the pluckers, very obvious, look at the plucker, see how you can make that more circular in terms of its design. But also, the things like looking into just your operations and maybe the space that you occupy, for example. Are you using, in your tech-enabled businesses, a diesel generator when the power goes out? Could you be using maybe solar energy when the power goes out? So it's as minuscule as this, but we're really looking at kind of all of the various processes that you might have. If I'm thinking of, for example, logistics companies that do delivery, what kind of fuel do you use to power those delivery vehicles? Could those be more electric? Is there a different type of system that you could be using? So it's all of these various components. We just try to make all parts of the business a little bit more circular and a little bit more friendly in terms of your relation to the climate. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. You'll have time.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you again, Tapiwa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now time for Eleonora Konya. Eleonora? Okay, wonderful. Socially entrepreneurial mindset. So 20 minutes also for you. And here's your microphone.
Thank you so much. So I don't necessarily have the most exciting project to present or anything like that. I'm not like Tapio, who has amazing initiatives as well as a toolkit, but I have put together a little bit of a theoretical exploration that I'm working on as part of my work at the university in teaching my students. So I hope you can entertain me a little bit because I am kind of actually testing it out on all of you here. This is something that I have been teaching for a while now, but let's see how it goes. I expect a lot of questions and some great feedback. Yeah? So building a social entrepreneurial mindset in an age of technology, innovation, and how that really impacts innovation ecosystems, right? Oh, I do have my own remote. So one of the exciting things that I get to do is I get to utilize a sociological and feminist perspective at a business school. So you can imagine the conversations that I have in my class with my students when I bring up very challenging theories about power structures and business, when I utilize critical theory to actually engage with various business models, when I ask them to do reflective exercises where business is concerned. And I introduce to my students to theories like Bell Hooks, Kimberly Crenshaw, Sarah Ahmed. If you're familiar with any of these thinkers, they are sociological and feminist in every way. But one of the reasons why I do this, especially at the business school, is because I believe it's important for us to go beyond thinking about business simply from the perspective of profit. And I think that conversation is especially important in building ecosystems that are going to welcome the advancement of technology, that are going to welcome Agritechs, Fintechs, and so on and so forth, because the values by which we're doing this work as business owners, as entrepreneurs, as leaders of startups is actually a lot more valuable. It's a lot more deeper, it's a lot more personal than the simple notion of we're doing this in the traditional business sense of because of profit. So what kind of businesses This is a question that I actually ask a lot to my students. What kind of businesses do they want to build? And what kind of corporate social responsibility and diversity inclusion experts do they want to be? And the reason why I ask this question a lot is because this is part of us revisiting what business actually means for each and every single one of us. And when we're having this conversation of how do we develop capacity building in a way that's sustainable and build enterprises that are actually going to last for a long time, we can't say, okay, this capitalist, profit-driven, neoliberal business model has worked, therefore that's the only way in which we can do business. And beyond just looking at it as social entrepreneurship, how can we begin to develop a social mindset, even if we're utilizing traditional business models? So how can we challenge ourselves not to dichotomize social entrepreneurship with traditional business models, but actually look at it as, what if we develop the social consciousness, the development consciousness in the work we do as business owners, in the development of the business projects that we have? So what I talk a lot about is doing and teaching business in a non-normative way. So myself as an entrepreneur, of course, who cares about shareholders, who cares about profit? How do I hold myself accountable to do business in a non-normative way, thereby really building in myself a social entrepreneurial mindset that goes beyond my work as a social entrepreneur, but actually impacts my work simply as an entrepreneur? What do I need to be thinking about? What values do I need to be reflecting on? Now, this conversation, at least for me, is extremely important because having done research over the last 5 years with women entrepreneurs within the Nigerian context, when you're dealing with very precarious economic contexts, like what we're working with right now, right? The first thing that a lot of business owners worry about is what? What do we worry about? Getting customers, getting money, what else? Making profit, right? These are the things that we worry about, especially when we're dealing in an economically precarious context. When I first went to Nigeria, it was 2016. And it was also another precarious moment within the global economy. And the conversation I kept having with these women, a lot of these women who were initially up to $900 to $1 million in profit, the first thing that they were worried about was their shareholders. They were worried about, what does this economic context, this global economic context mean for our shareholders? And how do we actually hold on to the values of our own companies without necessarily worrying about, in this season, how we're going to make profit? So this is the conversation that I started having with myself. Of course, it's your duty, it's your honor, it's your responsibility to care about your shareholders. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is a fight that I'm having with one of my students in particular, because it's just like, Dr. Kanji, I don't understand how you can just ignore shareholders. It's not about ignoring shareholders, but it's about challenging yourself as a CEO of a company, as a CEO of a startup, to think, okay, there is an issue of shareholders, but what was the service that I initially actually wanted to provide through my company? What was the product and what's the meaning of it? What are the values that actually attracted me to wanting to do this particular business? That is what helps, at least based on my experience, it's those conversations and it's that kind of particular mindset that actually helps us as business owners overcome precarious economic contexts such as this. Yes, you're gonna have to worry about profit, but more than anything else, you also have to remind yourself of the values that began to drive your company in the first place. So in that light, a lot of what I've been reading and really working on is in line with what we're going to talk about in the next couple of slides. In developing good practices that will strengthen innovation ecosystems and develop the challenges related to the sustainability of companies, I argue that it's important that we revisit the role of business and begin to develop a different mindset that could change how we relate to business and its challenges. Okay, so rather than accepting the capitalist, growth-oriented, and profit-driven models, which are here to stay, unfortunately, the profit-driven model is only effective mechanism to do business, I like to challenge that perspective. And of course, rather than selling social entrepreneurship as an alternative model, I argue that the social that is usually associated with social entrepreneurship should be an embedded part of every business, no matter what the business model is. Because again, it is this social, is this commitment to the values that you have as a company, values that entrepreneurs, that tech companies are working with. It's those values that are going to help you overcome, especially in contexts when the economy is precarious. So how our business practices impact our environment, and how can we build business models that provide solutions in a transformative manner? These are some of the questions that I pose in class to really look how our practices impact not just the environment, but in an age of SDGs. How do we actually respond to SDGs, not just as a checklist, not just as this is what we must do as a compliance mechanism, this is what we must do as a means of feeding corporate social responsibility, but how do we actually embed the solutions in our business model to begin with in a way that is transformative, in a way that when the situation gets hard, we actually always remember the values that we began with. And of course, what kind of businesses do we want to build, and what kind of CSR and diversity and inclusion experts do my students want to become? This is where this conversation about social entrepreneurial mindset really started coming from. I'm gonna skip through this and really get to the heart of what I found to be effective, and at least what has helped my students to challenge me for taking such a radical feminist and sociological perspective in our business classes. It's the following kind of next slide that I'm gonna be sharing that's allowed them to really fully understand that building a social entrepreneurial mindset is not only the responsibility of social entrepreneurs, but it's a responsibility of all entrepreneurs, especially if we're going to be effective in reaching our sustainable development goals and in actually making an impact in building services and products that are going to transform society. So a social entrepreneurial mindset should challenge every business owner, not just those working on social entrepreneurship. And it, at least what part of where I'm at in this kind of theory development is that it should challenge how we think in 4 different ways, and in how we think in 4 different types of tenets. So building a mindset of service in the truest sense, right? Building a mindset whereby you know that as a business, you are here to serve. You can make profit, absolutely, but you're really here to serve. A mindset that is committed to building critical thinking and reflection skills in yourself and your team. This is a mindset that you push to consistently consider the impact of your enterprise beyond the lens of profit. So if you're ExxonMobil, for example, consistently thinking about your impact to the environment, not just because it's a good CSR thing to do, but because your company actually does impact the environment. So how do you take ownership and responsibility of that? How do you utilize these new technologies in ways that are sustainable, in ways that are effective for the environment, for the people that you're working with as well? The other point that I'm reflecting on is a mindset that is committed to developing new models of doing business that challenge existing ones. One of the things that I always challenge my students to think about is, if you're going to do business like everybody else, why are you at a business school trying to start a new business? You might as well just go work and do a 9-to-5. Entrepreneurship is not for everyone, obviously. But if you're actually going to do business, then think about a different way of doing business that's impactful for the service and for the services and products that you're looking to produce, and also that's impactful for the environment around you. It's a mindset that systematically revisits your business values and realigns your work to them on a consistent basis. This is something that I practice a lot with my company, meaning you have your values somewhere on your wall. You consistently revisit them, whether it's once a week or twice a week, to remind yourself to consistently realign yourself, especially as you build this mindset within you and the people that you are working with. A mindset that considers society's main objectives and values and finds ways to align business products and services to them. One of the values right now is SDGs. We talk about SDGs all the time. But beyond just mainstreaming SDGs, creating checklists, which we've seen time and time again, Why not actually reevaluate, restructure, formulate what you're working on based on the social values that we're widely talking about? The father of CSR, Bowen, wrote in 1953 that our critical role as business owners is to solve problems. Companies must develop policies and make decisions that are in line with society's main objectives and values. So really understanding that there's always a tenet of society's objectives and values happening all the time. So as a business that's committed to service, that's committed to this first point of really actually making impact and serving in a transformative way, how do you align yourself to the values of the society and to the goals of the society? This conversation is important for me because my training, honestly, is in sociology and development. I've been working as a development practitioner for a long time, and when I decided to really take on the challenge of working on entrepreneurship and working on business as part of my PhD research, I didn't realize how much it would change the way that I looked at the world. So I look at the private sector and as business owners really as critical practitioners in the world of service and in the transformative agenda. This work is not only reserved to public sector actors. It's not only reserved to governments. Part of what we talked about in our panel discussion is how that collaboration can be effective when the government is ensuring that the infrastructure is well prepared for investors to actually come in. It's a collaborative effort between public and private. Therefore, as private sector actors, entrepreneurs, CEOs of startups, whatever, how can we actually take on this role in a more responsible way? How can we think of what we do beyond just let's just make money for ourselves, but actually let's provide services in a transformative way to the world around us? So for me, it's a great opportunity to actually bring this kind of sociological leadership studies mindset to a traditional business school where my students really think of business as maximizing the profit of shareholders, but I'm challenging that mindset and saying, okay, that's great, but let's also think beyond that. Let's think about how we can work together to impact and change the world. So, yeah, I think his enemy time is over. That's it. Questions?
Thank you, Eleanor. Questions for Eleanor?
I asked you to bring me questions. Yes, sir. Nigeria agriculture, yes.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And, I was really, it was an exciting presentation. And so I was wondering, and I was curious to know, when you ask your students what kind of businesses they truly want to build, and then I'm aware that you've also had students from Africa, so let's look at that from that perspective. So what I'm curious about their responses. So what kind of businesses do you think, or did they respond to? Yeah.
So you're talking about especially the students on the African continent, right? Based on the young people that I've honestly worked with, like I said, I don't want to say unfortunately, all really oriented to profit, but a lot of them are really attuned to traditional business models, right? So for them, whatever it is that they're working on, whether it's in the realm of, I've heard a lot of them talk a lot about starting startups in technology, for example, really wanting to work in the tech industry. I think that's one of the biggest things right now. A little bit less when it comes to other social initiatives like women's empowerment or agriculture. A lot of them really wanted to be embedded in technology, but really also wanting to be embedded in technology because that's where a lot of fast money is. And I've seen and heard, especially I work within the Nigerian context quite a bit. That's really the conversation that I've heard around. It's really technology has a lot of money. And that's the truth. And a lot of young people are interested in that, right? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. My only challenge to them is like, okay, great, let's have you work in technology, but how can we do it in a way that is also impactful development-wise, in a way that is also sustainable, and in a way that goes beyond yourself making profit for yourself, but making profit in a way that's also going to impact the community that you're embedded in. So technology, I think, is definitely the it thing right now for a lot of the young people that I at least have talked to from the African continent. Any other questions? Perfect, yes.
Social entrepreneurship is very exciting, and then I started to study that when I became an Ashoka Fellow. And So when you talk to young people on the continent, okay, let me just say Nigeria, there's this momentum now about social entrepreneurship. Oh, I want to be a social entrepreneur. And the idea of business entrepreneurship is giving way. And, you know, when you look at, a lot of young people still get it wrong. They think they consider social entrepreneurship to be charity. And it's very dangerous. And that's why we're now talking about social enterprise. Okay, you build a business, and you look at it from the CSR angle, and then you use it to make impact. So, do you think that we can bring in the social enterprise into all sectors? You look at health, you look at even government. How do you bring the values of social entrepreneurship into sectors that are not really business-oriented, like government, health, and all of that? Yeah.
Oh, fantastic question. And I mean, I guess what you also, in your question, you allude to the difficulty in nuancing social entrepreneurship and social enterprise, right? And the challenge of teaching our young people to think socially, but not think social entrepreneurship as a charity or as an NGO, because fundamentally it's a business. And that's why for me, it's really difficult to kind of, I still teach social entrepreneurship classes, but for me, it's really about teaching business with social values, right? Moving away from this dichotomous relationship between you're a social entrepreneur, I'm an entrepreneur, the hierarchies that are created there. Well, I do traditional business, so I'm here. You do social entrepreneurship, you give people free money. That's not the case. It's really about how do we embed effective traditional business values, accountability, the maximization of resources. How do we actually embed those traditional business values in the enterprises for good that we're building? So I can tell you that when it comes to government, for example, the solution for a while now has been public-private partnerships that are really led by more traditional business values, right? So meaning really approaching social enterprise for health, for example, if we're looking at the government, not only ran by the government itself, but that has an embedded individuals, embedded practices that are really coming from the business side, right? So just to clarify, when I talk about engaging the social, I'm not saying let's not talk about the maximization of resources and maximization of profit. I'm really talking about the revisiting of that when it comes to our own values and when it comes to our own mindset about those businesses. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question very well, but really that's it. It's really helping our young people understand that there are values that business hold that are different from what the public sector holds. Those values are useful. The ability to maximize resources is useful. To be accountable, to be transparent is very useful. But let's do it in a way that is impactful, in a way that we engage with the health sector, with the government, with social initiatives, and so on and so forth. Great question. I feel like he's like an excellent student. Yes. Yes. I mean, I don't know. Let's ask
one more.
Oh, thank you. How do you reconcile, in my view, the purpose of business, which is leveraging scarce resources and adding value to social enterprises where you do not necessarily define value addition as the outcome, because scarce resources are controlled by the powers that be. So how do you get them to release that in social context?
So how do you get the powers that be to release? Oh my goodness, that's a really interesting question. So how do I reconcile, if I can get your question correctly, right? How do we reconcile this notion of maximizing scarce resources, right? And especially when we talk about it from a social enterprise perspective. That's your question. That's one of the reasons why I said for me, it's very difficult to talk about social entrepreneurship and social enterprise in the very traditional sense, because there is always a challenge, for sure. There's always a challenge. And that's why I say, let's talk about traditional business. But within the realm of traditional business, let's engage notions of transformation and service. Because I think traditional business does well when it comes to the maximization of scarce resources in a way that social enterprises don't. But when we dichotomize, oh, I work on a social enterprise and you work on traditional business, we're really losing out value from speaking to each other to see how we can utilize that mindset our social entrepreneurs have in the realm of traditional business, and how social entrepreneurs can learn, like you were asking, that social enterprises and social entrepreneurship, they're businesses. They're not NGOs, they're not charity work. So they must assign themselves the responsibility also of maximizing scarce resources and finding ways to maximize profit as well, ultimately, but in a way that their mindset is social.
So maybe quantify the value.
Of course, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
If you talk to a bank, typically you like, I would invest $1 million, and 1.5 million looks out at the end of the day, comparable. Now, if you put in the social context, what is the value addition you're creating? How do you quantify that
Absolutely.
for it to even make sense?
It has to make sense, of course. It must always make sense.
So is there some input from a research academic viewpoint in terms of how you quantify that, which makes it interesting for me as a classical entrepreneur? Sorry.
I'm working on that, okay? That's why I said I'm introducing you guys a little bit of theory here. But I think that's a great point to kind of also develop this work that I'm doing, for sure. Develop this work that I'm doing, because I'm not selling social entrepreneurship, y'all. That's not my point. I'm saying let's do traditional business in a social way. Let's do maximize, but do it in a way that impacts the lives of people. Like, you're looking at me right now, so thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. It's been very inspiring. Thank you very much. Eleanor Coney, social entrepreneurial mindset. Now it's time for Anthony William Catt. I see him right here. Okay. We're talking startup investment? Yeah. Okay. Tool for business education.
Okay, I'm hoping that title was wrong, so I'm hoping the slides are the correct ones. Let me double check. Yeah, these are the correct ones. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic presentation. Love the energy there and some of the questions that came out of it. So really engaging. Thank you. So my session, the title should really be about building investment support infrastructure for tech hubs across Africa. And so what I mean by that is, how do we as digital hubs, as these kind of accelerators and programs, effectively support our entrepreneurs and founders to engage with the investment ecosystem, but also for the investor ecosystem, we can engage with our hubs, our founders and our startups. But also when we talk through my presentation in the next 10, 15 minutes, you can also apply this to mentorship programs. You can apply this to engaging with corporates and innovators that might be wanting to access your startups. So think of the infrastructure we're talking about now as a way to efficiently connect people at scale, which is what I kind of mentioned a little bit in our panel conversation. But before I kind of go into sharing some of that infrastructure and talking about it, it's quite good for me just to give a bit of my background to set the context for kind of my experience and where I've come to with what I've been working on. So my name is Anthony William Catt, as you already know. Previous to the stuff I was doing, I've had quite a lot of experience in the startup landscape and ecosystem. So Oxygen Accelerator and Pollinate were organizations building accelerator programs for startups, but also inside corporates. I spent a number of years there. From an investment side of things, I worked with Korea Investment Partners, which is South Korea's largest investment fund, to help them do their first Series A and Series B investments here in Europe. I then went on to work with Google for startups in the UK, but specifically working with their European team to support their African team in helping investors access opportunities across the African continent. And more recently, I went through the African Angel Academy. So there's an academy for angel investors in US and Africa. And I'm also part of HOKE, which is an angel syndicate investing in entrepreneurs across the African continent. My current kind of day job is two things at Enterprise Academy, which I mentioned before. We build training programs for entrepreneurs and support the ecosystem infrastructure for startups and investment across the African continent, both in the UK and in these respective countries. So we've done a number of programs since our first one back in 2015 in Sudan. And more recently, I co-founded London Africa, which is a network for investors, entrepreneurs, government officials, media, innovators who are working in that UK-Africa corridor. So they might be either working in the entrepreneurial tech ecosystem or looking to enter it, and are spending time between the continent and the UK. And we run quarterly events, have an online community instead of resources, and we've been doing it for about a year now, and we're at 100 plus members. So very much my kind of role has been working in the UK and Africa around developing infrastructure and support for entrepreneurs and investors. The one thing right now we're about to launch, which isn't public yet, although somebody's already, I'm speaking to her today, does see it online already, is 54 Ventures, and this is a specific initiative aimed at helping international investors access opportunities on the African continent and various ecosystems to either invest directly into startups or invest in funds locally on startups as LPs. And we're about to launch a pilot in Q1 between the UK and South Africa, supported by a couple of private organisations who will be funding us for that. So hopefully that has kind of given you a bit of context to my background that will tell you where my experience comes from to talk about what I'm talking on today. So before we kind of go into infrastructure, we're talking about startups connecting with investors and vice versa. So what are the kind of challenges and opportunities that we're seeing for both of these parties in engaging with each other? Well, from a startup standpoint, there are kind of three kind of core problems. Beyond making your business investable, what are their core problems when it comes to engaging with investors, finding the right people to invest in them? Well, firstly, it's not having the right investment materials or being well practiced in pitching, presenting. So actually distilling down your business and being able to give that in the right medium that investors can understand it, whether it be a document or standing up like I am right now and presenting to you. Number two is actually having a network of investors. Who are the investors that might invest in me? How do I get in front of them? How do I make contact with them? That is obviously usually one of the biggest crucial hurdles for first-time founders. And finally, it's a very time-consuming process that takes a lot of time of our business. If you're a single founder or you haven't got a big team, it can almost take up all your time away from actually running your core business. So a big challenge is about how we do that efficiently and effectively. And on the other side of the table, we have the challenges that investors have, engaging startups. So firstly, investors are, despite sometimes contrary belief, are some of the business people in the world, they actually do a very difficult job. And one of those is the limited time and capacity they have to assess all the opportunities that are coming their way in terms of investable startups. So how are they going to actually look at those opportunities in an effective way to find the right ones? Number two is startups reaching out aren't often a fit or investment ready for these investors, so sometimes it's hard for them to assess actually if it's the right opportunities. So actually getting deal flow that's incorrect coming from them and actually taking away their time from the right deal flow, or simply as founders aren't yet ready to engage with them and should do 6-12 months down the line. And then finally, they always need to expand their network, right? It's a relationship game. I heard somebody say that investors' currency is their network, and they're constantly having to expand that to find not just opportunities to make investment, but other investors that might invest alongside them or invest further down the line for the companies they've already backed. So there are kind of the core challenges that investors and startups face when it comes to the kind of interaction point between the two of them. And so over the last kind of 5-6 years through my work with Google and other incubators and accelerators, we've looked at how do you create really simplified structures to allow those individual organizations and investors to engage with one another. And so in the context of today, we're obviously talking about it from, I'm talking about it from the role that hubs can play in being those super connectors between startups and investors. But again, for you, where investment might not be appropriate, you might be actually working as a hub with mentors, or you might be trying to work with corporates to do pilots with your startups. So when I talk about investing in startups, you can reapply the investor piece for another piece within your network where it is relevant, because this is actually something that can be replicated. So I can also see the slides are slightly skewed on the screen here, so I hope you can read everything. But the core role that hubs can play in supporting is around, firstly, educating founders, so the fundamentals on how we best prepare to fundraise and be investment ready. Again, I'm not talking necessarily about is your business the right one to be raising right now. I'm talking about if you've got to that point, how do you best present your business? How are you understanding what key materials are you need to present? The second one is about spotlighting startups. So how do we create the right platform or vehicle as a hub that allows our startups to be shown in an effective way to the stakeholders we're trying to engage, such as investors? And more importantly, how we do that at scale to reach investors, not just in our local community, but maybe internationally across the continent or even overseas to the UK to Africa. The third area is then how we in turn create deal flow opportunities for those investors. So how do we understand and create a really effective network of investors that we can engage and show that spotlight of startups to? And then finally, an overarching piece is how we are fostering the relationships between all of them. We can signpost them to one another, but also we have a role to build a community that allows them to more effectively connect together and build those relationships. Because often investors shouldn't be meeting startups at the point that they need money. They should be building relationships with them well ahead of that. So when it comes to raising, they've already got that core relationship in place. They understand that business and can go on that investment journey with them. So, the overarching kind of infrastructure piece we have is kind of in 4 key pieces you see here. The first is startup investor assets. The second is creating investor relations gateway. The third is the investor network. And then the fourth is facilitating engagements. So what do I mean by those? Well, the first one around startup investor assets, what are the core things a startup needs to be able to present itself to the investor community? What are the core basic things you need? And we've got here that there are 3 key kind of assets we use, which is an executive summary, a pitch deck, and a video pitch. And I'll come to those in a bit of detail when we drop down to each one in a second. The second for investor relations gateway, which is really about how investors are going to access and understand the startups, is we create a startup directory, an easy way to break down who are the startups in your community, in your hub, and how they can find the ones that fit with that investment thesis of what they're doing. And then the second is an investor directory. So equally having an startup directory to highlight startups, we want a directory for our investors so that our startups can also look at who our investors are. But also, actually, we'll talk about in a second how our investors can find each other as well. And then thirdly, facilitating engagement. So what are the actual interactions we're facilitating beyond spotlighting these investment startups? So we have things here like office hours, where startups will meet investors, roundtables for education, for learning and networking, and then community events where we bring all those stakeholders together. So let's break them down into the 4 different areas. So the first one is that startup investor asset. So there are 3 key things that we've generally seen that work really effectively. And what we try to do is when we run our programs is create a unified template of how we're presenting our businesses. Now, this sometimes might not be what the startup ideally wants to do because they may not use one of these assets, but what we're trying to do is do as much of the heavy lifting for our investors as possible. So if our investors are going to be assessing 50 companies from our hub, and then they're assessing hundreds more on top of that from other hubs, what we want to do is create the most concise and easily digestible ways in which they can understand our startups. And if we do that in the same consistent format that they like, it makes it a lot easier for them to quickly go through, but also in a fair and impartial way, assess all these startups, because some people are better at designing content than others, but doesn't mean they've got a better business. So if we can provide some very good templates that we know investors like, it then creates more of a level playing field for our startups, but also makes the job a lot easier for investors. So one of the more popular things investors like to see at the moment is executive summaries. So effectively a 1-page summary of the business. So if you look at the traditional dynamics of a pitch deck, it's effectively all of it on 1 page. It's really easy to put together, and often investors themselves back within their funds are producing this document to show to the rest of their investors when they're trying to sell the business back in. The second, of course, is the standardized pitch deck that you usually present or you send on to the investors that you might be standing up and doing at a demo day, but also having a standardized version of that you know is easily digestible for investors. And then finally, something we're seeing more and more is actually video pitches or product demos. And tools like Loom, for example, allow you to produce really high quality videos where you can pitch your product or do a product demo, and then investors and other people can actually engage with that video and comment on that video throughout the platform. So generally, we try to say you pick 2 to 3 different key assets that you give all the startups in your hub, and then you know if they're producing those things, when it goes out scale to investors, they're easily able to assess things. You're making their lives a lot easier, but equally at the same time, you're creating a effectively a more fair way for assessments to be done for those startups who may not be as well versed or as good at presenting their business and the opportunity that comes with it. The second thing is our investor relations gateway. So this is where we're allowing our startups to be spotlighted. And what we've tended to do when we've done these programs is we put together, in effect, the most rudimentary level is a very high quality spreadsheet. Or as we've now started to use Airtable and Notion, which are online tools you can use, and they're also relatively free. So what we do is we build a very basic set of assessment fields that allow the startup to be assessed by. So if I'm an investor and you've got 100 startups in your hub, 90% of them are probably not going to be relevant to me. And if I'm, as a hub leader, I can't go and speak to every investor and handpick every startup lead to me. I need to create a way in which they can quickly assess our startups. So what we usually do is use something like Airtable, where we can create an advanced spreadsheet. And a lot of founders, a lot of ecosystem leaders use this, because then what we can do is we can do things like, as you'll see from a screenshot here, the geography, the sector, what the current round is, and we can do all other different areas that feel they might be researched, so they can click and search a specific one. So if I'm an investor only looking at Nigeria, I can click the Nigerian geography and immediately it would wipe out all those that aren't in Nigeria. If I'm an investor only looking at Agritech in Nigeria, I can go even further than that. So very quickly, again, you're trying to make it as easy as possible for the investors to find the startups relevant to them to make that assessment. The more difficult it is, the more barriers are, the less likely they are to invest their time in you and your startups. So creating a tool like this, where not just also the investors can assess it, but we can make it very easy for our startups to complete and complete accurately as well. And I should say we're creating a resource pack around this, so those who are interested, we can definitely share that with you. But again, I'm going back to this point, how do we make things as easy as possible for both our startups and for our investors to engage, do that heavy lifting, but if we use basic, simple technology that's readily available, not custom platforms, not building our own technology, we can do that really efficiently at scale for ourselves. So then the third thing is around investor networks. So the obvious point there is we want to know as many investors as possible so we can engage them with our portfolio of startups. But actually there's a bit more to having an investor network and what the value of that is with relation to your hub and fundraising. So you will see here I've kind of laid out a very rudimentary basic journey of a startup going from pre-seed investment to seed to Series A and beyond. Now, the obvious value creation is saying, well, where do our startups sit on this scale? Because that's where we need to engage them, the investors. So they will say our startups are seed investors, and we've created that black circle around it. So we're looking for seed investors for our seed startups. So that's where our network is. But the reality is our network should be far bigger than that. We should have investors at the pre-seed stage and the series stage. Because ultimately, the pre-seed investors are going to potentially feed really great startups into our hubs. But also, as our startups grow and they're more successful, they're going to need to access later stage investors as well. Now, part of the role of your investors at the seed stage is to probably help you find investors at the later stage. But actually, as a hub, we have a really crucial role in connecting the dots across the entire investment journey. So a colleague of mine, as part of a research piece we're doing with the Southern Africa Venture Capital and Private Equity Association, came up with this phrase or idea. But imagine that a startup is a baton in a relay race. And the investors along that journey from pre-seed to seed to Series A are the runners in that relay race. We should be the running track that they run on. We create the pathway for them to connect together. So we tell runner one, that's runner two. Runner two, that's runner three. And our startup gets taken through that journey. And that's the role and responsibility we have as a hub. We might support at one stage in the journey, but we should be the connectors bringing everyone together across that journey. And then what happens is you're not just creating value for your startup, but actually if I'm a seed investor and I'm investing in your companies and you're introducing me to later stage investors who might support my other portfolio companies or earlier stage investors that might bring me deal flow to invest in, you're creating a lot more value, which means those investors are going to want to invest more time into your hubs. So we need to be that conduit across the entire investment journey, not just at the stage our startups might be, because we're going to create a lot more value in doing that and effectively have a far more valuable network that's going to support your hub and what you're doing with startups. So the final bit then is more around facilitating engagement. There are a couple of different ways we can do that. Startups to investors, you can run masterclasses, pitch prep sessions, and fundraising office hours to connect them together, but also to help them train and learn before they go through fundraising. And that's an important part to remember. Investors should be engaged earlier so they can help with the training support before we get to the point of actually need to raise money. Invested to investor, allow them access to the database of your investors as well as startups. They connect together, create learning roundtable and networking events to bring them together. Be seen as a valuable connection point for the ecosystem, not just get startups to meet other people. And then finally, startups to ecosystem. So how do we connect our startups more broadly with this infrastructure to mentors, to corporates, others that might be involved in that process as well? And then and one of the great examples of that is we've used London Africa was a vehicle that we've done that. We built this community to bring people together in the UK Africa corridor, and it's led to a number of subgroups being made for investors, for startups and founders. So by creating that community space, creating that value, you draw in the people you want to work with, and you can create those subgroups and those value points. I'm almost done. So the underlying mindset and approach to have when it comes to this infrastructure, and again, it doesn't just be for investors, it could be for mentors or engaging corporates, is connect investors with startups before they need to fundraise. So how does your infrastructure, your training, bring investors in early to support them before they get to the point of fundraising to build those relationships? Leverage investors as a knowledge resource and not just a bag of cash. So again, looking at working investors at an earlier and later stage, how can they come in and support your hub in the development of the work you're doing? Create a process and series of engagements to do the heavy lifting for investors. So our resources to just make life a lot easier for everybody else. It doesn't have to be super complex, just simple to efficiently scale that impact and reach. Founders and startups need to take ownership in the process. So don't just do all this work for founders and startups. Make it simple, give them the tools and assets, but the onus is on them to complete it and engage in that process. And again, with this also, fundraising doesn't always have to be the goal. It can be learning and education. A startup can go through a number of these pieces of infrastructure and just learn more about how they talk about their business, present their business, understand is investment right for them or not. And then finally, manage expectations by creating value beyond upfront funding. So again, this infrastructure can support a lot of people building networks, learning how to develop their businesses beyond investment and fundraising. So final slide, the key three outputs we try to create with this infrastructure are investment materials and tools that better help startups to present and pitch themselves. Secondly is creating a digital connections directory, so startups can find investors, investors can find startups in an efficient way. And also the final bit is we need to be the investment market makers. So we need to say, how do we connect investors together across that journey so they can support each other, but also invest in our startups at the same time, beyond where we might specifically be helping startups fundraise at the seed stage. Last slide, I promise. How we can implement this? Well, we are just finalizing our resource base for this with some of the tools and infrastructure. And then also through 54 Ventures, we're providing support on that. And that's just free time, jump on calls, talk you through some of the resources and see how it might be helpful to your hub. So if you are interested in this, please do reach out to me over the course of the next 2 days and follow up. And I'll happily share these resources in due course. But yeah, thank you so much. I know we've kind of overrun for lunch, but if you have any questions, just come and grab me over the next break. But yeah, thank you everybody so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie William Katz. Very inspiring. And of course, it's time for a lunch break for everybody. And we'll see you later at 2. Always here, the main room, main event room. Thank you.
Hold on, wait 1 second before we go to...
Yeah.
As always, our famous feedback, please. Okay, so I would ask again that everyone fill out the feedback forms. Very important for our work, very important for shaping the next round of events that we're going to be doing. Remember, you can use those cards that you have with the code for your participation here. And the other note that I have is about lunch. So if we go over to where the bar is on the opposite side of the space, there's going to be box lunches there available for everyone. I believe there are a few different kinds of pastas, some without meat, some with meat, so you have the option. and an array of drinks that are available there. We have some waiters who are there to help out with that. And we will be back here at 2 o'clock. So as soon as you have filled out your survey form, you are welcome to go to lunch. And I want to say thank you all for a wonderful morning. It's been a great event so far, and I look forward to the further discussions in the afternoon. Thank you all very much. Have a good lunch. Okay. Are we live with the stream? Good. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. I hope you're refreshed and ready for the afternoon sessions. We are going to come back to the panel discussions now with the conversation about education technology. Quick reminder, if you did not fill out a form, please do that. And yeah, I won't take up any extra time. Here is Marilena with the start of the education panel.
Grazie. Hello, everybody. Dear panelists, you can join me. Welcome back to the afternoon session, and also for the people that they are watching us live from Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, and Ghana. Welcome, everybody. As Joseph mentioned, I am Marilena. I come from Greece. I'm the co-founder of Youth Makers Hub. It's a civil society organization based in Athens, but we operate globally. I'm really glad to be moderating this panel. And I would like to welcome all of you. This is the Educational Technology panel. And let's meet our panelists, and then I will give you like 1 minute to present what you are doing. So we have with us Audu Munchili, a young expert in the field of education and skills in the AU-EU Youth Cooperation Hub. We have Shaima Khaled, Edtech manager, Eunice Ball, co-founder of Isango, and Michael Niyitekenga, program director of Refactory in Uganda. So let's give the floor first to the ladies. So we start with Shaima. Like in 1 minute, just let us know who you are and what you're doing.
So I'm an Edtech manager working. It's working? Yes. If you hear me. Okay. So I'm an Edtech manager working for the private sector by supporting. I think it's not working. Yes. Okay. So again. I'm an Edtech manager working for the private sector by supporting governments in Africa and Middle East to digitalize their education system, especially after Corona. Also, I'm working as education expert for an EU-funded initiative called AU-EU's Cooperation Hub, where we support partnership between Africa and Europe in several sectors, especially education. And that's it.
Yeah, me next. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eunice Bagumabo. I'm actually here today wearing 2 hats. So on one side, I'm part of the AfriConEU project as a director at ATBN, which is a tech for development, research, and consultancy. But today on the panel, I'm talking about Isango, which is a social enterprise that I co-found, which is connecting African data scientists to international companies. So we're about driving job creation and growth, showcasing the talent that's on the continent and really connecting them to the job opportunities in the data science space internationally.
Michael Niyitekenga from Uganda. And yes, in the education space, but specifically focusing on scaling the next generation of tech developers for the digital ecosystem in Uganda, but now tech is global, so they can work anywhere.
You can keep this, we have 2 now. Okay. So, Audu.
Okay, thank you. I'm Audu Munchili from Cameroon, founder and executive president of Rural Youth Development Council, and actually member of the Africa Union European Union Youth Cooperation Hub. And I work with Shima as young experts of the education and skills cluster.
Thank you all. As you can see, we have with us really important people in this panel, and they have a saying, and we will discuss Education is a challenge in many African countries. We had a different and really interesting session with Gideon before, and we had a conversation with Michael about education and technology sometime, like how far is technology from the academia, and the need for increased access, the brain drain, and all the challenges education is facing in many African countries. Let's start with a general question, and then I have prepared some questions for each of you. So, how can the tech field offer an added value to the education sector in Africa? And we can start with Audu.
Thank you for starting with, with Audu. To cut it short, from the rural area perspective, I think what technology can do here is like expanding access to quality education, first of all, and also to skill building opportunities for young people, because in rural area we don't have this access to these opportunities. So technology can expand the access for young people, but at the same time build the skills of teachers, for example, working with students in the classroom. So here is where I would like to start.
Okay, so I think also we'll start from what Audu said. Education technology has been giving accessibility opportunity for many marginalized communities, like rural areas, refugees in Africa and other countries. Also, it was a great opportunity to spread some skills like entrepreneurship for sector of youth. So it also offers an opportunity for more digitalization and more focus on the digitalization sector, which was a bit neglected before Corona. So it was a great opportunity to focus in more areas like accessibility, having some people who haven't been in the education system to enter the education system. But also, this is also a challenge, because accessibility could be an opportunity and a challenge, and this is what we'll be speaking in our workshop. So I think it's a great opportunity to reach more audience for the education system.
I'll speak from, I guess, the opportunity we see, you know, at the end of education, what next after education, which is the into employment, which is sort of the space we operate in Ishango. So the opportunity we see for technology is being that bridge and creating that bridge for young Africans to access job opportunities. We all know that's a key challenge on the continent. I'm originally from Uganda. I think that the last time I looked at those stats, it was something like 80% youth unemployment. And, you know, for us Ugandans, it's not just a statistic on a paper, it's something you see, you know, cousins, siblings, you know, young people not having opportunities. And what's happened now, and this is why, you know, our Ishango story is born out of the pandemic, is, you know, this idea that you can be based anywhere. And I think some of the organizations we speak to said, you know, if you'd come with this idea for Ishango that I can hire a data scientist sitting in Accra or sitting in Kigali, if you'd come to me pre-pandemic, I would have been a bit skeptical. But now it's, you know, it's so accepted. A lot of them have already built the infrastructure internally to enable their teams, their own team members to work remotely. So where it used to be an issue, how will I share data? How will we do this? They've already set that infrastructure in place. So now really is an opportunity for us to like create the skills, put the infrastructure in place to plug Africa in, because we are, like, you know, somebody mentioned earlier, the youngest continent, and right now where we sit, there's a lot of like demand for some of these digital skills. I think data technology is advancing much quicker than you can have access to the ready supply, and we have the biggest supply, but we just need to address the skills. So that's where, for me, we see the big, you know, really big opportunity for technology to transform education in Africa.
So I'll probably pick it up from my Ugandan friend. The reality is that there are two ways you can look at it. One is technology as a domain on its own and exposing as many people to that domain and acquiring the skill. And the second is looking at technology as an integral aspect of every aspect of education. Right now, we're really not doing any of the two very well, if you look at it in terms of exposure. So the opportunity is in that everybody who is training, be it a lawyer, be it a medical professional, be it an agriculturalist, be it, need to have a certain level of competence, and not just using PowerPoint, Excel, but being able to have a level of confidence and competence to have a conversation around technology and how it works in their space. That's area one, and that's a huge opportunity. Why? Because most of those domains that require digitalization, you need domain experts to be the leaders. And the reason you'll find law firms still paper-based is because the lead lawyer is comfortable in that space. But if you have a level of exposure, then they become the champions. The second one is where technology is now a domain on its own and building solutions, which is a big thing. And later on, I'll be speaking in terms of exposure, what we've seen. So to do that, we need to break, first of all, a fundamental mindset, and I'll speak from Africa, maybe Uganda, that for you to be in tech, you must have done math, physics, chemistry, science, STEM. What we have proved is all you need is a good brain. That you can be a social scientist and end up being a software engineer. You can be a musician and end up being a software engineer or working in the software industry. So those things are gradual, but I think we'll get there.
Yeah, I really hope we will get there, and it's about identifying the opportunities and doing something about this, because how it used to be is like, I have not studied that, so I cannot work on that. But I think especially the last 2 years, things have changed, specifically with Corona and the digitalization in Africa, as Shaima mentioned. So I would like to ask Shaima, because I know the work that you have been doing in the education field, and specifically in good practices for many projects. Which were the challenges of supporting best practices change and formulating policies between Europe and Africa within the education sector?
So I think one of the main challenges is there is no balance. When we talk about the education system in Europe, it's more developed. They have a lot of opportunities. They have a lot of best practices. When it comes to Africa, Africa have a lot also to offer, but it's not documented. We don't have like a directory base where can tell us we have innovation here in this country, we have best practices in this country, and actually African Union started to work on this, but it's still not mature. We need a lot to work on it. So I do feel that before talking about sharing the best practices, because we had this experience in our work with European Union Commission, we have a project in Mali and Spain, and this project is about sharing best practices between both countries within the education system. It's a mess, because some country is well developed, has a lot to offer, and they are exceeding in their work, and the other country, they don't have even skilled staff to work on these practices and providing it to other countries. So it wasn't an equal partnership at all. So before going deep into talking about best practice, I think Africa really need to work on identifying the best practices. If we don't have enough best practices, we should work on building the capacity of the staff that work on find more solutions to the education system in Africa. So.
Yeah, there are things happening, but the point from they are not documented, so like they are not shared with the public. Eunice, let's come to you and go like with the ladies. How easily do you find international companies to collaborate with, and what are some challenges and opportunities in building remote data science teams in Africa?
So we're a UK-based company, and a lot of the clients that we are reaching out to are based in Europe, and also we have companies from the US and the States. I think it's not always easy to find companies, and one of the biggest barriers is actually, I think someone on one of the earlier panels touched on, I think in the Tech for Development, is around perceptions, right? So we go in, we are saying, you can access data science talent from Africa, and within that, there's two different pitches, right? Everyone, I mean, usually they need the data science talent. A lot of them, you know, we kind of target organizations that we know are working with data and maybe need the service. But you're selling this idea that there is data science talent in Africa and that it's talent that can deliver on your work. We are a social enterprise, so the idea that we're helping to create jobs, we're building capacity, building skills. I mean, companies like us for that, but that's not why they will work with us. Ultimately, what they want is, I have this data science project and I want it delivered. And so the pitch within that, you know, those perceptions, I think there's a lot of unwritten perceptions that you kind of have to unblock. You know, will there be strong enough internet? You know, those are things that and I say this all the time to our data scientists, like, we have like backup internet. I was like, I don't care how much I have to pay for backup. Do not ever be hanging on a call, because it takes, you know, the amount of energy we spend building up this perception that, you know, we have the infrastructure, we have the talent, we will support them, we will deliver. It takes so much, you know, it's the first barrier. To be honest, a lot of companies have given us the chance and the opportunity, primarily because the opportunity to them in terms of return on investment is so high. Data scientists are so expensive right now. It takes them so long to fill a position. The cost is so high. So when we come with our offering that's something like 80% cheaper, and we say, let's try it for 2 months, and if you're happy, we'll continue, they kind of give us the chance. And every time they've given those young people a chance, they've been like, oh my God, do you have more of these? You know, we have clients who've been with us. We started Ishango in the pandemic with a pitch deck. We've never raised investment. And we're now working with some of the biggest names. We're working with one of the biggest exporters of agricultural produce to Europe. We've worked with the leading, you know, you can go on our website, you know, and sort of look. We have case studies on there. And this is because of the talent, because of the young people, when they get to work with them and they're like, these are the minds that are sitting around the continent. They cannot believe the level of talent that we're able to find and what they're able to do. And obviously our role at Ishango, the challenges are still there. We still have people who are like, you know, the light is off. That's what my West African friends say, the light is off, or in Uganda we say, you know, there's no power. And we have to have the backups to the backups to the backups. But that's our goal as Ishango, is we try and, you know, sort of level out those bumps around like the internet access and the infrastructure, and then also the skill bumps. So there is a bit of a bump. That's the other barrier I was going to say, is getting a very smart graduate from a university in Uganda, Kenya. They're not yet ready to like work straight away with an international data science team. So there's a lot of training we do, a lot of mentorship we do. We literally, at some point when we are starting with them, our mentor will have, we're going on a client call, we'll have a practice call, prepare the questions you're going to ask the client beforehand. Like, it's almost like really preparing them to operate at a professional level. And we do that, and eventually, you know, 6 months down the road, they're leading the conversations, they're presenting the work done. It's really, really amazing to see, and it's amazing to see that recognition come from international companies. Sorry, that was a very long answer.
No, but it was like really to the point. There are people that they have the talent, getting also the support, the mentorship and the training, and then the opportunity to showcase that they have this talent, which is really important. Michael, let's come to you. What skills do software developers lack to thrive in Uganda and in general in Africa?
So the first one is the appreciation that software engineering as a practice is beyond writing code. That it's understanding the needs of, I guess it's time up. Yeah, no, that is understanding the needs of the client and spending more time understanding what problem you're solving than writing code. And so that's a major gap. And many of them are ready to jump onto the code. You want a website? When do you want it? No. Why do you want the website? Who is it for? Who is the use case? How do they want the information? And that kind of stuff. The second one is the appreciation that for you to be a good developer is working with other people. And therefore, it's beyond just writing code. It's also appreciating that there will be somebody who is focusing on the user experience, and that person has a role to play on the team. You have somebody who's just managing your tasks and making sure that you're able to complete your tasks on time and in a manner that is accepted with the client. And so that whole team effect is something that many of them, because they have been trained to become a software engineer, and they'll quickly tell you, I'm a full stack developer. That's how they introduce themselves. I'm a JavaScript. No, you're not a JavaScript. You're much more, but you need to appreciate that you need other people to help you become a good engineer. The third is around seeing growth, because many of them feel like if I'm a JavaScript back, they will tell you I'm full stack JavaScript. They can't tell you growth, that this is where I want to see myself and these are the areas I want to spend time in. And the final one is understanding business. It's a big gap that I am a developer and this is my contribution to the business. So when I'm talking to you, I also understand what business value I bring to your team. What business, if I'm solving this problem, this is what I'm saving you. This is the efficiency I'm bringing. So you don't have to be a businessman, but you need to think like one. And I think across board, these are major gaps that we find. And it really also stems from the way they are taught at university. Ex-university person. But it's a big issue in terms of how do we make this curricula, and we're trying to solve some of those gaps.
Yeah, it's not only like offering the skills, but what value do I bring to the company, as you mentioned, which is really important.
Absolutely.
And one last question for Audu. How can young people embrace the combination of education and technology in Africa?
Thank you, Marilena, for your question. Before telling how young people could embrace, permit me to share some numbers, because just recently the African Union shared some figures with us that from 2018 to presently, they identified about 280 promising innovations in the field of Edtech. And among these 280 innovations, the majority of innovations are led by young people, and I think Shima here present was one of the award winners back some years back in 2018. This is to show that this is a testimony that young people are already familiar with innovation and combining innovation, technology, and education. So from my side, I think what young people can do more is like improving the level of collaboration and partnership among themselves, because there is a number of innovations on the continent, but still at very small scale. So we need this collective action in order to like bridge the gap between the sub-regions. Because, for example, in East Africa, you have these platforms already providing support to youth-led innovation in the field of education technology, which is something that could be shared with like Central Africa or other West African countries, for example.
Thank you so much, Audu. And yes, I know. I can feel you behind my back that you are looking at me. Thank you, all of you, for your contribution. It was really insightful. And make sure you will follow now and attend. We have Shima in this room, and Eunice the same time in the other room, and then Michael, Audu, and myself. So make sure you attend our sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. And the next part of the afternoon will be about Edtech. Final part will be about Fintech. And it's now time for Shima. Shima Khaled. Okay. So 1 minute of, yeah. Okay. There's a parallel session, of course, if you want to join Joseph. A breakout session, yeah. And this next part will be about Edtech opportunities and challenges in Africa. Thank you.
I know that you are filled up today. You are about to sleep. So I will be very light. So to give you a very short introduction about me, I'm working in the private sector as education technology manager. I have been working for several international organizations like African Union in Kenya, recently working with European Union Commission and some European and African countries. Also have been working for some multinational organizations to support the digitalization of education system in different countries like Egypt, Mauritania. So in this session we will be talking about Edtech opportunities and the challenges in Africa. And when I talk about the challenges in Africa about education technology, I always consider these challenges as opportunities. So, does it work like this? So I'm pretty sure that every one of you have at least one child or someone in basic education in his home who suffered during Corona from the digital transformation. So the ideal case is before COVID was having like in-person normal education where children are taking their classes at the school, but suddenly they were asked to transfer to digital education. And they were requested to know how to deal with devices. They have trained teachers, and this was the ideal case. But this wasn't the ideal case in Africa. So, so in Africa, during COVID and after COVID, there is a lot of challenges that have been arisen because of this kind of digital transformation. We don't have trained teachers about how to use digital devices, how to deliver digital content. We don't have education management system. We don't have recent knowledge about education technology. We might have in some countries, but the general idea is not present about digital education in Africa before COVID. So this is the main focus of digital education in Africa. During the last 3 years, they were mainly focused on online learning, skills, education management system, and this is actually differ from year to year. Recently, this year, Africa is more focusing on education management system, how to bring them to schools and universities. If we started with the challenges, actually, digital divide is going to be the major or mega challenge in Africa. So some African countries actually suffer from lack of connectivity. They have not ready digital infrastructure and access to devices. Data costs might be expensive to some families. Electricity, not everyone of Africa has access to electricity. I know that some of you might don't imagine that. How come we are in 2022 and some people don't have access to electricity, but it do exist in some rural areas in Africa? Actually, 34% of African households have access to internet, and only 11 of them have access to computers. So this will take us to another challenge. That during Corona and after Corona, when we transformed from physical education to online education, it was a crisis actually in different countries because, as I said, not every home in Africa have a computer or access to at least a smartphone. So how come they will continue their education during this time? Actually, some countries have been shifting to using TVs and radio. Radio have been already used in Somalia during COVID, and it was surprising, successful actually. But from my point of view, this is education. Because in 2022, some children or some students have access to computer with advanced internet very fast, very devices, but some children or students in Africa don't have even access to a very small smartphone, and they only can take their education through radio, through TV, which is not interactive at all. They're only listening or just watching. So the second challenge is digital accessibility. Even if we have digital devices in some places, accessibility is not considered while we design digital content. Like when you design digital content right now, have you been thinking about people with disabilities? I don't think. I'm working in the digital different government actually, and this hasn't been in consideration. They mainly focus on normal students who can just take the education, and congratulations, we have digital education, which is not fair. Mobile accessibility actually is one of the mega parts or area that most of government right now are trying to work on it, like to make all the digital platform accessible through mobile, because not every student have access to computer, and if they have access to computer in the school, they will not have access to computer in the home. So it's better to have access to this kind of platform through mobile. So you can open your school platform from mobile and open it from computer. Also marginalized communities, and about a project I have already managed in Mauritania and Egypt. When we design digital education, we forget a whole community, which is rural areas and digitalized and the marginalized communities. So they are not in the plan. They don't have any kind of digital accessibility. So how come we are talking about digitalization, but we are leaving a whole communities behind us? Cyber security actually is one of the mega points, because if we are talking about digitalizing the basic education system, we are talking about children. So have we considered a safe platform, safe internet for them while they are taking their education? So this was a school in Egypt. It's called a community school. It's designed for marginalized students in places where there is no good internet, there is no access to devices, there is no even. So you can imagine that this is. Sorry, I think I have. This school is just one room, and they have 6 grades in the same room. And could you imagine what will happen to this student after? You can have any kind of imagination to the students? No education at all. They have been like getting out from education, especially this are very poor students, and the government are obligating their families to go to the school. So after Corona, it was a great opportunity to their family to say to them, okay, there is no education. So we have worked in a project called the Digital School. It's funded by Mohammed Ibn Rashid Initiative. This project is targeting 1 million students in Africa, working with the government to digitalize their content, digitalize their education system, provide digital devices for who needs, like this community. And actually this project is mainly focused on marginalized communities, because most of the organization who give fund or investment always go for the most advanced students in the continent. Like they go for the cities, they go for people of already infrastructure and leaving these people behind. So actually this project is very promising and is targeting Africa and Middle East and some places in Latin America. Okay, teacher development and empowerment program. So when we're talking about digital education, it's not only about designing digital platform, giving digital devices, and leaving this main mega part of the education process. And as we see in the education system during Corona, okay, we might have some content, we might have some application like Zoom, but we have a trained and unskilled teacher who messed up everything because he's not able to deal with this kind of information. So without, and actually there is a study by UNESCO that 3% only of the teachers during Corona have been getting the support they needed. Like, could you imagine? So, to copy with the digital transformation process, we need to have kind of teacher development programs that support teachers in Africa, and they're supposed to be national, and each country has its own framework for their teachers. And I actually have been working on two different programs. In Kenya, when I was based in Kenya working for African Union, there was a national training program for the teachers, and it was really amazing because it was training the world teachers in the country, and it had been updated after Corona, so they are always ready for any change. So I can tell you the difference before and after the training. Also in Egypt, we are working on a project, especially in rural areas, where we train teachers how to deal with devices like smart board, how to find digital resources, how to engage your a student. So it was really amazing. And this, you remember the photo I showed you about the school? And this is after giving the devices, giving the digital content, giving a trained teachers. Sorry, my breathing is out. I have a very bad flu. Another thing which actually is arising right now is we have lack of digitalized content and SMEs. So we might have a very nice platform, but we don't have really a content that matches the learner needs in Africa. I remember I was working in a project with the government of Mauritania, and this project is about, we have the digital platform and we were requested to acquire content from the market, not to create a new content, and upload it to the platform. And I have been spent, me and my team, around 3 months to find the content in Mauritania, a digital content, I can't find any. And I have to go for the French education system to find the content that matches the learner needs in Africa, in Mauritania especially. So this is, for me, really surprising, and it's a good area, especially for the private sector, to open a digital content companies inside this kind of countries. Because this is actually also what happened in Africa after Corona. A lot of companies, especially in the private sector, have been investing in creating digital content and selling it to other African countries. One of the successful stories, if you're interested in education, is Egyptian Knowledge Bank, and you can check it. We are working with different governments in Africa by selling this content for them. So another thing, or a challenge that faces education technology in Africa is interactivity. When we design content, we need to consider the interactive part as a component of the process. Because if we didn't consider interactivity, we will create the same boring education like it was before Corona, just a physical appearance, just telling you information without trying this information or seeing it. So we were working on an initiative actually to produce some hand-on kits. It's a mix of kits to practice some subjects like science, and it's a mix between technology and hand-on tools. So students can see this content online through videos, and they have the kits to just try this education or information. And actually, it was really successful. Also part of interactivity, virtual labs. I'm not sure if you heard about virtual labs before, but it's a really nice tool for children to practice what they learn through a digital platform. And virtual labs actually right now is giving students opportunity to touch, but digitally touch what they are learning, not only just seeing information or videos or articles and such stuff. I know I have. Okay. So, and the most important thing is public-private partnerships. I can't solve any of the problem I already have mentioned without this partnership, because the public sector alone cannot do anything for the education if they have a lot of money without the help of private sector, and vice versa. So private sector have more knowledge, have more hand-on experience, have more access to the real communities, and also public sector the same. So to create a full solution that really benefits the needs of the African students, this partnership is supposed to come very soon. Actually, I have been working on several projects with the government, European Union Commission, African Union, private sector. And when all of these organizations came together, there is a lot of results have been happened. I know that you started to sleep, so I just end my presentation by these action areas that we need to work on, and the government, private sector, public sector, to advance the digitalization process in Africa. So by ensuring digital accessibility, teacher development and empowerment, hand-on experience, inventing suitable, affordable hybrid education, because I don't believe only in online education. I'm not sure if you agree with me or not. Creating customized digital content, which is really important. Private-public partnership, exploring low-tech data method. This is really important. And providing affordable data. So thank you so much. And this is actually the project. It's called the Digital School. Please investigate it, because you might find a partnership with the project. It's funded by Mohammed Ibn Rashid Initiative and mainly focused on Africa, Middle East, and some developing countries. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Shima.
You have any questions? I know you're already sleeping, so I'm not waiting.
No, it was very helpful. Thank you for your contents. And it's time now for Michael Nitiegeka, right? And we're talking about skilling for the digital economy, the opportunity for Africa. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. That's much better. I have a teaching background, so and I always want to make sure that I'm in touch with the people that I'm speaking to. Otherwise, I may be here on a story, and I'm only telling my own narrative. So how much time do I have? 20. Okay. So I'm going to make this. I'll use 10 and have a conversation for 10. Does that sound good? Yeah. Awesome. So let's look at the context. About 2 weeks ago, there was this headline in Kenya. Google, Microsoft have gotten into Kenya, which is exciting. But guess what? The small guys are already complaining. When the big boy comes, talent becomes scarce. And the bigger challenge is that the pay that they offer, the boys can't afford. So it's a big issue. But on the grand scheme of things, it is a very good thing. Why? Because then our young people are able to acquire pay that ordinarily they wouldn't have. So in Kenya now we have Google, Microsoft, Facebook, and Visa. They've all set up. Microsoft alone has a hub that has close to 500 engineers, and they're still taking on. The International Finance Corporation did a study, and they're saying that by 2030, about 230 million jobs in Africa will be, sub-Saharan Africa will be digitized. And of those 6 million jobs will be IT specific. And the reason why we need to pay attention to this is both from an investment perspective, but also from a general context, that whereas even without looking at the bigger global context, there is even a bigger opportunity within sub-Saharan Africa or the African continent in terms of business. So it's not just a dilemma, it's also a huge opportunity. Why? Because we're just beginning the digitalization conversation or even processes. And why we need to pay even a bigger attention to this is that globally, we know for a fact that talent for these spaces is going to continue growing. The estimate is by 2028 is the software engineering market is going to grow by $49 billion US. So just speaking in that direction from an investment perspective is we need to pay keen conversations in that space. But we also know that digital economy jobs are going to double from the numbers that we are seeing. That by 2025, you will see IT-enabled jobs growing, electronics, but at the top of it, these are largely jobs that are out of the digital economy. And so on the grand scheme of things, we are seeing growth in all aspects. And that's why we need to have these conversations. But I've had everybody say Africa, from a population perspective, yes, if you look at the median age, we're talking about 19. And so in terms of technology adaptness and willingness to use technology is high. But I always say just because you're young does not necessarily mean that you qualify to be part of the digital economy. You could be young, but you're on the periphery. Why? Because you don't have access to the right technology, or if you have a right access to the right technology, you don't have the right skill to use it. Truth be told, many have smart devices, but they're just toys in terms of how they're using them. So besides the calls, and if they're very smart, they are now gone to WhatsApp. If they are smarter, they have integrated email. If they're even smarter, they are using calendars. If they're even smarter, so when I say calendars, well, like, what are you talking about? Yeah, there are many people who have these smart devices, but they're still carrying around diaries. Real. So we need to pay attention to the digital skilling holistically. Why? Because until people are able to have the comfort of using technology, then all these massive solutions we are building, let's say in the fintech, the reason why we still have banks that have apps, people lining up in their banking halls. The reason why we have people still lining up to pay their utilities, and yet the utility companies have apps. It's not because the technology is a challenge, it is the ability to use the technology with comfort and confidence. And so there are 5 things that I talk about that we need to pay attention to. One is that our leadership needs to walk the talk. Every president, well, I'll speak for my president, every time he talks about, he says there are 4 areas: agriculture, industrialization, ICT, and services. But let's go beyond talking about it. Let's do something about it. The second thing is that we need to invest in the skilling. There's no shortcut to this. That if technology is going to take a place, the people must have the capacity to use, but we also must be able to build solutions that speak to the needs of the people. The third thing is that environment that allows the digital ecosystem and the digital economy to thrive. We can't talk about digitization and the digital economy thriving when the tax bodies are excited about, here's a huge opportunity, let's tax you. No, it doesn't work that way. You're killing it. So the ecosystem needs to work in tandem. If our intention is to leverage, then nurture it, grow it, and once it has grown, you can tax it. But we're now killing it with the bath water that has just delivered it. And then infrastructure is going to become a bare minimum. We can, yes, mobility is important. It may not be possible to have a fiber link in every home, but it is possible for us to create communities where connection has the level of stability. So I can walk 2 kilometers to a hub and I should be able to access good connection. I may not be able to get it into my home, but I can access it. And so companies like American Tower Corporation in Uganda are setting up what they are calling digital communities. Next to every tower, they are setting up a container that has power, where to sit, and fiber connection, so people can come and sit in those spaces and actually have a conversation. And then the final is that we all can partake of the fourth industrial revolution. It is now possible, but we must do the other four. So what have we done? So I share briefly our story. Previously worked in academia. I told a session before, I got bored because I could predict what I was going to teach. And every time I attempted, one time I asked my dean, must I give exams for me to prove that I have taught? They said, yes. I said, but it's boring. He said, but it's a requirement. I said, but who wrote the requirement? It's a human being. He said, so we can change the requirement. They said, no. I said, oh, okay, I'll give the exam. And 9 years later, I left academia. But I also had a passion that it is possible for us to teach software engineering in a different way, in a non-academic way. That we could teach young people the way we are teaching them how to become carpenters. That we can vocationalize software, because everybody thought for you to be a software engineer, you must go to a university. And I was saying, no, you don't need to. Why? Because there are many young people that are already practicing software engineering that have never been to university, but they are doing it so rudimentary and they are not growing. So let's put a structure around it. 4 years down the road, we've built a platform, we've built a network. 2023, we are moving from just one program, and next year we're launching 5 new programs that are going to be running on our platform. These programs are now virtual, so you can access it from any part of the continent or the world, time zone permitting. And that is exciting in itself. But more exciting is that we've seen numbers. We've trained close to 400 young people, and 88% of these have found employment in less than 6 months. For me, that's exciting. 60% of these don't have a background in IT. And a number of them have not even been to university. But they're working for the corporate guys. Why? Because they understand they can do. Girls are critical for us. We've seen an average of about 23 have gone through, so about 32% have gone through our programs. So the 400, 32% are girls. And majority of these girls don't have a tech background. But when they come in, they show the boys how it is done. And that's the truth. So friends, it is possible. The opportunity is present, but we can make it even better. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So do I still have some time?
Yeah, maybe one question.
Yeah, I wanted to have a question. So if you're a teacher, you always want to know if the students were attentive. Any question, comment? Yeah.
So talking about accessibility of technology, what do you think about the future of using voice assistant to help people with low digital skills or even elder population? Do you think could be a trend, like using a device just by using your voice, removing the interface and lower the entrance barrier?
So it is important to always understand the different use cases. So the answer is yes, it is possible. That's the reason why radio is still a very popular technology. Even with everything else, we still have more people listening to radio than anything else. So the power of the voice is important. And so it is critical for us to understand our audiences. We need to understand their technology hunger and comfort. and find them in those spaces for us to be able to build technology that works, but also that evolves with them as we go along. So my answer is yes, but it has to be context appropriate. Thank you.
Yep.
Do you already have companies that you supply these skills to? And also,
yeah.
What specific skills do you provide, i.e. coding or designing, and if it's coding, which languages? I just want to be sure what specifics we are talking about. Thank you.
So for the last 3 years, we've been focusing on the JavaScript stack, but the way we train our program, we use JavaScript as a basis, as a base, but we've had guys going to Python, going to React, going to different frameworks depending on the way the client is looking for the different opportunities. And we don't just do coding. The way our program is layered is what we have the non-tech, which we call life skills. So every student is exposed to things like human-centered design, agile methodology. They're introduced to leadership and emotional intelligence because they need to understand how to relate with people, to work with people, and get to appreciate that everybody, there's no single template. Every human being is unique, and leverage on that strength. And then we also introduce them to a business module, which we call Lean Startup. That has been the case. Next year, we're opening this up, and we're going to start delivering UI, UX engineering, product development. We're going to do DevOps. In essence, we're trying to build for each role that a typical software engineering company could have, and so that we're able to very specifically fill those gaps. Is it possible for you to pick talent from us? Absolutely. We currently have people working for companies in South Africa, based in Uganda. We have guys working in Zimbabwe, based in Uganda, UK, based in Uganda. And one of the things we've come to appreciate with COVID is that your internet is your address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very last one question. We have time, yeah.
I'm the last person.
If you say so.
You were talking about usability
Yes.
of the products that are done for people. One of the things that happen, especially in Ghana, where people are not using, for instance, the bank apps, but will choose to go to the bank themselves. Personally, I have about, I think, $1,500 locked up because I made a transaction using the bank app. It did not reflect at the other end, and now the bank is unable to trace where it is now. So that becomes a difficulty. And if the customer service person also at the bank is not relating well with the end user, it becomes a problem. So the problem might not be with the app, but also with the people who are managing the app. And I think that's what developers should also begin to think about and see how they work with those who are finally deploying whatever the product is to the people, so that's user friendliness.
And to be honest with you, that's the reason why we've started an evening program that is targeting people in the world of work. Why? Because even your customer relationship manager needs to have an understanding of how software works. This whole business of this is an IT thing needs to stop. If digitization and digitalization is going to take root, that we need to have as many people understand how technology works and how software specifically works. That way, first call, I am able to help. If I can't, by the time I escalate, I'm also guiding you on this is what we are seeing in terms of the number of calls. So we need as many people as possible, not as software engineers, but they understand the process of building software and they're able to contribute to the software process. Thank you. I hope this has been helpful.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. And it's now time for Audu Munchili. Okay, thank you. It's talk about EU Youth Cooperation Hubs Education Project, and I leave it to you, Audu.
Thank you. How do I change it?
Power of mind don't work yet with technology.
Uh-oh. Ah, okay. Wow. Okay, super. So I'm Audu Munchili, the young expert of the European Union Youth Cooperation Hub. The hub was launched in 2018 by the Africa Union and European Union to monitor the implementation of the project supporting the youth agenda developed in 2017 in Abidjan during the 4th Africa-Europe Summit. So the hub has this education and skills cluster with 7 young experts coordinating the activities of implementing partners, including Educo, a Spanish NGO, FARA, and other African partners. The project is implemented in Mali and Spain. Not working? Okay. So the project is about promoting innovative education in secondary school in Mali, Ségou, Mali, and Gran Canaria in Spain. This is not just a normal education project, but an innovative education project tapping into the opportunities that technology offer in terms of transforming how teaching and learning activities are done. I have some problems with my eyes. Let me see. What makes this project a unique one? The project tries to improve the quality of learning by promoting participatory approaches in the secondary education, but also through the promotion of transversal skills for students and teachers. And doing this, we use innovative pedagogy in Mali and Spain for increased employability of students, because one of the challenges we identified back in 2018 was that the level of employability of young people after the secondary education was very low. So through the project, we tried to increase the performance of the secondary education sector in the education in this sector. The objectives of the project are to strengthen the skills of teachers of innovative schools that we've identified in both Mali and Spain. These are 3 institutions, actually. And based on collaborative models between both teachers from Africa and Europe, and also between NGOs and national and regional governments. The second objective is to strengthen the organizational and tech capacities of innovative schools and learning skills of students. So in doing this, we provided some equipments to all the participating schools in order to improve the use of ICTs in education, because in Mali, for example, there was a huge digital gap even before the COVID-19, and we needed to support the schools in terms of access to internet, electricity, and devices to enable distance learning. How did we use technology? So we designed a digital platform that integrates virtual functionalities of e-learning and also enable the creation of a social community of learning with an attractive, easy to use and intuitive and accessible interface. You can access the platform at www.proetic.eu to see how we created these virtual classrooms and also how we support teachers by uploading pedagogic cards and video of best practices and lessons models to support their skills building and also facilitate the use of this data in order to improve their activities and profession. What's next? The present project is at its pilot phase. So the first 4 years since 2018, we are still in the pilot phase that is ending by mid-2023. So right now we are linking the project with the private sector partners for the future scale-up phase. We also identify and document best practices of the project and make them available and accessible through both hard and soft format. We are also open to new partnerships with relevant national and local actors to generate ownership and scale the present activities of the project, taking advantage on the existing models, tools, and didactic materials, as well as building alliances with other actors in the field. What challenges did we address? What I will say here is that all the challenges in the education technology sector are also opportunities to invest and opportunities to work on. So on our side, what we face as challenges were most importantly infrastructure. On this infrastructure level, we had some challenges with internet, electricity, and access to devices. It is different from Spain and Mali because in Mali where we work, there was no electricity in the school, so we had to develop this alternative ways of providing electricity and also to ensure that the devices could function. And in terms of internet, we have some challenges with the speed quality and also the cost, the prices, because some students could not afford to pay for the internet connection. So we had to provide it free of charge for all the school students. The second challenge was the skill gap for teachers and students to engage in distance learning, and also interactive cooperation with counterparts in Mali and Spain. There was also one challenge in the digital content development for all disciplines and in different languages and in terms of adaptability to the local context in each country. This is one big aspect of the project because we worked with teachers facilitating exchanges and content development activities in both Mali and Spain through the project. Another aspect was inclusion, to take into account the challenges faced by people with special needs. You know, for some context in Mali, the girls have face more challenges when it comes to access to internet, and also people with other forms of disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Udo.
There are questions. I will be happy to have one or two or three or four.
I have one question. When did you start the enterprise?
I didn't get you.
When did you start the project?
We started the project in 2019, in March precisely. We developed the call for proposals because it's an EU-funded project. We developed the call for proposal in 2018. Then the European Union launched call for applications in 2019. Then we participated in the selection of implementing partners. And the project officially was launched in December 2019.
So it's been very fast, no? It's been very fast.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the biggest challenge? What was the most difficult challenge you faced?
The most difficult challenge for us was to facilitate the exchanges between Africa and Europe. There was some communication gap at the beginning, but later it was difficult for us to identify the innovations on the African continent because there is this the initial work has not been done yet. There is this job to identify what is innovation, what is not innovation, and also how to facilitate the exchanges, because right now we are trying to implement the physical exchanges, that is having the teachers from Mali and Spain from Mali go to Spain and meet their counterparts in order to work on the scale-up phase of the project, and this has not been able to, we have not been able to implement it because there are gaps in terms of the school calendars both in Mali and Spain. When Spain is open, Mali is closed. When Mali is open, Spain is closed, and so on. So these are some of the on-ground challenges we face.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And everybody? So, last part of the afternoon, we are now doing Fintech breakout, pardon. And it's time for the panel. And so all the panelists are welcome. Thank you. I have 5 minutes, yeah. Maybe time for a coffee. Yeah? Okay. 5 minutes coffee. Hello, everybody. Did you have your coffee yet? Okay. If you want to sit, we have now the panel, and we're starting with the Tech breakthrough. And I invite all the panelists here on stage. Ciao, amico. Fa il moderatore. Moderatore? No. Ah, tu fai il moderatore? Ah, fai il moderatore? Pardon.
Ok? Possiamo iniziare?
Oh, I'm doing this? Okay. Okay, I guess I'll. So, hello everyone, and welcome back for the last panel of the day. Very happy to have a group of wonderful panelists talking about FinTech. As always, please fill out our lovely survey about the education technology panel. Again, very important for us to refine the work that we're doing, making sure that we're satisfying all of the interests that you have. And as always, we'll have received an email with the code if you don't get to use the QR code here. There's a couple of programming notes about the FinTech panel before we get started. Unfortunately, two of our speakers were not able to join us here in person. One of them is going to be presenting for the panel discussion over Zoom call, and she will also be presenting her piece contrary to what it says in the program. Tayo Akanyemi will be presenting remotely in the breakout session, not in the main session. Otherwise, that's it. I hope that you've had a chance to fill out your programming, your feedback form. And with that, I leave it to the moderator of our session, Miko.
Thank you, Joseph, and good afternoon all. I'm very glad to be here and to moderate this final panel on financial technology. So just a few words to introduce myself. My name is Miko Curatolo. I'm actually co-managing the DLT and digital asset team in Sella Group, this quite big and diverse banking group active in Italy since more than 100 years. And before that, in my past experience, I've contributed to the launch of Fintech District, and thankfully, Chiara will tell us a bit more about it. And but I also worked in startup field for quite a while in managing acceleration program before Fintech in impact investing field, and also managing open innovation projects with corporates, financial institutions, and startups for quite a while. So today we will talk about how financial technology had a huge impact on the broader development of innovation, I would say not only in Africa, but Africa for sure played a preeminent role in this. And we will discuss with my panelists on how to better enhance collaboration and knowledge sharing and joint projects between the European and the African fintech ecosystem. So, as you might know, fintech had an amazing growth in the last 8 to 5 years, with a massive adoption and a fast pace of adoption, also accelerated by COVID in many countries. Enormous round of investment poured by venture capitalists across the world, and also dozens of new unicorns getting into the market in different continents, some of that also decacorns, as someone might say right now. Africa, as I was saying, played a prominent role in this growth. I would say thanks to some peculiarity of the market, especially a very young population if compared to the European one. Some of the fastest growing cities in the world right now, a mobile-first, mobile-driven technology solutions, and also, I would say, a huge population of unbanked people to serve. And this led to an incredible growth of mobile money solution, peer-to-peer, microcredit, savings, and so on. So I will discuss the broader topic with an amazing group of thought leaders with a unique and diverse experience in banking, entrepreneurship, market intelligence, and ecosystem building. So please help me welcome Henry Erimo-Dafe, founder and CEO of Abroad Ventures, Tayo Akinyemi, Chief Inquisitor of Queer Insights, Chris Richmond-Nzi, CEO of Cashme and also founder of Migrants, Sonam Akpelo, CEO of Suko Technology, and Chiara Padua, Deputy Head of Fintech District. Thank you. So, I would please ask you to start with a quick round introducing yourself and your projects or your venture, and also to give the audience your take on the fintech industry right now, and maybe on some comparison between the African and European market. Henry, would you mind start this conversation?
My background is banking, so I've been part of one of the biggest Swiss banks for the past 30 years. Very privileged to have run the African business, so at least I can relate to both worlds, even though I've spent the last 30 years in Switzerland. When it comes to fintech, I want to look at it from the perspective of inclusion. Especially if you talk about Africa. I know when you talk inclusion, you typically think of, all the Africans who don't have access to banking and all that, which is true, which I'm sure some others will talk about. But we look at it from a very unique optic, which is the African diaspora have an issue of inclusion in the financial space. So our project abroad is about creating inclusion for the African diaspora to participate in the financial space. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Tayo, would you please go on and contribute to the...
Thank you so much for the opportunity to beam in. So sorry I couldn't join in person. My work arguably has two prongs, the day job and the quote-unquote side hustle. So the side hustle probably work is more relevant for this conversation, but for my day job, I'm basically involved in ecosystem building for the SDGs. So there's a global network supporting, let's call it bottom-up development and sourcing local solutions to complex problems through basically a network of folks who understand problems, sort of identify solutions, and help development actors embed those solutions. And then the quote-unquote side hustle is continuing on the work I'd done before in trying to help build infrastructure for African tech and innovation, to understand how VC and tech is being built now, if we assume we're not going to cut and paste models from other markets. And so part of what I'm going to explore is how that works in fintech and then other sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will get back to how important ecosystem building is to enhance the venture, but also to explode the opportunities that are around the single business model. Chris, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Richmondzi. I'm a digital and social entrepreneur. After building Migrants in 2017, there is a training and assessment digital platform to highlight the background of asylum seekers and migrants in Europe. We decided to build the PICME. There is a sourcing platform dedicated to small and medium enterprises, corporate and recruitment agencies to find the most suited profile to fulfill their shortage. We are now working on CashMe. And CashMe is basically a digital tool dedicated to build a credit potential to underserved populations, not just among asylum seekers and refugees, but to all underserved citizens around the globe. We're talking about 2 billion people worldwide without access to formal financial institution services, so there is a huge opportunity to leverage right here, and this is the challenge we are currently facing right now.
Super. Chiara, I will give you my mic.
Thanks. So, well, my name is Chiara Padua. I'm the deputy head of the Fintech district, that is a community of quite 250 Fintech and TechFin companies in Italy. We welcome Italian companies, but also foreign companies that are looking at the Italian market and that are working in the Italian market. So you do not need to be Italian to be in our community, but you need to work or looking at the Italian market. And what we do is connect fintech and techfin companies to other stakeholders in the market, from banks to insurance companies, through investors or corporates like telcos and so on, in order to foster open collaboration activities. I think I can pass the microphone and then I...
Thank you. So last but not least, Sonam, your take.
Thank you. My name is Chonam Akpelo. I'm based in Accra. I'm a technology entrepreneur and an economist. Currently run Suku Technologies, an IT firm in Accra. Essentially, we're currently working on a project, Kadodo Africa, that seeks to profile and authenticate African businesses so they can directly benefit from the African Union Continental Free Trade Agreement, AfTA, and also to provide credibility for online businesses. We're also currently working with Perspective France to post-COVID to help over 800 companies to be digitally alert and also integrate fintech and technology in their processes and how they run their businesses. Thank you.
So, Chonam, first of all, forgive me for my pronunciation. So, starting again from you, I would find a kind of a red line between all the contribution that is about data and the source of data when it comes to like get credit history or give a good service for business. How do you cope with different data source, and if maybe you have got a take on it, how can Africa improve and get to a common layer of data source? I think this is key. We witnessed it in the European market, so I guess it's quite a huge challenge in the African market too.
Yes, it is. So, as the saying goes, data is the next gold. And data is really everything there is. Fortunately or unfortunately, Africa is a virgin terrain for data. There's very little data that we have on anything. So the hope is that with all these technology services and products we are building, we will be able to collect real-time data over time. But as it is now, most of the things are done manually. And if you try collecting data from administering questionnaires and so on, it's almost difficult because the answers they are providing is based on how you look and other reasons as opposed to what the realities are. So the only data that is becoming meaningful is the data we collect from transactions and patterns of activities online and so on. But overall, the potentials for data is high, and there's only very little data that we're able to collect as now, because the infrastructure and the system that will allow us to collect the data are now being built. And the good thing is that because of COVID, now a lot of our people are willing to participate in digital activities, which is a good thing. So within the past 2 years, a lot more data has been collected, more than ever before.
So, Henry, if I can involve you on this, obviously, like the banking industry got in data one of its major tools. What's your suggestion on how the broader ecosystem, made also by little fintech scaling right now, can enhance this opportunity through the data usage?
I would say that at least 80% of the data, financial services data, is driven by regulation. It's already a big challenge in the EU anyways, where there's some form of harmonization. It still doesn't work even within Switzerland. Now you can think of the picture in Africa. Just in Nigeria alone, I think the unique identifiers are like BVN, NIN, they keep changing them every year. So it's a nightmare, right? How do you identify, KYC data, think of compliance data, then transaction data and product data. But like you said, it's greenfield, so we might still just get it right, like we've done with mobile money. Hopefully we learn from the mistakes of Europe. And we know that the data problem that European banks face is one of the reasons why they aren't able to compete with the fintech right now, because of those legacy systems can't be easily broken. So there is an opportunity in this fintech space for agile companies building greenfield to do it properly, what the older banks could not do. And of course, you have regulations that force you to keep the data for, at least in Switzerland, it's 10 years, so you can't even change it. It's got to be there. So yes, I do see opportunity for fintech, clean start. We see it with Revolut and some of the other ones now. They can build faster systems without legacy, and they're making impact. And building new products as well, because also the clients are changing, right? So, and access to data, if it's well architected, can in itself also be an advantage, because you can connect data and make more sense out of it. So I think that's a unique opportunity for fintech companies, where they can really give the older banks a run for their money. I look forward to the day, I dare say, when one of these fintech companies will take over one of the first major banks, and then we know the game has started, but don't quote me.
Yeah, they should start to get profitable first. It's a big challenge. So, Tayo...
It's easy.
Yeah, that's nice. So, Tayo, you have quite a lucky observatory, like on the whole African market, and if we want like to put what Henry said, picking up the bright side. In Europe, regulation also played like a progressive role with PSD2, for example, helping some innovative players to get into the market and contribute to the whole ecosystem. What do you see as the biggest challenge for the African fintech ecosystem right now around data, but not only, just to extend our conversation a bit?
So I feel like I'd be remiss in representing the African fintech ecosystem, but maybe I'll just offer a personal perspective from what I've heard in the conversations I've been a part of. I think maybe in building on Henri's point just a little bit, in terms of opportunity, there's an opportunity potentially to create one source of truth, because I think part of the problem with KYC is you have to sort of establish or verify your identity as an individual or as a company with each transaction or each interaction, as opposed to being able to sort of port your identity as you conduct these transactions. So that's, I think, a massive opportunity to explore. On the other hand, in terms of risks, which we haven't talked a lot about yet, particularly from a consumer perspective, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And this has been discussed quite a bit, so it's not as if it's under the radar. Just the risks that come particularly to consumers around privacy of data, around data usage, around financial literacy. So in some of these products that enable consumers to take loans based on their mobile transactions, for example, to what extent do these consumers actually understand what is happening, how their data is being utilized, to what extent it's being stored, how secure it is, and then kind of the consequences of the transactions they take on. So BNPL, for example, is on the vanguard of offering credit to consumers based on new methods of credit scoring, basically creating credit scores. But, you know, obviously there are risks for consumers who take on loans. We've seen kind of how this can go badly in the days of microfinance. So ensuring that consumers understand what they're signing up for, what the consequences are, and such. Maybe I'll leave it there. Thank you.
So let me get back on what you said about getting as soon as possible to one source of truth. Chiara, you might agree with me on the fact that building an ecosystem able to attract all the different stakeholders of the financial world, so incumbents, banks, insurance companies, but also professionals, fintechs, regulators, and so on, it might be a good first step to reach one source of truth. So if you can explain us a bit more how Fintech District played a role in building an ecosystem and maybe not getting to one source of truth, but starting that path, I think it could be good for everybody.
Yes, well, if we start from data, we have to say that we need data to work. So the first thing we ask to the fintech and techfin companies in our community is to give us data. So we do not ask for anything. They do not pay any fee to be on board. They just have to give us some information on how they work, what are their main objectives in 2 or 3 years, what are the technologies they are using, how many people they are hiring, with how many banks or other corporates they are working with, and so on. So this is the first step. We need to know a lot about them. I cannot say we need to know everything because I don't think it's possible, but we have to know at least 85–90% of what they do and what they are. Only if we have this first level of data, we can go to the market and we can offer our services to other stakeholders, and in this way we can build the ecosystem. Because when we go to the market and we offer the other stakeholders the possibility to work with fintech companies, we have the possibility to say, well, we know them very well, we can give you all this information, we can help you choose the most suitable fintech to work with. You can choose together with us if you want to meet 2, 3, or 10 of these fintech companies, and then go on in the possibility to collaborate in many different ways, from investing to build a project or just find a new supplier for your business. So I think data are the first level to start. I don't know if I have answered to your question, but
yeah, it's super insightful. So let me get back to you, Chris, because as an entrepreneur, you and active with access to credit and migration, you are capable to describe differences between the European ecosystem and the African ecosystem when we talk about fintech. So as a closing remarks some way, so what's your take on the industry outlook right now, and if you want to give the audience some bullet point to keep in mind when you need to build something that get across 2 different continents?
Well, when we talk about, or when we think about fintech and fintech opportunities, we normally perceive like Africa is the right place, right? Because there's a lot of lack of solutions and there's a lot of space for new opportunities and new solutions. But it's also true that 57% of European adults don't have a bank account or any savings. And this is crazy. So I'm thinking about solutions that we can test, validate in Africa, but we need somehow to implement them also in other areas of the world. But it's also true that what I see in Europe, there is different compared to Africa, is the collaboration, or eventually the need to collaborate to make it work. So banks today in Europe are losing clients, and they struggle to continue to, own their part of the market, and we see more and more fintechs taking advantage. What is really interesting, according to me, is not just the PSD tool, but many other things behind the PSD tool, and the fact that banks need to open their data and share the data with third parties. But the fact that somehow we have what we call the need, to spread not just the opportunity, but also the adoption of the solution. So the main problem that I see in Africa is the adoption of the potential solutions and the interoperability. So we keep building infrastructures, we keep building data, but we are struggling to share the data with the right, let's say, not just only persons, but entities that needs those kind of data to make the job done. So collaboration, regulation, obviously, but the ability to share things that we have. So interoperability, according to me, will be the next challenge.
I strongly agree with what you said, and unfortunately we're running out of time, but if I can give my take on this, I do believe that the next wave of fintech and all that is related to blockchain technology will strongly look to another way to think interoperability, and this could lead finally maybe to have a common ground that is maybe now lacking. Because when we talk about ecosystem, like we use a word that is getting from nature, that basically describes that nobody can stand alone. You need all the actors of the ecosystem to go on. But still, technology advancement has different pace in different countries. So we should start think to ecosystem as global by design ecosystems. So stop thinking about African one and European one, you know. And interoperability could definitely be key to succeed. I mean, so I'm sorry because the time is over, and I was not that able to cover all the topic I was supposed to, but we were a lot, and I would ask the audience if some of you have questions for my panelists.
Of course, we have time for one question. Okay. Hold on a second.
So it's not really a question. I just thought it would have been nice if every panelist could have given their take on the future of fintech. I mean, Chris started it and then it ended, but I think it would be nice to hear from every one of them.
That's lovely. Starting from Chiara.
Okay, future of fintech. Well, I had some notes. I think the most important thing is being vibrant. So being resilient and then put these good vibrations in the market and be ready and fast in accepting new challenges. Interoperability is one of them, in my opinion.
Future of fintech, I think we're going to move from the fringes, which is really payments and you know, cards and accounts. I think there are going to be products in wealth management. I think there are going to be also products with digital assets. So I see fintech moving more into mainstream. And I mean it when I say the next thing that's going to happen, which would shock the whole market, is one of these new fintech companies taking over one of the big older banks and have those book of clients to work with. That's going to shape the industry. And then, of course, they can leverage all the new capabilities. And then there will be belief that there's the future of where the business has got to go.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, it's already happening. Because last year in Ghana, for example, MTL mobile money, which is just a mobile money, recorded the highest profit in the country for any company ahead of the banks, and it is about 1.7 billion. So clearly they're already taking ahead. And also knowing that we've had over 1 trillion transactions processed annually just through mobile money, tells you that this industry has to be watched. It is the future. There are some bottlenecks that ought to be fixed. For example, about internet fraud and duping and suspecting customers online and so on. We have to fix that. But we're going to get to that stage where it will become extremely seamless to do financial transaction. Currently, it's difficult to do across-country transactions. It's happening, but there are lots of challenges around it. So that if I was in Ghana and I wanted to do transaction in Togo, I may as well have to carry physical cash and change it to dollars and go and do transaction in Togo. But over time, we should be able to break the borders and do intra-African and intra-global, you know, fintech products.
Yeah,
that would be seamless.
I strongly agree. And before leaving to Tayo, I would add that smart contracts and stable coins, also private stable coins before the central bank's digital currencies will come. I think it could play a major role in transforming cross-border payments. So I strongly agree with you. So Tayo, your last take, it's also the end of this panel.
So I'm typically allergic to predictions. I don't think humans are very good at it. But maybe I will maybe suggest a reframing of the fintech opportunity as a platform for thinking about what could happen in the future. So at least on the African continent, my assumption is that fintech is part of the fundamental infrastructure that will drive the growth of the digital economy. So if you think about, writ large, what the investment landscape or what the investment opportunity is on the continent, it's largely about the digitization of traditional economic activity and the digitization of traditional sectors. And you can't really digitize an economy without basic rails, whether it's payments or switches, figuring out how to move money across borders. So I think thinking about fintech as enabler of infrastructure kind of creates a foundation for thinking about the future. But in terms of things that I'm curious about, embedded finance. So when you have a product or service, how you basically drive adoption and stickiness by having people be able to pay or borrow money through the product or service. To piggyback on what Chris said, interoperability, 100% being able to move money across borders, and then the extension of credit both to individuals and consumers. I think there's a lot happening for better or for worse in buy now, pay later. Thank you.
Thank you. So a big thank you for all of you for being here, and to the organization for having us here. So happy further offline.
Yeah. There's always been time for networking later, and now it's time for Henry Erimodafe. We will talk about beyond profit and purpose. Thank you.
Broad Ventures, and in the other room we're going to have Olusola from VEST. Thank you.
Okay,
sorry
thank
for
you.
The confusion, last minute flight changes, things like that.
All right, we just get started. We've got 20 minutes. So Henry Erimodafe, pleasure to present what we're doing, which is called Abroad. Beyond profit is purpose. I remember in a previous conversation, we were talking about social entrepreneurship. And my point was, what makes people get up in the morning is not about being social, it's about self. And for me, the definition of self is purpose. Why am I here? What do I want to do? Why is this important for me? That's what gets people up every morning. So when we started Abroad, which is about a year ago, we actually found, based on research, that there was a huge need in the marketplace. And that need actually comes from the fact that we realized that Africa, as we all know, has got huge problems. Huge problems. We talk about it, we see it on TV, everyone has tried to fix it for the past decades and somehow it's not happening. And that problem is, you know, we all do talk about how rich Africa is. 60% arable land is in Africa, the youngest continent, all the minerals are there, name it, but Africa is still the poorest continent. So what is wrong? All the NGO money, UN, it goes to Africa, but somehow Africa is not getting fixed. So there is a major problem, and we think there is something fundamentally wrong about the approach that has been taken to fix Africa. There is also this other thought that, you know, if you bring in international organizations, you know, African governments or who else, bring them in, help them, prop them up, they will fix it. And my viewpoint is, if they were able to fix it, the African governments would have done it. We engage, we talk with them, and we don't have resources. It's about corruption and all of that and that. The international organizations would typically pursue, you know, what is in their interest. So there's a lot of money going into charity and NGO work, but we all know, you know, Switzerland is the headquarters of that, right? 70% goes into administration. So we feel that to fix Africa, there has to be an embedded interest. And the only group of people who we know that can do that is the African diaspora. So abroad, sorry, I can get this going. Like the battery is dead. Anyways, so abroad is our attempt at fixing the African problem. And we think that the only people who can fix the African problem is actually the African diaspora, all right? So our mission as abroad is Africans building Africa. And Africans in this sense, I'm talking about people who wake up and they think Africa, not people who just pass by or go tour the place and feel touched. That's all welcome, but people who dream, talk, breathe Africa need to fix Africa. So basically, when I stand in front of the mirror, I see myself and I say, Henry, you've got to fix Africa. That's you. It's not the government or anyone. So that's what it is about. Now, beyond profit is purpose. So I'm not a socialist. Just let me say that up front. There's got to be money in fixing Africa. I'm a banker, so it's about money, right? So there's got to be money in fixing Africa. So I follow the money. Some people say follow the money, and then you know what's going to happen. So we actually looked at what is happening in Africa, and we found out that if the African diaspora is the group that's bringing the most money from outside of Africa into Africa, then that's something worth investigating to see why they do what they do. I'm happy we have some other players here in the remittance space, but for us, this helped us to actually come to that conclusion that there might be a solution through the numbers that you're saying. I know the numbers for Nigeria very well, so Nigerians in diaspora, which is myself and my friends, we send about 25 billion home every year. In some very good years, right, it's about 40 billion. And my dear country makes, in a good year, maybe 70 billion from trading oil. But everyone in the government, so all the corruption, all the money in the Swiss bank is from the 70 billion. All right, so which means the African diaspora, in the case of Nigeria, we actually are the second highest source of foreign direct investment home, which also means, okay, if you look at those numbers, that actually we fund the country because all the other funds just, you know, they spend it, steal it, whatever. So our money goes in for charity. And easily put, when I send money home, it's because some aunt is sick, somebody could not pay school fees, you know, it's always something like that. So we send money home to help. We never get anything back from it, all right? So I hear people saying in Nigeria, let's do diaspora bond. Let's do, how can we channel diaspora? I'm like, sorry, we're not sending more. We've sent enough money. I don't have a house at home, but most of the people I send money to, they might have a house. So we got to the point when I talked to my friends, I said, I'm not sending any more money. I've sent enough money home, right? So when we looked at the numbers and we worked with one of the UK schools and interviewed, surveyed you know, some of the African diaspora, we said to them, if you can send that amount of money home, what would it take for you to send more? And the answer to it was profit. If I can make money by sending money home, then I would send more money home. So for us, it was quite clear. And our survey showed that most of the Africans in diaspora, they will tell you that for every dollar they send home, they can send 100 more, or they have 100 more, actually. So if you take the numbers up, 100 billion going into Africa in remittances, and Africans in diaspora say they have 100 times that. So we were saying, what if we can get them to just 10x what they send home, not as charity, but as investments, and actually make money out of that? They can still send, you know, what they send as charity. So we then built our whole business of abroad around that, and then we went and we validated it. So the numbers are staggering. As a banker, I'm like, okay, if we're talking 20 million here, then maybe it's worth looking at. But when we looked at the numbers for Nigeria alone, and we say if they send 25 billion, 10x of that, it's 250 billion. I'm like, there is a business here. All right, so let's look at it, right? So how can I get Nigerian diaspora, and there are 17 million of us out there, okay, to send money through my platform to build Nigeria? And this is where profit meets purpose, okay? And the other side of it, you remember in our previous talk, I mentioned that there is an inclusion problem. I'm very fortunate. Worked at a bank, right? But I go on the street there, I see a lot of Africans who are selling belts, shoes, and all that. They don't have pension, they have nothing at home, nothing to fall back on. So there's this huge army of Africans in Europe. They have no future, and they think they're going to go back to Africa at some point. There's nothing waiting there for them. So we're like, how can we create opportunities for these people who keep helping family? That's what drives them, so that they also have something. You know, we're all getting old now. When I came to Europe, I didn't have gray. And now, you know. So that point is coming where you have this huge population of Africans, nothing to fall back on. So that was why we then said, all right, we've got to build some products solution, right, for these African groups to make sure that they don't just help others, they get something for themselves. So we came up with 3 products, the solutions to the problems I've just said. And the core one is an investment platform for the African diaspora. We want them to spend or invest 10x what they are sending as charity for themselves, make money for themselves. But the beauty of that is they will be building their continent. When I go home, all right, actually, that's far away. I was sitting there and a friend called me. I remember how we used to play on the streets. And he's like, you know, the car I used to do transport around, you know, something is broken, I can't feed. The moment I hear that, the coffee doesn't taste good anymore, because I'm like, you can afford coffee, he can't even feed, right? That's what drives us, okay? So I'm like, if we can get people like myself, you invest money and you're making money, then I can take out of what I'm making and also send to people, right? So what I'm making here in Europe in terms of my 9 to 5, I can keep for myself, or like Europeans invest in shares and all that. So that investment platform for us is a key product. We want Africans not to do charity in Africa, but to actually start investing in Africa through a trusted platform, and that's going to change the whole ball game. A lot of us have attempted investing before, but it was always one story. You know, build a house for me, you get there, they say the house walked away overnight. We've heard all kinds of stories. I mean, you won't believe it, but I mean, you know that. A lot of kidnapping started because you give someone money, you show up, and they say, the guy is coming to check, and they just kidnap you because they don't want it. So we're like, stop investing. Don't go and invest. Let us do the investment on your behalf. You can sit here, check your phone, make your money, and be happy. And then think of 54 countries in Africa. You invest in 54 countries. How do you even do the due diligence? How do you find the right products and all that? That you get here. On your phone, you say, okay, 25% return. They've done the due diligence. They manage these companies, and you just invest and you get paid from your phone. Second thing, of course, if we've created a digital bank, which of course by nature of it, you have it, you can do remittance on it as well. I was just telling our colleague that remittance is not our core business, but you know, it's digital, so you can send money to anywhere also from the platform like you would do on TransferWise or any other platform. It's a digital bank because you can have an account there. You know, it's not very easy to get an account with European banks as an African. That's the truth. You go there, they ask you all kinds of questions, and they tell you, come tomorrow, and whatever. But on our platform, we actually call it a diaspora bank. Have an account with us. From your account, you can invest. From your account, you can send money to your family. You can leave your money there. At some point, we're going to have crypto and digital assets on it, so you can interoperate both of them as well. It's a European licensed outfit out of Estonia and Switzerland, so very, very compliant. Our goal is on phase to actually create a marketplace, and this is where I get excited when I hear what you're doing. African diaspora, if I need to sell my flat in Lagos, why can't I put it on a platform and other diaspora see it, and we do the transaction without us carrying bags of money all over the place? We just transact on a trusted platform. Contracts are sent, you get your key in Zurich, you don't have to go anywhere. You know, this, for example, you can do peer-to-peer credits. You know, it might be huge for, you know, some woman in Africa who needs $20 to start a small orange trading business. But for the African diaspora, this is 2 coffees, right? And if you have these people on the platform and you're matching them and just knowing that that's going to transform her life, she can send her kids to school. You know, a lot of us would actually do that because now you just fund family. There's no opportunity to fund some others. So a platform like that, you would have all those opportunities. So what does that really look like? We're focusing on these sectors. Agriculture. Okay, so we're investing directly in agriculture because we think that's where you create the most jobs, which is why I was interested in what Lawrence was saying earlier. Well, how do we give them money so they can do more agriculture and send the money back and all that, and create, you know, revenues, return on investment for the diaspora who's sitting here. Fantastic. We're looking at processing. Value addition is very important for us, right? We don't want to send all the cocos here, right? We want to create processing hubs for people like him. He organizes that, and we get paid as a diaspora. What about mechanization? We want to tokenize tractors, for example. We buy the tractors, we own them as African diaspora. He can work with them and pay us with crops. Fantastic. So those are the kind of solutions that we are looking at. What about healthcare? We talked about Edtech before. How do we fund those young people so that they are properly trained and we can bring them out to the European market, things like that. We've partnered with some companies also in Nigeria who are already in value addition in the Netherlands and things like that, because then you get more out of what you're bringing to the market, and the farmers get to get more as well because you make more money than them just selling things away. We've built a platform. That's our app is actually live, but we've not launched it. We're still playing with it ourselves, but it's live. We ran a pilot with some diaspora from, I think they were like 4 countries. We just handpicked them. Because when we presented our concept to them, they said, look, if you can make me 20% return, I'll give you the money as long as I can trust your platform. So I'm like, if you want me to build this, you need to prove to me you're actually going to deliver. So we ran a small POC, and in about 10 days, we raised €1 million, which we invested in one of the companies. and that's going well. I think the first group of people actually were paid back. They made 15% in 3 months. The second group of people who invested at 60% is in April. May. So we've tested it, and one of them is actually here. She was saying to me today, can I invest again? And I said, no, we're not ready yet for the next investment, because we sort of want to perfect the platform and make sure everything is in place. It's easier said than done, but you need to validate the entities you're investing in. You need to get them on your platform. You need to make sure things work really end to end, right? But once we get it right, then we can engage all Africans and say, this is an opportunity for you to actually make some money for yourself. How many minutes do I have? 2 minutes, okay? We have the payment system, which you see, so Africans in diaspora can have our cards and use them like you use your cards, right? We talked about e-commerce, peer-to-peer exchanges, where you can collaborate and do things on the platform and all that. Microcredits will be something that we can really do for people in Africa. We've partnered with some very interesting companies, with Rwanda as a country where we're going to set up our African headquarters. We're working with the African Development Bank to actually support the rollout of their special agricultural processing zones so that Africans in diaspora can invest in those processing zones. They just launched the one for Nigeria last week. I'll just talk about, some people say, why would the diaspora work with you? Very, very easy. The platform is tokenized. They own it. It's their business. So if you want to go give your money to Western Union, good luck. Do it here. It's your business. We give them tokens for all the transactions that they make, which they can use to pay fees or actually cash out at some point. We screen all the investment opportunities, which is Pan-African, so we pick the best investment, which we vetted, instead of anyone, running into trouble by investing in a country they do not know. The minimum is 20% return on investment that we offer on our platform. Remittances, we almost would give away for free if, the other things work out properly. And then we're thinking of creating an exclusive abroad club for the African diaspora. My pet project of this is to have a diaspora airline, actually, so we can pamper them a bit for all the trouble they go to Europe. Thank you. All right, so where are we right now? Platform has been launched, POC has been done. By the 12th of December, we are going to go live with those products that I just explained to you, and then we just begin to perfect, deepen our relationships. We've started with Nigeria. We are expanding into Cameroon right now. The platform is deployed for the EEA. That is important. We are registered for EEA. In the next phase, we're taking the hub to the US, where there's a huge African diaspora platform as well. Of course, some of the challenges of doing something like that is regulatory, right? They say if you have a bunch of Africans talking about raising $1 trillion in 10 years, every EU regulator wants to look at you, which is great. We love it. But the advantage is, 30 years of banking experience, I know all the rules. So we know exactly what they want, and we'll build to suit what the EU wants. As long as they allow Africans to build Africa, so we stop having people, dying in the Mediterranean, we're happy. It's our money, it's our continent. We want to fund our continent and transform it so that we can be good partners to the European Union. So which is why we're excited to actually come here and participate in this event. I will be doing the group injustice if I don't show the faces. That's the wonderful team that I'm working with, and we're all doing this, as a sidekick until we get profitable. Then maybe some of us will go full time on that. But I'll stop at this point. If there are questions, I'll be happy to answer. It's time for that. But thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Henry. And if you have questions, you can take the chance to speak to Henry just in these 2 days because we are running out of time. But thank you, Henry, again. And now it's time for Sonam Akpelo, Suku Technology. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Here's your remote. Thank you. And your microphone.
Thank you. Good evening once again. So this is the last presentation. So I'm in between dinner and yeah, but I still hope that everybody will still be excited. My name is Chona Makpelo. I'm based in Accra, around Suku Technologies. It's an IT firm. We build softwares and manage technology projects for our clients. In other respects, I chair the ICT sector for the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industries, and also chair the Association of Ghana Industry for the Accra region. Okay, so I'll be, okay, so mobile money as a catalyst for innovation and growth through e-commerce in Africa. So today, we are going to look at mobile money as a component of fintech. And by now, I'm sure all of us are fully aware of what mobile money is, essentially trying to use, conduct payment through a technological means using the mobile telephony. Great. So at this stage, it is important to clarify some of the terminologies around mobile money. So mobile money itself, mobile payment, which encompasses all the full spectrum of payments, mobile wallets. And you realize that most of the fintech products, you have to be able to put your card at the back of it. So really, those are classified under the mobile wallet and fintech wallet. Okay. Yes. So if you look at GSMA information, it is really revealing that mobile money is really on the ascendancy. There are several people that are very actively using mobile technology. We've got like 1 trillion transaction process annually. That tells you that that piece of technology is really revolutionizing payment and how it happens around the world. So this is like a global data. And this is a continuation of the data. As you can see, Africa is really on the go. Yes, so it's important at this stage to provide some perspective, historical perspective about how things were prior to mobile money. In those days, you realize that even for workers, they have to go to the bank, join long queues, collect cash, go to the shop, buy the things, pay their debtors with cash, and then 3 days, 4 days down the line, all the money is finished. Those are the days that you witness situations like counterfeiting. So a lot of people are in the business of printing fake money. And then you get into trouble with police. And so if they say you were rich because you have a lot of cash in your house. And that actually created a situation where most of our societies are cash-heavy societies. Great. Another interesting related subject to the development of the ecosystem is e-commerce, which is really gradually also catching up with the world. In fact, as a result of COVID, a lot of our people are now heavily transacting business through e-commerce. So these are some of the e-commerce portals we have in Africa that are very big. All of us know of Jumia, Take a Lot, really big in South Africa. Great. So some of the challenges with some of these key players, you realize that if you take Jumia, for example, you can easily just go and upload your product and begin to trade. The challenge is that most of these businesses are not verified and authenticated. And so you see that you order for a product, see beautiful picture, by the time the product has arrived, it is not what you've ordered for. You know that you've just wasted your money. And we've seen several of several of these situations that happen with this product. Most of the suppliers don't have physical address, so you can't trace them really. Then really talking about the African market itself, you realize that e-commerce thrives heavily on logistics, infrastructure, transport, trust. Most of these things are not developed in Africa. It's now that some of the logistics are being developed. Issues about address system. Without proper address system, delivery becomes meaningless. You are unable to locate and deliver. And if you don't get it right, you waste money because it's expensive to move a transportation just to be able to deliver. We've got some recommendations. So the idea of focusing on developing infrastructure across the continent of Africa, you realize that if you try to move a good, if you see a good online you've ordered, you're in Nigeria, you want to buy from Ghana, it's almost impossible. Are you going to ship it or you're going to transport it with the bus? All of these are not developed. So it's almost making the business of e-commerce difficult, especially across borders. And if you talk about even within country, the challenge of having the necessary infrastructure, both logistics, is non-existent. There's the issue of trust really in a big way. As I earlier mentioned, you see that you've got great products online, in Instagram, nice pictures, highly advertised, very cheap. You send the money via mobile money, and then the people vanish online. You can't trace them. There's nobody to talk to. These really are very big challenges that the sector is dealing with. So to be able to resolve it, we need a systemic approach to having this thing resolved. Our hope is that African leaders would, as a matter of necessity, build the system build the necessary infrastructure for takeoff. There's a talk about the Continental Free Trade Agreement, which I'm sure all of you are aware of, the African Union Continental Free Trade Agreement. Part of it is to build Africa-based infrastructure. There's a project happening where they are building railway lines across the continent from Cape Town to Cairo. The hope is that when all of these are built, it will be easier for intra-African trade to occur. Then we've got some of the solutions. So Kadodo Africa, which is one of the big projects we are currently working on with the African Union. So you realize that two things. The Continental Free Trade Agreement, highly talked about, is mainly focused on African leaders meeting in a room like this, discussing issues, discussing trading. But trade can only occur if businesses are talking among each other. Number one. Number two, the internet fraud is very real. Just last week, Friday, a friend who is a bank manager in Accra told me that they have lost over $10 million to internet fraud. The thing is that because of unemployment, a lot of these smart young people who are home are finding ways around the system. So you receive a phone call, it would appear that the call is from the bank. They will ask for information. Immediately, you give the information out, they change your bank settings and takes your money away. So as a result, a lot of people are unable to trust the system to do business online. So what we have done is to create the portal that profiles and authenticates African businesses in order that they can trade between and among each other. So if you are not profiled on this portal, the idea is that you're not trusted enough for you to engage in inter-African trade. And this African Union is supporting very heavily so that at the end of the day, if you are in Lagos, you should be able to buy a dress from somebody in Nairobi seamlessly because you both have been authenticated. And this also goes a long way to deal with the issue of fraud. The fraud issue is really serious. It's serious because a lot of the high-profile people who are duped cannot say it publicly because now if they say, they will look stupid in front of everybody. So they keep quiet and wallow in pain, but it's really real. Like every day we are having these situations. Another major issue that we're trying to deal with is that there's a regulatory component of all of this discussion. So as the previous speaker said, realizing that there's a lot of money around the fintech space is trying to cash in and tax. So like 2 months ago, the Ghana government has introduced something called e-levy, e-tax, where you pay a percentage of any mobile money transaction you've done. As a result of that tax, over 300,000 users of mobile money stopped. They are no longer using mobile money. They've gone back to the cash system that we've been trying to work on this while. So part of the solution is to make sure that government minimizes excessive regulation and taxation. There's another model in Kenya, the Copia. This one, what they've done is that they use an agent model. So every village has an agent. So this agent is a conduit for transaction. If you want to buy something online, you go to this guy, he will do the transaction for you, you pay him, and then he in turn use the mobile phone to do the transaction. And it's been very effective. On this note, I would end my presentation, and then if you have any question, you ask. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Okay, now it's, thank you, Tsonam. It's time for the last talk of the day. And Chris Richmond, thank you. Chris Richmond, okay, there you are.
Thank you, sir. Just double checking. All right. 10 minutes, right? 8. 15, 20. Wow, that's a long journey. Thank you very much. My name is Chris Richmond Z. As I said before, I'm a digital and social entrepreneur. I was born in Ivory Coast, but I had the privilege to grow up between the US and Switzerland. And I'm living in Bologna, where I incorporated my last startup. 99% of the fintech solution today are thinking about how we're gonna send money from point A to point B. I'm wondering who's thinking about how we're gonna make some money. And we are doing this stuff right here. First of all, as I said before, in 2017, I decided to build a tech platform to upskill and reskill asylum seekers already here in Italy and Europe, to highlight their background and align their background on the national labor market shortage. And this is the first, let's say, startup that I did in Italy. And 3 years later, we built a second platform to just match talents with the corporates looking for specific skills. And this startup is called PickMe, and it's a HR tech platform. And this is where we monetize today. We don't monetize through the training, but we do monetize through the placement. But it's also true that in 2020, when we started placing a lot of people, we understood that we had to solve a third challenge, not just highlighting the skills, matching the skills, but also give the chance to all employers to have a bank account where they can receive their salary with a banking transfer from the employers. So this is the challenge. And it's also true that today we have more or less 300 million migrants worldwide. All of them, all of us are struggling to get access to formal financial services delivered by formal financial institutions. But it's also true that the same problem, we have it with 2 billion people worldwide. As I said before, with migrants, we started working with the upskilling, reskilling, and the placement. But here is the opportunity. 2 billion people without any access to formal financial services due to lack of financial credibility or credit history. So the question is, how can we get access to financial services if we have no credit history? So we decided to build a model using what we already have. So the training platform to incentivize our trainees to invest more time in the training program, but also giving the chance to our trainees to start earning some money based on the quality of their training program. CashMe is the solution that we decided to put on the market last year, 2021. And it's based on Migrants platform. So CashMe, it's not a dedicated service, but it's a feature of Migrants platform. So it's based on adaptive microlearning. Our trainees can do whatever they want, when they want, based on their priority or personal or professional ambitions. They have more than 10,000 model quizzes in several languages, not just in English, French, Italian, but also today in Ukrainian for many reasons. And the whole system is based on what we call a rewarding model. So our trainees can convert their collected points to the training program into cash and transfer the money directly on their bank account. So the model today is called Learn to Earn. It's also true that our trainees can personalize their training program when they join Migrants platform, or they can switch their priorities whenever they want. As I said, they do the quizzes, they collect some points for each single correct answer selected, and it's also true that at the end of the CashMe challenge, top trainees can convert collected points into euros. They use the cash for savings, or to buy goods, or to do whatever they want, including investing. And it's also true that through CashMe, we have the desire not just to deliver some money, but to build a credit potential from scratch using new criteria. This is the product. So as you can see on the left side, you have the home of the training program. Trainees can really choose what they want to do. They can choose the professional destination based on their ambition. But it's also true that, as I say, they have quizzes on the training program. And it's not a mistake because the content is in Italian, because they can switch languages when they want and based on their language proficiency. So they can start in English and switch in Italian, or they can start in French and switch in Italian, or vice versa when they want. All collected points are useful to generate the rankings. And in the rankings, trainees can just compare their proficiency with the others. But it's also true that in real time, they can see how much they are winning in euros. And it's also true that they have what we call a dashboard where they can have more information about the challenge, how many days left, but also their ranking position, how much they're winning, and so far. So today, our trainees have obviously an adaptive micro-learning platform to upskill, reskill, and align their background on the labor market shortage. But it's also true that within the training program, they have a rewarding system to collect not just some points, but to convert the points collected into cash. They have a personal digital wallet on the platform where they have their balance in real time. This is the impact that we generated in the last year of beta test. 11 months of CashMe challenges, 4 continents involved, not just Europe, but especially Africa, Latin America, and also Asia. We had 150 and more trainees beneficiaries. We delivered more or less 40,000 euros in cash to our beneficiaries. 87% of beneficiaries are in Europe, 6% are in Africa, especially Nigeria, Ghana, and Ivory Coast, 4% in Latin America, especially Brazil, and 3% are in Asia, especially Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Tajikistan. Our trainees, thanks to the incentivization, decided to invest more time in the training program, and today they spent on average 267 minutes per day, so they stay more migrants compared to Facebook. 48% of beneficiaries on CashMe are women, and this is really interesting, especially for the fact that women represent 18% of migrants' user base. We have on migrants more than 500,000 active users, and only 18% are women. But on CashMe, they are close to 50% of beneficiaries. But it's also true that in the 11 months of CashMe challenges, 8% of beneficiaries had the ability to win between 8 and 9 challenges on 11 months. And this is a high conversion rate. On average, every single beneficiary had the chance to bring home per single challenge 258 euros. So it's not that much, but it's something for many people, especially for people in Afghanistan, Pakistan, or in Africa that can use that money to, based on their needs or their priorities. Everything looks fine, but it's also true that we had to solve many challenges, and many other challenges needs to be faced and overcome next year. The first one is about the fees and the commission. So we are sending money from Italy, from Europe, from SEPA to extra SEPA in Nigeria, Ivory Coast, but also Pakistan, Afghanistan, or Latin America. The problem here is to bring the fees and the commission close to zero, and we struggle. But it's also true that we pretend to send money to some people without bank account. So how can we solve and manage this stuff right here? We try to use PayPal to overcome this challenge, but it's also true that there are some fees on PayPal, first of all, but it's also true that in some countries, PayPal asked beneficiaries to wait up to 28 days before they are able to get access to their money, because PayPal wants to be sure that there is no selling goods behind that transaction. So PayPal was not the right solution. It's also true that we're talking about asylum seekers, migrants, and refugees, people looking for euros, not just tokens. And that's the reason why we decided to continue with fiat and not to dive into crypto or tokens, especially because our trainees need to buy simple goods, water, food, clothes, or send money back home. But a percentage of beneficiaries and our trainees really have the desire to dive in to know more about the potential of crypto, the potential of Web3, and how they can leverage that technology for a personal benefit. And we decided to include some content dedicated to Web3 and crypto in general to give a better knowledge about this topic to our trainees. The last challenge, it's about sustainability. The model today is learn to earn, so we give money for free away, and this is not sustainable. So we're thinking about how to turn this model into a more sustainable model, and the right answer will probably be learn to borrow. So after learn to earn, top trainees will have the chance to ask migrants some money, receive the money, use the money for whatever they want, and we will track how they are able to repay the loan with a small interest. And that will be fundamental to build a credit potential with us, and we will have more data, more information to share those information with banks, insurance, and householders. And right there, we will monetize a lot of dollars. The adoption was not easy on CashMe, but still, those are some partners that decided to put some money on CashMe this year to leverage the model. Giseki in the US, but also the Italian Fashion Chamber in Italy, Junior Achievement Europe, UNICEF in Italy, and also Vella decided to leverage CashMe not just to upskill potential candidates, find the right skills they need to fulfill their shortage, but also support migrants, asylum seekers to become financially independent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, thank you. Well, keep the, we have time for 2 questions, or 3, or 4, or 1.
Don't be shy.
They're shy because it's 5 p.m. So
it's late. We're ready for the spritz, huh?
Okay, yeah. You know what. Okay, we have a question here.
Thank you. What channel did you use to reach your users or to access them? Because especially the ones who are asylum and refugee, it's not like they're out there pronouncing themselves.
Thank you. This journey back in 2017, we used 3 different acquisition channels. The first one were the NGOs that had access to disembarkation areas because they were giving welcome kits to newly arrived migrants, and inside the kit they have an invitation code to join the platform. The second channel that we used were the entities that were managing accommodation centers in Italy, because they were hosting migrants and asylum seekers. So we were building some partnership with them to join and to enter the accommodation centers and to spread the voice to potential beneficiaries, supporting them to join the platform. Those two channels helped us to reach 27,000 active users the first year, and since then we continue to grow more or less by 20,000 new active users per month, only through word of mouth. So from Italy, we grow in Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Ghana, but also Asia, only through word of mouth, without investing any euro in communication and marketing.
Okay, other questions?
Sorry, yeah. Sorry. So when refugees are in transit, like I come from Greece, we have a lot of people who come in and out. So if they want to use this, they have to be based in one of the countries that you mentioned, or?
No, we launched Migrants in Italy, the training and assessment platform,
Okay.
but we are in 4 continents.
But
Pick Me, it's only a test in Italy, but Cash Me started globally. So Cash Me, it's available everywhere in the world. No need to be in Italy or in the countries that I mentioned before.
and it's available in how many languages you said?
4, unfortunately. English, French, Italian, and Ukrainian.
Because Arabic could be one main language.
Arabic will be a next challenge, but also Spanish. It's something that we plan to implement next year because we want to test the same model also in the US and Canada.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
all
for your patience.
It's been a great day. And we can now chill and have some rest in the lounge area. Have a coffee before starting with the aperitifs. But last but not least, please remember to send us a feedback. You have the QR code there, or you've been reached by an email with a link for it. And thank you. See you later.